Prologue. Eli. I'm a fun guy. Some might say neat. A solid, trustworthy good time. If you're looking to have an amusing night out, I'm your man. No drama, no worries. Just good old-fashioned fun. I learned from a young age that life is short and you have to fucking enjoy every second of it. So my rule is to say yes. Say yes to as much shit as you can. Hornsby, you want to go to the pub down the street and get wasted with the locals? Of course. Hornsby, do you want to go skinny dipping in the coach's pool when he's home? Absolutely. Hornsby, do you want to fly to Vegas on our day off and run up the poker tables? That's a hell yes. Living in the moment, that's my motto. And up until now, that motto has served me well. It has taken me places I never thought I'd go. It has presented me with opportunities I never thought I would have. But, and that's a big but, a huge one. This time, my yes has come back to bite me in the ass. You see, it all happened on my birthday. We had an off day, high from a big win against the Calgary Barn Burners. It was Valentine's Day. Yes, I'm a Valentine's baby. And we went to the best singles bar in the city that would be crawling with women. The drinks were flowing, the conversations were engaging, and I was by no means calling it a night anytime soon. That's when she walked into the bar, in a hot pink dress that clung to every inch of her curvy body. She styled her platinum blonde hair into long, silky waves, and the lipstick staining her gorgeous lips matched the color of her dress. There was no doubt about it. She was a total smoke show. Every guy she came within a 10-foot radius paused what they were doing to give her a very blatant once-over. Unmistakably the hottest girl in the bar. And as she saddled up next to me, unaware of my presence, it felt like the music stopped as she gently placed her clutch on the bar top. Casually, she leaned toward the bartender, her manicured nails drumming along the wood top as she sweetly asked for a gimlet with 2 lime wedges. I was entranced. I was hooked. I was stolen for the rest of the night. My mind wanted one thing. Her. She had my attention, and no one would steal me away. No one would stop me. Because in all honesty, I've had my eye on her for a while, ever since I met her 2 years ago. And that night, it was my chance. All excuses, all restrictions, they were tossed to the curb as I laid down the best tool at my disposal to get her to talk to me. It was my birthday, and fuck did we have a night. I can still remember the way her dress slid off her body as I held her in my arms. I can still vividly recollect that her lips tasted of lime and danger, and I can still smell her intoxicating perfume floating around me as I drove into her, one pulse after the other until we both came at the same time, multiple times. It was one of the best nights of my entire life. But it had to end because we agreed it would be a one-night thing. So that morning, she slipped away, undetected, and we both went back to our daily routine. Eat, sleep, and breathe hockey. Was it the best birthday present I could ask for? Absolutely. Did she fulfill my every goddamn fantasy? More than I could ever have imagined. And if she came up to me and asked for more, would I oblige? I would be hard-pressed to say no. Unfortunately, this isn't a fairy tale story of how my one-night stand turned into a romance for the ages, though. Nope, that would be far too easy. This story, well, it exposes me as the man that I am, the man I feel to my very core. This is the story of how I wear the title Ultimate Fuck-Up, because not only did I accidentally get the girl in the hot pink dress pregnant, but I broke bro code, because the girl in the hot pink dress is the sister of my teammate and best friend.
Chapter 1. Penny. TikTok question. If you had a daughter or sister, which one of your teammates would you want her to stay away from?
Silas Taters. Hornsby for sure. Halsey Holmes. Hornsby. Levi Posey. Is that even a question? Hornsby. Eli Hornsby. Are you guys saying me? Of course they are. Shakes head. Honestly, I'd probably say myself as well. Me or Taters. Silas Taters. Hornsby said me? That fucker. Too much of a dickbag to say himself. Pacey laws. Who do I want my sister to stay away from? All of them. They're all idiots. They know they're not allowed anywhere near her, but if I had to pick one person in particular, that's easy. It would be Hornsby. There is no way in hell I'd ever allow him to even look at her in that way. Ever. And he knows that.
Why are we going to this bar? You're not even single. I say to my best friend Blakely as I pull on the hem of my dress for the 20th time since we climbed out of the Uber. The dress was cute on the hanger. It was cute on me when I stood still in front of the mirror. But now that I'm walking the streets of Vancouver, nothing about this dress is cute. It keeps riding higher and higher on my thighs. It would be the ultimate success if I skate away from this night without showing off my underwear. Yes, but Perry is out of town and it's fun being your wing woman. I didn't even want to go out tonight, I say. It feels ridiculous to go out on Valentine's as a single person. It's not ridiculous. Blakely loops her arm through mine and pulls me in close to her side. A half-foot taller than me, Blakely is a 5'10" beauty with chestnut brown hair, emerald green eyes, and a smile that only falters when she's been wronged. She's my work wife, best friend, and skincare expert who's determined never to look a day over 21. The best time to go out is when you're single because you can hook up with someone just looking to fill a void. Yes, because being someone's void filler really screams good time, I say sarcastically. Could be a good time if you allowed it to be. Don't you think it's time you start dating? You got the promotion you've worked so hard for, so it's time you relax and have some fun. She's right. I've worked my butt off for the past 2 years, and there have been many long days and few party-filled nights. I don't need a man to have fun. Facts, Blakely says. But getting out of your apartment is necessary. And I didn't want to pull this card on you, but best friends have needs too, you know, and coming out with me tonight is a need. Wow, you're going there? Of course I am. I can't have you grouchy tonight. We need to have fun. Can you do that? Have fun? I sigh dramatically. I think I can manage such a thing. Good. Now, when we enter the bar, I want nothing but good spirits from you. And if you just happen to meet a guy, so be it. But that won't be our end goal. Our goal is just to have fun, maybe do some dancing, and of course, people watch as they navigate this romantic night as singles. Sounds like a plan. I say as we reach the bar that Blakely has not stopped talking about. According to her, on Valentine's Day, the place is decked out in red with balloons, streamers, and singles ready to mingle. Not to mention appetizers are passed around by catering staff, the music is fire, and it's an exclusive invite list. Not just anyone can join the party. It sounded like fun when she told me, and now that I'm committed, short dress and all, I might as well enjoy the night. I started as an intern for the Vancouver Agitators and worked my way up to the in-house social media coordinator, specializing in TikTok. And I love my job so hard. I get to hang out with professional hockey players and make them keep up with TikTok trends, troll fans on our social media accounts, and watch my brother play the sport we're both in love with. So, I might as well celebrate, let loose, and have some fun. When we reach the door to the bar, a very large and gruff-looking man holding a clipboard greets us. His brow is turned down, and as we draw closer, he slowly takes us in.
Name?
He says in a brusque tone. Blakely White and guest. She bounces on her heels and smiles at me, clearly excited about our night out. The bouncer looks through the names on his clipboard, and just when I think he can't find my friend's name, he makes a slashing mark across his paper and then steps aside while releasing a velvet rope.
No smoking inside. Eat as much as you want. Have fun.
He says in such a monotone voice that I wonder how many times he's said that already this evening. Hand in hand, Blakely and I enter the bar, and I'm immediately struck by the hundreds of balloons pressed against the already low ceiling. Different colors of pink and red, The balloons are the main focus of the decorations, but they don't deter the observing eye from the crepe streamers hanging from one end of the bar to the other and the glitter scattered all over the floor. The balloons alone would be a nightmare, but attach the sweaty, dragged-around glitter from the floor, and that doesn't scream good time to me. But despite the nightmare craft pepper clinging to my shoes, the dimly lit atmosphere is filled with peppy music and brimming with boisterous laughter. Not to mention, some suits in here are catching my eye. This might be entertaining after all. Over here, Blakely says as she moves us toward the back of the bar, past the drinks and appetizers being passed around and through a throng of people. I'm hoping some high-top tables back here are free that we can sit at. She weaves us through the crowd and around a corner to a much larger room where high-top tables with stools are scattered throughout the space, and the noise is a few octaves lower. Ooh, I see a table. Go grab us some drinks and I'll claim squatters' rights. The bar is crowded, so I'm not surprised when I receive an elbow to the ribs and a bump to the shoulder on my way to get our drinks. When I reach the bar, I lean on the slick blacktop and observe the liquor choices, debating what I should go with just as a female bartender steps in front of me. Killer dress, she says. Aw, thank you. I glance down at said dress and then back up at her. It's rolling up my thighs like that's what it was made to do. Could not be more annoying. She winks at me. My guess is that dress will do you some favors. What can I get you, hun? Little does she know, I have zero interest in getting involved with anyone tonight. Maybe a little flirting, since there are some options here, but nothing serious. My friend always orders a Malibu Bay Breeze with a cherry, so I'll get that for her. And I'll have a gimlet with 2 lime wedges. Coming right up, the bartender says. She moves around, grabbing clean cups and plucking the correct liquor bottles while eyeing her pours. I'd never be able to bartend. Trying to remember the intricacies of every drink ever mentioned while keeping the intoxicated patrons happy. Way too much for me.
Gimlet, huh? Never would have pegged you as a gin drinker.
A husky, deep voice says, coming up to my side. I know that voice. I think almost everyone in Vancouver knows that voice. Turning to my right, I come face to face with Eli Hornsby, the best defenseman in the game of hockey who just happens to play for the team I work for, the Agitators. But more importantly, he's Mr. Prince Charming, the sexiest hockey player in the league and the horniest. He's easily the most attractive player on the ice, a flirt, and the object of every hockey fan's affection, even the men. He's menacing with a stick in his hand, but will captivate you with his charismatic smile. A smile that still contains all of his teeth. And of course, one of my brother's best friends. Hornsby, what are you doing here? I ask, a hitch in my voice, because not a moment goes by when I'm not intimidated by this man and how insanely hot he is. Also, I'm a little shocked to see him here. A singles bar on Valentine's Day doesn't really seem on brand for him. Then again, he is the biggest player on the team, so he might be out and about on his night off, trolling for someone to hook up with. Now that seems on brand.
Oh, just celebrating the day I was born.
He leans against the bar and takes a sip of the beer in his hand. Casual, in control, and I'm sure aware of how good he looks in his navy 3-piece suit. I don't know anyone, and I mean anyone, who wears a suit better than Eli Hornsby. I've posted a few slow-motion videos of him walking into the arena, highlighting him as the best dressed on the team. His signature cigarette pants paired with no socks and dress shoes is what grabs everyone's attention, not to mention the way he fills out his suit jacket, his biceps tugging on the fabric when he brings his to-go cup of coffee to his lips. He's a thirst trap I have no problem posting. But now that said thirst trap is standing in front of me, staring into my eyes, I feel my nerves spike with the urge to either pet his chest or run to the toilet to throw up. 2 very opposite reactions, but 2 very accurate ones. As casually as possible, I place my hand on the bar and attempt to lean into the wood, mirroring his relaxed position. But where he is the quintessential poster child for how to act appropriately in social settings, I am praying to Cupid himself my dress doesn't curl up like an old-fashioned window blind and slap me in the face while simultaneously flashing my underwear to the hot hockey player. Oh God, what underwear did I put on today? Why can't I remember such an imperative detail?
Are you, okay?
He asks, bending at the knee to look me directly in the eyes. Oh, crap. I haven't said anything. Yes, fine, just great. I snap my fingers aggressively at him. Oh, that's right. Today is your birthday. I posted a TikTok about it.
Yes,
He says, eyeing me suspiciously, probably trying to decide if he should be wary of approaching fingers of the snapping variety.
You posted a boomerang video of Posey slapping me in the ass with his hockey stick.
I did. It was really funny. I chuckle to myself, a snort begging to be let out. But someone is looking out for me because I'm able to keep it together. I thought it was a fitting tribute since the fans seem to enjoy your recent bromance. Levi Posey, the team's bruiser. Large, bulky guy with the biggest heart of gold. He's an absolute demon on the rink, but outside of the arena, he is as soft and gooey as they come. The most sensitive on the team, who has a penchant for bologna sandwiches and slapping Hornsby on the ass with his stick before the start of every game. It's become a treasured tradition among the fans.
We share one milkshake and everyone thinks we're practically engaged.
Eli rolls his eyes. Ah, the milkshake. It was the most precious thing I've ever seen. Eli and Levi were at a children's hospital event together, and they were given a milkshake with 2 straws. Locking eyes, they held the drink together and each took a straw into their mouths. The show they put on was public relations gold. The media team has used it as much as they can. It was even a top 10 on ESPN. It was damning. You are now forever connected at the hip.
Could be worse.
He grins. Oof, that smile. My hand that's not on the bar rattles by my side from one glint of his pearly whites.
I could have been caught sharing a milkshake with your brother.
Pacey would never share a milkshake with you, I say, and before I can stop myself, I add, he would claim you have some sort of infectious disease he doesn't want to contract. Pacey, my brother, is the star goalie for the Vancouver Agitators. He's the heart of the team and has some of the quickest reflexes in the league. Recently, like a few months ago, he fell in love with a girl named Winnie who just happened to stumble into him during a rainstorm. Long story, but he was bewitched immediately. I don't blame him because she's all kinds of cute and fun. I love hanging out with her, and I'm hoping we're going to hear wedding bells very soon. I've told Pacey many times that he needs to propose. He claims he has plans but is waiting for the right moment. My guess is after the season, when the guys go to Banff, Canada for some relaxation, Pacey will propose. He's a sentimental guy like that. But hold on a second. My mind wanders back to what I just said. Did I just tell Hornsby, to his face, that he was diseased? Infectious. Not worthy of milkshake sharing? What on earth was I thinking? I'm pretty sure most of America would want to share a milkshake with him. I mean, I would share one. But here I am, acting like a toddler parroting their parents by repeating what Pacey has said to me.
I'm not diseased.
Eli's face scrunches up.
Your brother likes to make up lies so he has a chance to live up to my beauty.
Eli says, making direct eye contact with me and batting his eyelashes foolishly.
But for the record, I don't have any diseases. I just want to clarify that.
I hold up my hands. Hey, what you do on your own time is your business. But I know a lot of what he does on his own time involves women. Many long nights, and always short goodbyes. The bartender sets my drinks down and then glances back and forth between Eli and me. She smirks and says, "Shall I put your drinks on the Hockey Stars tab?" Normally, I'd say no, because I don't like to blur the lines with work in my free time. But for some reason, and out of an attempt to match his teasing, I smile at Eli. Yes, I'd love that. Then I smirk at the bartender. Thank you. She winks. Of course. Well, now that I have boldly put my drinks on someone else's tab, it's time I take off before I sweat through this dress. I start to walk away when Eli steps in front of me, blocking my retreat.
If I'm paying for your drink, the least you can do is talk to me a little longer, don't you think?
Talk with him longer. That would actually be the last thing I'd want to do. Why, you ask? Because he intimidates me. Because coming out tonight was supposed to be fun, and even though Hornsby is a great guy, I just don't feel super comfortable around him. This is going to sound really bad, I realize that. But he's just too pretty. I'm not in his league. Not that he would ever be interested in me, but I like to keep my interactions with him to a minimum, especially since he's a giant flirt. I don't need my little romantic brain thinking that this overtly attractive alpha male is the least bit interested in seeing me naked. Nope. It's better to let ourselves down easy and not even jump into that realm of thinking. Therefore, we need to find his friends and scoot him over to their company, not mine. Did you come here alone?
Posey came with me, but he took off within 5 minutes, claiming he had an upset stomach. Frankly, I think the whole singles bar thing really freaked him out.
Now, Posey is someone I could hang out with. Yes, he's handsome, but he's also slightly more down-to-earth. A sparkling glint doesn't bounce off his teeth every time he smiles like it does with Hornsby. Aw, why? He's so lovable. There's potential for him to find a really nice girl. Hornsby's brow creases.
He finds enough girls. That's the problem. He doesn't like all the attention.
I give him a look of disbelief. This coming from the biggest player on the team. His eyebrows shoot upward, nearly kissing his thick hairline.
You think I'm the biggest player?
He points at his chest, feigning shock. Is he kidding? I don't think he's the biggest player. I know he is. Everyone knows it. The team, the management, the fans. It's no secret that Hornsby gets around. I asked Pacey once if Hornsby ever felt bad about going from girl to girl, and Pacey said no, because he's always upfront and honest with them. They know what they're getting themselves into with him. One night, and that's it. Call me crazy, but that kind of attitude, one night and that's it, smells distinctively of universal player status. And I'm ready to tell him that, to stamp him with my label, when his beautiful eyes short-circuit my brain, turning it into a pile of useless, wrinkly mush. I'd like to say, well, whew, is it hot in here? He shakes his head, smiling. Yeah, I didn't think so. But as I was saying, I heard, you know how everyone talks, that you are, that you are easily the biggest player on the team. The drinks in my hands feel like they're about to slip out of my grasp and crash to the floor as my palms sweat like they're trudging through the depths of the Amazon.
Says who?
Isn't it obvious? Everyone? I grimace. He brings his drink to his lips, studying me the entire time, his uncaring disposition rolling off him carelessly. To have that much confidence? I couldn't even imagine.
You shouldn't listen to other people's opinions.
Are you saying it's not true? I roll my teeth over the corner of my lip, and his eyes immediately fixate on the movement. When his gaze connects with mine again, he says,
I'm saying it's not currently true.
Okay, good to know. I honestly don't know what to do with that or where to go from here. I just want to have a drink with my friend. So, to let him off the hook, I say, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but you don't need to prove anything with me. I'm not allowed to put players' personal lives, as in hockey players, not the philandering kind of player that you have been described as tonight, on TikTok unless approved. So your extracurricular activities are safe with me. There. Maybe he just wants some reassurance that his horny ways won't be splashed all over an app accompanied by a trending snippet of music. Although, it would make a good post. No, I'd never do that.
Not trying to prove anything.
His eyes travel down my body and then all the way back up, his gaze feeling like an infrared light examining me for any inconsistencies. Trust me, he doesn't need a special laser sight to spot them. With a step closer, he says,
Just looking for some company. Are you really going to make me spend my birthday alone?
Well, isn't that just a kick to my flimsy escape plan? Blue-green eyes lock with mine as I take in his beautiful face. He's so disgustingly proportionate. From his lips to his nose to the strong angular curve in his jaw. He's perfect. Actually, freaking perfect. Pair that with his towering height, broad muscular shoulders, his athletic prowess, and his charming disposition, and he's a tough one to say no to. Very tough. It's not my fault you chose the wrong person to spend your birthday with, I say, attempting to figure out why on earth he'd want to spend the night in my company. I'm no one in his world. Sure, I can make a mean quesadilla, and if you were to ask me what season of New Girl a certain episode is from, I'd be able to answer you. And, not to toot my own horn, but this girl knows how to sew a button, a lost skill among the ages. But other than that, there's nothing special over here, at least nothing of Hornsby's caliber.
True, but I'm choosing you now. Are you really going to turn me down?
I'm trying to, but failing magnificently. I'd like to state it's not my fault. Just look at him. I'd love to see any one of you say no to him. Go ahead, give it a shot. Yeah, that's what I thought. Impossible. Goodbye, girls' night. I had plans, of talking to Blakely about my latest waxing experience, which was a nightmare, and asking her what she thinks of that period underwear you see advertised all over the place. Oh, and how I spent 2 hours the other night watching this beautiful Turkish baker plow her fist into proofed bread dough over and over again. This is not the kind of conversation that should be had in front of a man like Eli, nor should he obtain humiliating information like that about me. Also, I'm not sure he would have a valuable opinion on period underwear. But it seems Hornsby has other plans, and honestly, I'm not a beast. I can't just leave someone on their birthday alone. So it seems like this duo of Blakely and me has become a trio. Turn you down? I glance to the side, spotting Blakely buried in her phone. I swallow hard. I guess I'm not. A full-on, mind-melting, panty-splitting smile spreads across his face, and that one look, full of flirtatious promises, makes my legs quiver. Pulse. Possibly spread if I wasn't standing. I have no intentions of ever hooking up with Hornsby, or any one of Pacey's teammates for that matter. But he's chosen me to be his bestie tonight, so that's that. Without another word, he wraps his arm around my shoulders and together, we head toward Blakely, who looks up from her phone just in time to catch us walking together. Uh-oh. I've seen that grin before. That grin doesn't look promising for me. The gears are grinding in her mind. Her evil, evil mind. When I set her drink on the table, I can tell I'm not going to like what comes out of her mouth next, and that drink will most likely be consumed by me, not her. Eli Hornsby, isn't it your birthday? She says, the ease in her voice making me envious. She's always had an easy time talking to the players, whereas I nervously sweat in the corner and respond to their questions with weird grunting noises until I warm up. You would think being around hockey players my entire life would have prepared me not to be a nervous wreck, but that is not reality. At least, not when it comes to Hornsby.
It is my birthday.
He sets his drink on the small circular table. Well, happy birthday, she says. And I hate to do this because celebrating your birthday seems like a lot of fun. Hate To do what? Why is she standing from her chair? Why isn't she lifting her drink to take a sip? Why the hell is she putting her purse strap over her shoulder? But Perry called, and he came home early to surprise me. I'd love to see where this night takes us, but my Valentine is requesting my presence. She pouts her lip, but it falls flat on me. I don't believe her. Not even for a second. You're just going to leave? I ask her, panic laced in my voice. I give her a look. The best friend look that says, please, Jesus, don't leave me alone with him. But because she's the evil wench that she is, she deliberately doesn't translate my plea. Yes, but you have Hornsby here to keep you company and possibly be your wingman.
Wingman?
Hornsby says.
Are you looking to hook up with someone, Penny?
What? No! My cheeks flame with embarrassment. No, I didn't even want to come out tonight, but Blakely convinced me. I was fine with just hanging out at my place and eating a gallon of ice cream. Pint. A pint of ice cream. I actually meant what I said. A gallon. A full-on gallon of creamy, delicious milkiness. Possibly even with some sprinkles or chocolate fudge. Definitely cherries. But of course, I'm not going to admit that in front of Mr. Rock-Hard Body. She needed to get out. She hasn't even celebrated her promotion yet, Blakely says.
You haven't?
Hornsby asks.
Well, then, it looks like we're going to be ordering another round.
He turns his attention to Blakely.
Don't worry, I've got your girl. I'll make sure she has the best evening of her life.
To my horror, Blakely winks. I hope you do. She then leans into me and gives me a hug while whispering, please end up in his bed tonight and tell me all about it later. Are you insane? I say through gritted teeth as she pulls away. I'll miss you too, but we'll catch up at work. She boops my nose with her finger. Love you. And then she turns to Hornsby. Take good care of my girl.
I will.
He answers as he lifts his glass toward her. And then, before I know what the hell just happened, I'm left alone with Eli Hornsby, sharing an intimate table in the back of the bar while romantic music plays above us.
Take a seat. Stay a while,
He says, pushing out a stool for me with his wing-tipped covered foot. Wow. Just wow. I can't believe Blakely did that. And to my demise, there's not much I can do. I'm not strong enough to set my drink down and walk away without a word. I have to see the man at work, for goodness sake. My only out was Blakely, and my ex-best friend just left me. I have no choice. Succumbing to the trickery, I take a seat and then bring my drink to my lips. Blakely is going to get an earful from me tomorrow. Best friend card positively revoked. She will need to earn that back with lots of presents. Pretty, glittery presents. And cash. Yes, I will require cold hard cash from her to even get back in my good graces. She will need to fan the cash in my face while telling me why I am all sorts of accomplished in button sewing. The price you pay for leaving me, at least $50. In ones, just to make it annoying. Maybe $10 in quarters. $5 in nickels. All placed in a jar that is labeled, I'm sorry, with a heart on it. Said jar should be presented to me while she hands me my favorite coffee drink, skinny vanilla latte, a new glittery notebook, and a matching pen. Yep, that will be her penance. Even with that, she's still on probation. I'll just consider letting her talk to me.
Hey, are you okay? Are you really that angry?
Eli asks, pulling me from my thoughts of murderous ways to get Blakely back.
Because you seem like you're ready to fist punch that drink across the room.
I stare at Blakely's drink, considering doing exactly that. A swift punch of it across the room feels satisfactory. Irritated, I answer.
Irritated because you're left with me for the night, or irritated because your friend is the one who dragged you out tonight and then ditched you?
Both, I say before I can stop myself. I mean, the last one, not both. I don't mind being here with you. You're fine and all.
Fine and all,
Eli says, looking insulted.
Just fine? You know a lot of people would feel excited to share a drink with me.
Yes, of course. All of the people, including me, I say, backtracking. Very excited. I tap my drink to his. Cheers to being excited about spending the night together. I take a sip as a smile passes over his lips. Wait, I didn't mean spending the night together like that. You know, like the way you spend the night with women. Naked. I just meant mutually together in a non-sexual way. Strictly platonic. We don't have sex. That's not something we do. We barely talk, so sex is definitely not something we do. Jesus, Penny, stop talking. I take a large gulp of my drink. But then I keep going. Not that it would be bad sex. I continue for God knows what reason. The nerves and that three-piece suit. And the no socks. His ankles seem so dreamy. The combination is shaking me to my very core. I'm pretty good at sex. At least that's what I convince myself of. I mean, probably not as good as you because it seems like you get a lot of practice in, if that's what you want to call it. I've had a few partners, one long-term, and he was pretty good. We enjoyed sharing a little romp, you know? I elbow him as he just stares at me, his expression full of humor. Anyway, I blow out a long breath. You're probably wishing you walked away with Blakely.
No.
He continues to grin.
This is right where I want to be. You are more than entertaining.
I'm babbling. That's what happens when I'm nervous. I babble. And oh God, I can't believe I just told you that I'm nervous. Not that talking to you about my sex life is better. I just wish that you would stop me from talking so I don't keep going on and on like this. When he doesn't say anything and instead takes a sip from his beer, I say, please say something. Anything. Put me out of my misery. He chuckles, a deep, throaty sound that vibrates through my bones.
Why would I want to do that when clearly this is the best company I've had in years?
Because you're cruel?
Nah, I just like seeing you squirm, which makes me ask, why the hell are you nervous?
Yeah, why are you nervous, Penny? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because he's a 6'4" piece of studliness, and I'm not used to being this close to perfection. Maybe because Blakely wants me to bed this man, and now that's all I can think about. Maybe because I wasn't planning on being on my best behavior tonight, and here I am, trying to be professional. Professional would not be the correct term, especially after the sex talk. I don't know, I say instead. Are you nervous?
No. Why would I be nervous?
The pressure of Valentine's Day? I shrug.
Never celebrate it, because I'm always celebrating my birthday.
Right. I glance at my drink. I think I'm going to need another one of these.
Then drink up.
He winks, and I swear my uterus flutters. What on earth is happening to me? Is it because it's Valentine's Day and the added romance in the air is playing with my head? Because I've had one-on-ones with Eli before. Granted, they've been quick and I had a task, but still, I didn't stumble around like I am now. Not to mention, when I'd look him in the eyes while working, he never studied my lips or grinned the way he is now. Nor did he ever give me a once-over. So what's so different about tonight?
Chapter 2. Eli. I remember the moment I first met Penny Laws. She was an intern, and Pacey was showing her around. We ran into each other in the hallway, right outside the locker room. I made some offhanded comment about Pacey bringing girls around the locker room and asked him if he was starting his own Brentwood baseball tradition. They are known for taking the girls back to the locker room. His eyes grew murderous as he said, through a very clenched jaw, that the girl next to him was his sister. You could imagine my surprise. I mean, Pacey is a good-looking guy, if you're into the long, curly blonde hair look, but his sister? Jesus fuck. Hot. She's curvy, with hips to grip onto, and a full fucking rack that I could easily spend an hour exploring. And those goddamn lips. plush and begging to be bruised. Long platinum blonde hair that I could wrap around my hand and hold on tight while I drive into her. Fucking perfection, every last inch of her. Later that day, when I was headed to the weight room to get some legs in after the game, Pacey body slammed me against the wall and held me there as he told me to stay the fuck away from his sister. Of course I played dumb and said I had no idea what he was talking about, which he replied with, "I saw the way you were looking at her. I swear to God, if you touch her, you're a dead man." So, I've held on to that little piece of knowledge because although a threat, I know for certain it's most likely a real threat. A threat I didn't want to come face to face with. Every time I ran into her, walking through the hallways of the stadium or working with her on one of her many TikTok campaigns, I just nodded and smiled outwardly. But inwardly, fuck. I ate up her high heels that put the smallest dent on her short stature. I envisioned what those heels would look like wrapped around my waist. I thought about how I'd peel those high heels off and lay her back on my bed, watching her hair fanned out across the mattress. And those fantasies have collected in my head, filed into a folder labeled untouchable. But they haven't stopped producing, even after knowing I can't do anything about it. They've just stockpiled. With every glance from her, with every moment I hear those heels click-clacking down the hallway, with every goddamn laugh from her beautiful lips when she's talking to someone else. My mind has wandered, my imagination has soared, and I've been horny and needy whenever she's been around. Tonight is no exception. Except I'm flirting with her tonight. It is my birthday after all. Happy birthday to me. There's nothing wrong with a bit of flirting, right? You seem to be drinking that pretty quickly. I point out to her as she sucks on her straw, her cheeks hollowing out, making me dream of what she'd look like if she was sucking on something other than that straw.
Am I?
She asks after she pulls away from her drink.
Well, I'm thirsty. All that babbling has left me parched.
The fucking babbling. Normally I wouldn't care for a woman to go on and on about random things, but for some reason when Penny does it, I'm enamored, and I want nothing more than for her to continue. I want to get lost in those crazy thoughts of hers. Do you want something to eat? I ask her. She glances around.
I think I'm okay. I'm actually not planning on staying long. You know, work tomorrow. I really came out tonight as a favor to Blakely and stayed out because, well, it's your birthday. You know what we should do? We should actually roam the bar and find someone you can go home with. You know, someone who would really know how to celebrate.
She waggles her eyebrows at me as if I wasn't so annoyed with her trying to pass me off on someone else I'd think it's cute. I'm good with you.
Me?
She asks, pointing at herself.
Well, you know, I'm not, the thing is...
Good with hanging out with you, I say, clearing the air so she doesn't think I'm looking for anything other than her company. She has no idea the number of times I've said no to another woman's advances because of an interaction with her on a particular day. If she were to make a move, I'd jump on it so hard. In an instant, we'd be headed to my place with one thing on my mind, getting between her legs.
Oh, okay.
She stares down at her drink.
You don't think I'm boring?
Why would I think you were boring? You have been nothing but entertaining since I bumped into you.
Yes, but I'm not a super great conversationalist.
Not true, I say before taking a small sip of my beer. I've seen you with the guys. You're always laughing with them, joking around, teasing.
Yes, well, that's different.
How so? I ask while leaning in closer to her. From my position, I catch a whiff of her heady, exotic perfume, and it hits me in my goddamn chest. She glances away, and I can tell whatever she's going to say won't be the truth. And I want the truth from her. It's rare when I talk to her like this, so I don't want anything to hold her back. I lift my hand, and with 2 fingers, I rotate her head so she's looking at me. Tell me the truth. Why is interacting with me different? She visibly gulps as her eyes search mine, bouncing back and forth until she says,
Because you're, well...
She swallows again.
You're attractive.
Bingo. Just the thing I wanted to hear. Never hurts a man's ego to hear the woman he's been lusting after for 2 years thinks he's attractive. Nope, I'm going to keep that little nugget of info very close to my dick.
Well, not that the other guys aren't attractive, because they are, but you're just different, and I don't know why I admitted that. I've only had 2 drinks. It's not like I'm drunk or anything, so my lips shouldn't be that loose. Honestly, how about we forget I even said that?
No fucking way. I let my hand slide back down only to settle close to hers on the table. I'm tucking that snippet of knowledge away forever. She sighs heavily.
Why do you have to rub it in like that? Clearly, it's embarrassing for me to talk about.
Rub it in? I'm not rubbing it in. I'm basking in the glory of Penny Laws thinking I'm attractive.
Why on earth would you do that?
She asks with a pinch of her brow. Because you're a fucking goddess and being recognized by you feels really fucking amazing, I say before I can stop myself. Her mouth falls open, shock written all over her expression. But we don't have to talk about that, I say quickly, not wanting to scare her away. Dropping that hint is important, though. I want her to know that I'd worship her if she let me, but I don't want to make it awkward either. Tell me something I don't know about you. She blinks a few times, and then she sits back on her stool while crossing her arms over her chest. Inquisitively, she glances around the busy bar with bustling singles, just looking to hook up with someone tonight. Finally, she quietly leans in and whispers,
Is this some sort of prank show that I'm on, and I don't know about it?
"What?" I ask, confused. She motions between us.
This can't possibly be a real thing. So, do you have me on a prank show? Oh God, is this for the team? Are there cameras?
She looks around again, lifting out of her chair to get a better look. I settle my hand on her shoulder and push her back onto her seat. Looking her in the eyes, I say, "There is no prank show, Penny. I wouldn't do that to you." She studies me again, her expression a mixture of humor and confusion. I'm not quite sure if she's about to lay down an onslaught of questions or burst out in laughter. She chooses the latter. It starts slow, a chuckle, a small ha, until it turns into a full-on guffaw, followed by a litany of outlandish laughter so obnoxiously loud that people around us start to glance our way. The laughter takes over every last inch of her body, shaking her from head to toe to the point of actual tears. Freaking tears. With a napkin, she blots at her eyes, pauses, glances at me, and starts laughing all over again. Annoyed, I take a long, hard gulp of my drink until nothing is left while she continues gripping her stomach and gasping for air. I see a server crossing by us and wave him down for another round, for the both of us, while Penny attempts to gather herself. Attempts being the key word. After another minute, I ask, "You done?" She takes a few breaths, lets out a few more chuckles, and then sips her drink through her straw just as the server brings us a new round. He takes our empty glasses and then disappears. After a few more seconds, she dabs at her eyes one more time and nods.
I'm done.
She smirks. I wait to see if she breaks out in laughter again, but when she keeps it together, I say, "Then would you mind telling me why what I said was so funny to you?"
Because it's unbelievable.
She answers. Straw pinched between her fingers, she sips from her new glass now.
Ask everyone in this bar if what you said is believable, and 100% they would say no.
I see. I rub the side of my jaw, trying to maintain my composure because now she's really fucking irritated me. I'm a pretty chill guy and can joke with the rest of them. I prefer it, actually. But this conversation has grated on my nerves. It's not only insulting to me, but it's degrading to her. She's so goddamn hot, it's painful being near her and not being able to make a move. But that very well might change tonight. I lean in and rest my hand on her bare thigh, sliding it inwardly as I say into her ear, "For your information, from the moment I first met you, I wanted to fuck you. Don't believe it if you want." My lips graze her ear. But it's fucking true. Those lips of yours, I've wanted to own them. Your tits, I've wanted to worship. And your pussy, I've wanted to taste it. Her breath hitches as I allow my thumb to move across her silky skin. "Every time I've run into you, Every time I've made eye contact with you, or any time I've been close enough to smell your perfume, I've thought about all the dirty, naughty, delicious things I could do to you. Dreamed about it, wondered what it would be like to have you riding my cock, your tits bouncing near my face, your cunt pulsing against my length. So don't, for one goddamn moment, think that what I said was a joke. I'd never joke about fucking you. Ever. And with a nip at her earlobe, I pull away and drag my hand off her thigh before grabbing my drink and lifting it to my lips. The whole time I keep my eyes on her. Cheeks flushed, lips parted in shock, and her chest is actually heaving just as her eyes slowly lock in on mine. She wets her lips as her face registers shock. I can only imagine what's going through her mind. Hell, I wasn't expecting to lay out my desires for her like that. But she irritated me, and I needed at that moment for her to understand the truth, to understand the torture I've endured ever since I met her. Finally, she finds her voice.
I was told I'm bad at sex.
The fuck? It's really loud in here tonight, so I must have heard her wrong. Surely she didn't suggest someone told her she was a lousy lay. But looking at her face, at what looks like utter mortification, maybe I did hear her right. Penny, did you just say...
I know I claimed earlier that I was good. A decent roll in the sheets, but that was a lie to save face. My last boyfriend said I was bad, so... just thought that might help your fantasies. No good over here. A no-fly zone for pulse-pounding sex. Sorry.
Bad at sex? Some dipshit told her she was bad at sex? Who the fuck says that to a woman? The only reason a man would say that is because he's the one who's actually bad at sex and is placing the blame on someone else so he doesn't have to face reality. Anger pumping through my veins, I say quietly as I close the space between us. I don't believe that for one goddamn second. I reach up and push a stray piece of hair behind her ear, lingering at her cheek. Let me ask you this. Did he ever make you orgasm? Visibly uncomfortable, she shifts on her stool.
Well, when I assisted him.
Assisted him? I ask, intrigued with exactly how she would do that.
If I massaged myself while he thrust into me from behind.
The image of her playing with her clit while being fucked runs through my head like a goddamn motion picture on the big screen. I can see it, feel it. But instead of some fuck-up behind her, it's me. And the only reason she's playing with her clit is because I demanded that she did, not because she needed it. I'm so turned on. Facing her, I rest my feet on the rungs of her stool and place my hand on her back, closing her between me and the high-top table. Did you have to do that every time? Massage yourself? She doesn't look at me. She averts her eyes to her drink where she plays with the condensation, dragging her perfectly manicured finger over the dewy droplets.
We don't have to talk about this. What about, your birthday? Get any good presents?
Not yet, I answer. But I'm hoping I'll get a really good one by the end of the night. Her eyes shoot to mine, and I hold her gaze, letting her know how fucking serious I am. She's off limits. I've been warned, and I've kept my distance. But there's something about tonight. Something driving me closer and closer to her. And no matter how many times I try to conjure up Pacey's angry face or threatening words, they're quickly washed away by my desperation. Want her. Need her. Bad. And I'm not sure anything can stop me from having her tonight.
Chapter 3. Penny. Booze. I need more booze. All of the booze. Pretend my mouth is the base of a waterfall and just tip all of the liquor right down the gullet because, oh my God, Eli Hornsby is causing me to turn all different shades of red. Not to mention sweat. He is making me sweat down my freaking back. Yeah, I know. Sweating isn't the least bit attractive and no one wants to hear about it. But I'm more than glistening at this point, and it's all because the extremely gorgeous man sitting next to me decided to nip my earlobe. Have you ever felt a tsunami of arousal take over your body in one giant consuming wave? Well, I have. And it was the moment Eli decided to pull my earlobe between his teeth. My freaking earlobe, ladies! I don't think earlobes are the least bit sexy. They're dangling skin bits attached to your head. It's a good thing someone thought to pierce them because they need a little something to make them not so freaky. But yes, here I am panting and sweating like a freaking hockey player after 3 periods on the ice from one little nib. A brief nibble. It's not like he stuck his tongue in my ear, which, by the way, yuck. Nor did he suck on my ear or make out with it. His teeth made a brief pass, and before I could register what was happening, he was back in place, sipping his beer. Yet it was life-altering. I can still feel it, his teeth on my ear. I can still sense his hand on my inner thigh, his thumb caressing my skin, dragging, teasing. And that provocative voice of his. I can still hear it ringing through my ears, telling me all the dirty things he wants to do to me. He wants to see my boobs bounce in his face? What on earth? My gulp, cunt pulse against his length? I never in my life have heard such a sinister sentence. That's why I need the booze. Because I'm a bundle of nerves about to either curl into a ball of anxiety or legit pull my boob from my dress and lay it on the table as an appetizer for the voraciously hungry man sitting next to me. Boob for the taking, preferably to be used as a sucking device. Do you see what I'm talking about? I've completely lost it.
Did you get this dress for tonight?
His hand that's resting on the back of my chair slowly drags over the hot pink fabric. When his finger toys with the zipper on the back, my intake of breath nearly startles me right off my stool. No, I squeak. I had it, but have never worn it. I always thought it was too slutty for work, even paired with a blazer, but I thought it would be cute for a date. It was an impulse purchase. It was on sale, and I liked the color, and I thought it would show off my short legs, which it does because it likes to ride up my thighs while I walk. It didn't do that in the mirror. But I wasn't walking either. I was just standing there checking myself out. So a very misleading dress, if you ask me. But to answer your question, bringing this full circle, this scrap of fabric on my body was not purchased for tonight. He brushes my hair off my shoulder, his fingers dragging along my skin, burning me, branding me. Is this his way of seduction? Is that what's happening? I mean, he did say he wanted me to be his present tonight, so is that what's happening? If so, it's working. My body is thrumming, urging me to ask for more.
Well, I'm glad you saved it for tonight. It looks fucking hot on you.
I chuckle because honestly, I don't know how else to react. This scenario right now just feels so unreal. It's Valentine's Day. And I'm single and sitting next to Eli Hornsby while he flirts with me. Never in my wildest thoughts would I have ever imagined this scenario to play out.
Why are you laughing?
He asks, closing the space between us, causing my body to heat another degree. Because, I clear my throat, this all seems so ridiculous. I mean, what are we doing?
Flirting,
He says.
Spending some time together, some innocent time together.
This is innocent, I ask.
Yes, if it wasn't innocent, trust me, you would know.
I wave my hand in front of my face. Thank God it's dark in here because I could only imagine the color of my beet red cheeks at this moment. Well, I don't know what to say to that other than, I feel like it's time to leave. I down the rest of my drink, and as the liquid flows down my throat, I think about how I should have left half an hour ago, but for some odd reason, I stuck around. Not sure why. I set my empty glass on the table and stand from my stool, only for Hornsby to stand as well, blocking me from my retreat. You seem to be in the way, I say, looking up at him.
Because I don't want you to leave.
Well, that's kind of you to want me to stay, but you see, I fear that if I stick around, I'll do something really stupid like beg you to nibble on my ear again. A grin falls over his lips.
That's not stupid. That's actually a really good idea.
I shake my head. No, it's a terrible idea. Really bad. I reach up and pat his chest, his rock-hard muscles doing nothing to tamper my libido. Wow, you are really muscular. He chuckles and then takes my hand in his and sits me back on my stool.
Stay. I promise I won't flirt anymore. Just don't leave me on my birthday. I've had enough birthdays alone growing up. Give me this one with some company.
He spent birthdays alone? What does he mean by that? That's so sad. I realize at this moment that I don't really know much about Hornsby other than the obvious. What's put out in the world for fans. But behind those devilish eyes and sparkling grin, I don't know where he grew up, anything about how he became the hockey star that he is, or pretty much any vital information that made him who he is today.
Please, Penny?
God, how could I possibly say no to that face? I can't. It's why I haven't left yet. And it's why I find myself asking him to order me another drink and some pretzel bites with cheese sauce. After a quick trip to the bathroom, with a promise that I won't ditch him, I settle back on my stool, pleased to see food and new drinks on the table. Told you I'd return, I say while picking up a pretzel.
I'd like to think it was because you wanted to spend more time with me, but my guess is it's because of the pretzel bites.
While chewing, I say, yeah, well, I'm a sucker for carbs. He chuckles and picks up a pretzel as well, and then smears it in cheese sauce before sticking it in his mouth. For reasons I can't quite pinpoint, I watch as he eats, noticing the fine muscles in his jaw work as he chews, or the way his throat contracts when he swallows. It's extremely hot and makes me think I should do a collage of the boy swallowing and chewing for TikTok. A good old-fashioned thirst trap. Then again, it might be a little too sexual, and I'm not ready to lose my job. Not when I just earned it.
So, tell me this, Penny. If Blakely was sitting here instead, what would you be talking about?
I wash my pretzel down with a giant sip of my fourth gimlet of the night and smile when I set my glass down, starting to feel the effects of the alcohol. Well, you for sure. We would probably be watching your every move and then gossiping about it with each other, possibly trying to figure out who you were hitting on, why, and what you were saying. Possibly betting on who you would take home.
Is that so? Who's to say I wouldn't have stuck around with you two?
Once we start talking about my bad waxing experience, trust me, you would have left.
Waxing, huh?
He gives me a slow once-over.
You bear down there, Penny?
Because said alcohol has started to loosen me up, I answer him by saying, normally just a short landing strip, but this last go-around, everything went, and I wasn't ready for it. It wasn't my normal lady, so she lit me up with wax. He wets his lips as he looks at me as if I'm a rare Wagyu beef he's been craving for years.
Do you like it?
I shrug and pop another pretzel in my mouth. I mean, it doesn't feel much different. I honestly was nervous that doing it all would strip my clit right off, but it's still intact. He chuckles.
Well, that's good to hear.
His hand falls back on my chair as he faces me, his commanding body taking up all of the space between us.
I've gotten my balls waxed before.
Really? I ask. You know, I was about to say that's hard to believe, but just by the way you dress, I'd guess you're a waxer. Do you wax your chest? He nods.
Yeah, chest, balls, and ass.
Well, isn't that information? I see. I clear my throat. You still do that? He nods again.
Yes, I think it makes me skate faster. I got Taters to go with me once. He shrieked like a feral cat in heat and walked around after like someone stuck a hot iron on his nads, but he got used to it and now goes regularly.
That's fascinating. I should do a video of you two. Call it the story of bare balls. He laughs.
Pretty sure the front office would not approve.
Probably not. I shift my body so I'm facing him now and our knees knock together. He spreads his legs wider, and I slip in closer while crossing one leg over the other. His hand that was holding his drink falls to my thigh, and the heat of his touch mixed with the coldness of his palm does strange things to my muscles, contracting them in all different ways.
What else would you be talking to Blakely about?
His thumb caresses my skin, and I nearly moan from the touch. Yep, the alcohol has really loosened me up. Probably about my horrible sex life because that's what friends in relationships like to talk about with their single friends. That and setting me up with someone to help out with my horrible sex life.
When Taters was dating Sarah before they broke up, they always tried to set me up with her friends, claiming I was perfect for every single one of them. I think it was just because they had the need to see me in a relationship.
Did you ever go out with any of them?
One.
He admits.
We fucked, and that was it.
He shrugs. Have you ever been in a relationship?
Not since high school. It's easier not having to worry about someone else with my hectic schedule. I figured when I retire, I'll have plenty of time to find a girl and start a family, if I want.
Is that what you want? I ask, curious about this man who usually wears a mask of flirtation rather than truth.
Possibly.
He sips his beer.
Haven't put much thought into it, kind of focusing on the here and now.
He sets his glass down on the table and twists it with his large hand.
What about you, Penny? You looking to start a family? Looking to settle down?
I cringe and shake my head. No, I don't think I'm mature enough for that. I've been so focused on my career that I haven't even thought about any of that stuff. Not really interested in any of it, to be honest. Just having fun.
Then you've come to the right place.
He lifts his glass and says,
Let's finish these drinks and get out of here.
Oh, going home? I ask, slightly stunned and possibly, just possibly, upset about him abruptly wanting to part so soon. He smirks.
No, we are going to go get some dessert. I know of a great place.
Wait, you want me to go with you? He rolls his eyes.
Yes, Jesus. Don't I deserve birthday cake?
I mean, yes, of course. My mind reels. As long as you actually mean birthday cake and not something else.
What could you possibly be referring to?
He asks with a sparkling glint in his eyes that's damn near blinding. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I down the rest of my drink. The alcohol is kicked in and I'm feeling extraordinarily happy. There are no more nerves, no more anxiety. I feel relaxed but also coherent. Like I can make solid decisions that aren't fogged by intoxication. It's why when Hornsby stands and offers his hand to me, I don't take it right away.
Are you going to celebrate my birthday with me?
You tend to use the whole birthday thing to your advantage. You realize that, right?
I survived another year on this planet. I'm pretty sure that's cause for celebration.
He wiggles his fingers.
Come on.
Wait 1 second. Before I agree to this dessert, which is actual food, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I straighten my shoulders. Then I need to make sure that after dessert, we part ways and say goodnight. His jaw clenches, and I can see his irritation in the tick of his cheek and the way he glances away. Will he agree? My guess is dessert was a ploy. I might be buzzed, but I'm not stupid. And as I await his answer, I inwardly smirk because I can see right through him.
Okay.
He finally says,
After dessert, we part ways.
Deal? I hold out my hand. He lets out a deep sigh.
Deal.
He takes my hand in his and pulls me down off my stool.
Follow me.
Together we weave through the crowd. A few guys notice him and stop him for a fist bump or a handshake. One guy took a selfie with Hornsby, and the entire time he held my hand, never letting go. It was a whirlwind of appreciation that I wasn't ready to be exposed to. I get the need to have a little piece of him, though. These men are absolute gods here in Vancouver. To spot them out in the wild and have access to them is most likely overwhelming and a dream come true to any hockey fan. When we're finally outside, we're whipped in the face by a chilly wind. February in Vancouver in a dress is not a smart choice, but I wasn't expecting to be outside very long. Hornsby lets go of my hand and he quickly removes his suit jacket before draping it over my shoulders. The large jacket drowns me in the tailored fabric that smells just like him. Immediately, my body warms from a thought of him being wrapped around me.
It's a quick walk,
He says, before taking my hand again and guiding me down the block. I tug on the hem of my dress as we move quickly. I didn't think of winter wear when I put this dress on. Thank you for your jacket.
You're welcome. And that dress, trust me, it's perfect for tonight.
Says the guy wearing pants.
My ankles are exposed. I feel the chilliness.
Oh, heaven forbid your ankles get cold, I joke.
I know. Fans around would be terrified they might turn blue. You know there are Instagram accounts dedicated just to my ankles?
I know, I've seen them, I say. The comments are absolutely ridiculous.
Ridiculous or true? Someone said I could easily win Best Ankles in Canada and America. I mean, that's a title I'd wear proudly.
Maybe this week you model off your ankles for a TikTok. Give your hungry fans more material to work with.
Give them the goods like that?
He shakes his head, and in all seriousness, he says,
Penny, you can't just give away the milk for free. You have to make them work for it. A little flash here and a little flash there to keep them begging for more. If you just hand it to them, they'll become disinterested. And do you really think I want my ankles to be known as has-beens?
A loud laugh erupts out of me from how ridiculous he sounds. The absolute horror.
Exactly. So I say we plan a 2-year marketing project of showing bits and pieces of my ankles until the grand reveal of a full-on 30-minute video showing clips of just my ankles. Talk about the ultimate apex. Think of the relief these fans will feel.
Like a pent-up, edged-out orgasm.
Precisely.
He says, his voice growing deeper. I glance up at him, and when our eyes connect, all I can see is a yearning in his. I point my finger at him. Don't even think about it.
What?
He holds his one hand up in defense.
I wasn't thinking about anything.
You are such a liar. We're silent for a moment, and then he mumbles.
You're the one who said orgasm.
Yeah, and you were the one who alluded to it.
I alluded to nothing. That's just your filthy mind at work, Penny. Chapter 4. Eli. Let's be clear about one thing. Any woman I take to bed is a willing, consensual partner. Do I flirt shamelessly to get them there? Of course. But do I make them go against their own will? Never. That's not how I fucking roll. I want the woman to want me just as much as I want her. So the way this evening is going with Penny is excruciating because I sense how this night might end. I've crossed a line with flirting with my best friend, my teammate's sister, and for nothing. She's too shy. She's too level-headed. She might be attracted to me, but she's not going to give in. Am I disappointed? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean I'll ditch her and find someone else. I actually like her company. She's funny, interesting. When she's more comfortable, she jokes around, and I like that. She's just a cool person to hang out with. Honestly, I'm glad I ran into her. She's made my birthday enjoyable when usually it's just a mindless day of me trying to forget I don't have much family, nor do I have anyone who calls me on my birthday other than my teammates.
Where is this place?
Penny shivers next to me. Just around the corner. Releasing her hand, I wrap my arm around her shoulder, bringing her in close to keep her warm. It's not just cold out, it's borderline bone-chilling. Hat, gloves, heavy jacket kind of weather. My ankles are cold, so I can't imagine what she must be feeling right now. I turn the corner, and the little bakery that I've grown very fond of has a neon sign in the window stating they are open, just in time. Right there, I say, pointing ahead. We pick up our speed, and when we reach the shop, I open the door for her. I like to say this bakery is the best-kept secret in Vancouver. It's an absolute hole in the wall, a narrow building with a bakery case running the length of the shop, chipped and scuffed black and white tiled floors, and of course, an old man working the front register who has seen his fair share of flowers spilled all over the ground. He glances up from his register, and the smallest of smiles lights up his face. "Eli, my boy, I was wondering when you were going to come in again." Right above the cash register is a framed jersey of mine, signed and made out to Robert, the man beaming at me. I gave it to him last year as a 75th birthday present. It absolutely made his day. "Hey, Robert," I say. "Been busy, and also trying to cut down on the sweets." I pat my stomach. "Playoffs are just around the corner, and I need to be in top form." "I recall the night you came in for some red velvet cake. The next day you had one of the best games of the season." He lifts his chin. "I told everyone it was because you ate my cake." "You know, I do believe that was the reason." He chuckles. "Look at this guy, making an old man feel good about himself." He turns his attention to Penny. "And who might this be? I've never seen you bring a girl in here before. She must be special." I pull Penny in even closer and give her shoulder a squeeze. She is special. Her name is Penny. I've known her for a bit now, and she decided to spend my birthday with me. "It's your birthday?" Robert asks. "Well, hot dog, I have just the thing for you." He walks to the back of the bakery, disappearing for a few moments.
I take it you come here a lot from how familiar you are with the owner?
Penny asks. "I come here probably far too much. He makes these chocolate croissants that are so fucking good that I once wept while eating one."
You did not.
She says while poking me and laughing. Close to crying. If I was able to tap my emotions on a deeper level, there would have been tears for sure. Just then, Robert comes back to the front holding a cake box. He taps the top of it and slides it across the counter. "French silk pie. It's my last one." "What?" I ask, excited. "You never have any left." "Today is your lucky day. Happy birthday, Eli." Robert lends out his hand and I take it, giving it a solid shake. "Thank you so much," I say. "How much do I owe you, Robert?" I take out my wallet and Robert holds up his hand. "It's on me. Consider it a birthday present." "You know I can't do that," I say. He shakes his hand at me. "With the amount of business you've brought me just by talking about my shop, I do owe you this gift. Now take the pie and don't argue with me." I'd never argue with Robert, so instead, I take a 50 out of my wallet and stick it in the tip jar. With a wink to an annoyed older man, I grab the pie. "Thank you, Robert." "Anytime." He glances at Penny. "Be nice to this guy. If he brought you here, you must mean something to him. We think the world of him, and I hope you do as well." Looking slightly uncomfortable, Penny says,
He's really great.
Satisfied, Robert offers us a wave, and I head toward the front door. When I open it for Penny, she says,
Where are we eating this pie?
"Well, since Robert is closing up, we can eat it out here. He always includes forks so we can dig in." When she shivers, I secretly smile to myself. "Or we can take it up to my place, which is just across the street." I point at the modern-looking apartment building directly in front of us. Her eyes narrow, and she says,
Well, how convenient.
"For me, not sure about you. I don't know where you live. But like I said, after dessert, we part ways. So we can scarf this down right here, and then I'll be more than happy to find you a taxi to get you home."
You want me to eat a pie while freezing right outside your place?
I mean, if you want to warm up, you are more than welcome to come to my place and do so. I have a fireplace we can sit next to.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
She says with a giant roll of her eyes before walking away. "Where are you going?" I ask her.
To your place. There is no way I'm staying out in the cold any longer. I can barely feel my feet.
Smiling brightly, I jog up next to her, pie in hand, and wrap my arm around her. "That's a great idea. Glad you thought of it. And of course, after dessert, I'll help you get back home,"
Uh-huh, sure.
she says with a feigned annoyed tone that only makes me smile even larger.
You know, I thought your place was going to be more sterile than this.
Penny says while glancing around my apartment. "Sterile? I ask as I flip the switch to my fireplace. It roars to life in a second, offering a faint orange hue to the dim-lit room.
Well, you know, like a bachelor pad. Neon signs, beer posters, no texture to your design at all. Bland. But look, you have candles and a throw pillow and curtains. And look at that.
She points at a picture on the wall.
That's actual art.
I laugh. I grew up living in the attic of a barn. I told myself when I got older, I'd have a place that felt like a home. So I spent time making this place just that, a home. She turns around to face me as I rest a blanket along the floor.
You grew up in a barn?
Long story, I say, not wanting to get into any aspects of my childhood. Not many know about my childhood, especially the fans and organization, and that's how I want it to stay. No pity party for me, especially on my birthday. I set the pie down on the blanket along with 2 forks. What can I get you to drink? I have hot chocolate, and I can add a splash of Bailey's to it.
You have Bailey's and hot chocolate.
She asks, stunned. Yes? Why is that so shocking to you? She's still wearing my jacket, casually walking around my apartment.
I just pictured you as, I don't know, someone who might lean more toward a dark stout or maybe a whiskey than a hot chocolate and Bailey's.
I'm not the cold man you think I am, I say while making my way to my open-concept kitchen that looks over the entire main living space of the apartment.
I don't think you're cold.
Penny says while following me. She takes a seat on one of the stools at the island.
I just had a different impression of you is all.
Maybe you should start to get to know your players a little better, I say while I start heating up some milk. Might help with what you post.
And how do you envision getting to know the players better?
I turn to see that she has one eyebrow raised at me. I chuckle. Well, with me, I say an evening here would be the best way, but with the other guys, a solid questionnaire will do.
Uh-huh. And why an evening with you?
I'm complex. The other guys are superficial, but with me, you really have to dive deep. The more time spent with me, the better. I'm up for an all-nighter if you are. She shakes her head with humor.
Wow. You never stop, do you?
Stop what? I ask innocently. I'm just trying to help you do your job better.
Well, aren't you a benevolent knight in shining armor?
I've been known to be called that before. I wink and then grab 2 mugs from the cabinet. And I wait for a reaction.
What on earth are those?
Penny asks, just as I expected. I hold the mugs up. These are my bosom buddies. Tater's got them for me one year as a Secret Santa gift. I flash the mugs of a bare chest. 1 set of dark nipples, 1 set of light. Both beautiful. Both doing the job of holding hot liquid. And before you refuse to drink from a pair of breasts, let it be known that these are the only mugs I have.
You know, I take back my comment about your sophisticated side. This?
She waves at the mugs.
This is what I expected from you.
Glad I didn't disappoint, I say. She shivers and pulls my jacket closer together. Do you want to borrow a sweatshirt? Maybe some pants? Get yourself warm? She shakes her head.
No, I'll just go sit by the fire if that's okay.
That's fine. I'll be right over. When she hops off the stool, I watch her walk over to the living room, where she takes a seat on the blanket I laid out. She removes my jacket and rests it across her lap as she scoots even closer to the fire. Her face is lit up by the flames, and I catch her profile, the plush of her lips and the gentle slope of her nose. She's beautiful. She really is. Not that I had doubts, but her personality matches her beauty. The joking, the quick wit, the teasing. Hell, she's the whole package. Something I've only discovered as she's loosened up around me tonight. Perhaps I've only concentrated on the surface level with her too, although learning more about her tonight has only intensified my attraction to her. Once I finish up with the hot chocolate, adding a touch of Bailey's, but not too much, I take them over to the blanket, where I set them on the coffee table right in front of the fire. I undo my vest and toss it to the side, giving myself more freedom in my movements, since I like to get my suits tailored to fit me like a glove. Reaching out, I hand her a mug, which she reluctantly takes with a shake of her head.
Thank you for these breasts and for the hot chocolate.
You are welcome, I say while picking up my mug. I rub the nipples of my mug a few times and glance up at her.
What are you doing?
She asks. This is all the action I'm getting tonight, so I might as well enjoy it. I pinch the nipple and let out a ridiculous moan that makes her laugh so loud that I mentally pat myself on the back for pulling that joy from her.
I absolutely hate you for doing that.
Nah, you love it. I hand her the fork and pop open the bakery box to reveal the pie. Topped in whipped cream and chocolate flakes, the crust is a light blonde cookie crust, and just from the mere sight of it, my mouth waters. Shit. I'm not sure you're going to like what you see next.
What do you mean?
She asks. I don't answer. Instead, I dig my fork into the pie, scoop up a ridiculous forkful, and then shove it into my mouth. Her eyes widen before she laughs.
Aw, you're about to demolish this pie in front of me, aren't you?
At least half of it, I say with a full mouth.
Makes mental note to leave French silk pies around the stadium for you to find. I'm thinking a hidden camera show. Some pies are real, some are not.
That's just cruel, I say, just after I swallow. Smiling sweetly, she reaches up and swipes at the corner of my mouth. When she pulls away, she shows me a dab of whipped cream on her finger. Without even thinking about it, I bring her finger to my mouth, where I gently lick off the whipped cream. Our eyes connect. The room falls silent. The air grows stiff. And before I can stop myself, I suck her finger into my mouth. I tug lightly on it with my lips, keeping my eyes connected to hers and making sure nothing is left on her finger. When I release her, she slowly lowers her hand and then averts her wide eyes while clearing her throat. I recognize what she's been trying to mask all night. She wants me. I've seen hints of it, but right now, under the orange glow of the fire, I know for damn sure she's feeling the same way as I am. So I take my fork, grab a smaller piece, and I lift it to her mouth. She glances at it, and those gorgeous eyes turn on me, and I feel my stomach bottom out as she opens her mouth and sucks the pie right off the fork, staring at me the entire time. And I go fucking hard. Don't look at me like that, I say.
Like what?
She asks as she leans slightly forward. Like the pie isn't the only thing you want for dessert. I reach up to the buttons of my shirt and undo the top 4, letting some air reach my now heated skin.
I don't believe I'm looking at you like that.
She says, as she pushes my jacket off her legs. Her legs curl to the side as her dress rides up on her thighs.
Are you going to have another piece?
I glance up at her, tearing my gaze away from how the fire bounces off the sheen of her smooth legs. I clear my throat and nod. Yeah. I take another bite, but this time it's more modest. But there is nothing modest about the way Penny is watching my mouth, or the blaze in her eyes when I swallow. Tempting fate, I stab a forkful of pie for her and lift it to her mouth. She stares at the pie for a moment before she parts her lips. Right before she moves her mouth over the pie, a droplet of whipped cream slips off and lands directly on her chest. We both glance down to find it resting on the swell of her breast. Fuck. My mouth waters as I say, "Let me get that for you." Before I move, I pause briefly to see if she protests. When she doesn't say anything, just breathes heavier, I know I have the green light. So I reach out and very slowly and very gently swipe my finger across her breast. Jesus Christ. Soft, plump, delicious. Her breath hitches, my cock hardens, and the distinct swell in my pants causes me to push for more. I lift my finger between us, offering it to her as a treat so I can feel her mouth on me, and I can pretend she's not sucking my finger, but she's sucking so much more. I hold my breath as we both stare at each other, unwritten promises of pleasure being cast across the thick, lust-filled air. And to my utter fucking delight, she leans forward and takes my finger into her mouth. She's gentle at first, just rounding over my finger, letting her tongue do the exploring. And then, when I'm not expecting it, she sucks hard. So fucking hard that my eyes start to roll in the back of my head. Jesus Christ. When she pulls away, my control slips. The armor I'm wearing is cracking, and anything Pacey has ever said to me about Penny fades in the dark. In my mind, the night went from innocent pie eating to I'm going to fucking spread your legs and eat your cunt in a matter of seconds. I wet my lips and set the fork down in the pie pan before shoving it to the side.
Are you done?
She asks. You tell me, I say as I wait.
I could use another bite.
I reach for the fork, but she stops me.
Off your finger.
Motherfucker. And with those 3 little words, I know my night is about to change. My fantasies will be fulfilled, and I'll finally get to have a piece of the very delicious Penny Laws. I swipe at the pie, grabbing some whipped cream and chocolate, and hold it up to her. After only a moment of hesitation, she gets on her knees and crawls over to me, sitting directly on my lap. Yes! Just where I fucking want her. My hand falls to her backside as she takes my chocolate and whipped cream finger into her mouth. Her lips float over the length of my finger, pulling me deep into her mouth, where her tongue runs along the side, only for her to slowly drag her lips off. I'm fucking gone. In the blink of an eye, I roll her to the floor so her back is against the blanket and I pin her hands to the ground. Tell me you want this, I say, my breath escaping my lungs faster than I expected. Her eyes search mine. I can see her mind thinking, her brain churning with what to do. Please don't fucking say no. I'm not sure I can take it. And just when I think my hopes are about to be crushed, she spreads her legs, allowing me in closer as she says,
I want this. I want this very much.
That's all I needed to fucking hear. I crash my mouth down on hers and finally take what I've wanted since I first laid eyes on her. I take everything. I take her mouth. I take her breasts into my hands. I press my hardened cock to her center. I swallow her moans. I fuck her on the blanket in front of the fireplace, and when she's about to come, when she's quivering in my arms, I pull out and bring her to the bedroom, where I kiss and lick all the way up her thighs and back down until she's clawing at me, begging for more. That's when I give us both a sweet release, and I've never felt anything like it before, ever. It felt like my body was ripping in half as I came, an immense amount of ecstasy spreading through me. This feeling, it was special to her, to being inside Penny. Together we pass out on my California King mattress, where she curls into me, and I hold on to her, hoping and praying I can have one more chance at the high she just gave me. A high I feel I'm going to be chasing for the rest of my goddamn life. Did I skip the details of our night together? Of course I did. Because even though what we did was important, fuck, it rocked my world. It's what happens after that night that is the most important to the story. When I wake up the next morning, she's gone. I'm left with the lasting pleasure still pulsing through my veins, and a brief note.
Hornsby, happy birthday. Hope it was everything you hoped for. I borrowed a sweatshirt. We'll return it. Please. Whatever you do, please make sure Pacey doesn't find out. Penny.
No, I'll call you. No, maybe we can try this again sometime. Just a plea for my discretion. There is no way in fuck I'll be telling anyone about what happened, ever. And not just because I like Penny and will honor her wishes. The last thing I need is for Pacey to find out. I made a promise to him, and I broke it. The worst thing about it all, though, is that I'd break that promise all over again. Over and over, until I couldn't feel my limbs anymore. Because that's how much I fucking liked being inside her. How much I liked being around her. When I head to my locker the next day, the sweatshirt she borrowed is there, folded, and it fucking smells like her. I bring the fabric to my nose several times, taking large whiffs, remembering what it was like to have her in my arms. To hear her moans vibrate through my ears, to watch her crumple with pleasure beneath me. But that's when I realized the harsh truth. Penny Laws is done with me, even though I'm not remotely done with her.
Chapter 5. Penny. 5 weeks later. This is fake, right? Blakely asks as she holds a positive pregnancy test in her hand. Like you bought this at some crazy souvenir shop and you're trying to be funny? Why on earth would I ever think joking about being pregnant is funny? I say, pacing the length of my living room. Jesus Christ, not only is that wrong on so many levels, especially for those who struggle with infertility, but this is a fucking serious thing. I grip my forehead and try to calm my racing heart. It's been 5 weeks since I spent the night with Eli. 5 weeks, and now... Wait, so this is real? This is a real pregnancy test and you're pregnant? I pause, turn toward my friend and nod. No. She shakes her head. No fucking way. She points at my stomach. There is a baby in there, right now. It's not just the 2 of us in your apartment, but the 3 of us. I bite my bottom lip as tears start to form in my eyes. Yes, there are 3 humans in this room right now. Holy shit. Blakely collapses on my couch. Who the hell is the father? The minute the question falls past her lips, she shoots up to her feet again, eyes wide. Jesus Christ, is it Hornsby? You know those tears that were welling up? Yeah, they're now cascading down my cheeks in droves as I nod. Oh my God, are you sure? He's the only guy I've had sex with in the past year, so yeah, I'm pretty sure. I wave my hand in front of my face as I start to hyperventilate. What am I going to do? I'm freaking pregnant. With Hornsby's baby. Blakely begins pacing. You know, Pacey is going to murder him. Absolutely destroy him into nothing. Like, I hope Hornsby had fun playing hockey because his life is about to end. What? No. I shake my head. Pacey is not going to find out about this. Blakely pauses. Oh. Her shoulders straighten as a thought crosses her mind. Well, I mean, that's your choice. It's your body. What? I ask. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I could. Blakely looks confused as ever. Then, how do you expect Pacey not to find out? I thought about that while you were driving over here, and the only thing I could come up with is that I start eating a lot around him. So much food that he possibly grows concerned. Whenever he's around, there's a burger in my mouth, or ice cream, or even an entire pizza. So when I start gaining weight, he'll just think it's because of this new eating habit I have. Blakely taps her chin and nods. Novel idea. Absolutely brilliant. She holds her finger up. One problem, though. After 9 months of eating yourself into oblivion, you're going to have a baby. Dare I ask how you plan on explaining that? Random stranger dropped the baby off at my apartment door because she thought the flower wreath I hang year-round is inviting, so they thought I'd do a good job raising a baby? She takes a deep breath. I understand that you're pregnant, and that does weird things to your body and mind, but that suggestion is delusional. Pacey had a head injury, but it didn't knock the common sense out of him. Are you sure? I wince. Positive. Blakely declares as we both go back to pacing my apartment. Ooh, she stops. Why don't we bring in Winnie? She could possibly help figure out a way to tell Pacey. She seems smart and has a good hold on your brother. She could be very helpful. True. But if I bring her in, I definitely have to tell Pacey because I wouldn't want her to have to keep a secret like that from him. Blakely levels with me. Newsflash, Penny. You're going to have to tell him no matter what. You realize that, right? But do I? I ask. I mean, let's really give this some good thought. I could totally pull off the eating thing. Maybe slip in that I started a new foodie TikTok account. That's believable. And then when it comes to the baby, well, I obviously wouldn't bring it into work, so he would never see the child then. And it's not like he comes over to my place a lot. If he does, I'll just give you the baby. You know, the more I think about this, the more I realize that we can truly pull this off. Hold on a second. Blakely poses her hand to stop me. You're my best friend, and I love you dearly. And You know that no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. But, she taps her crotch, it's all vagina down here, no penis. And last I remember, I wasn't the one who got you pregnant. So when you say we, you can't possibly be including me in on that we. Yeah, I say as if she's lost her mind. This, you and me? I motion between us. This is a package deal. What I go through, you go through. You accepted those terms when you decided to be my best friend. I don't remember signing any contract. I prop my hands on my hips in irritation. It's a silent contract. Best friends or BOGOs. Buy one, get one. That's us. So my pregnancy is your pregnancy. Yeah, you keep saying that, and every time it makes me want to take a step farther and farther away from you. She pushes her hair behind her ear. I'm too young to be thinking about babies and all of that. Perry and I are still just having fun. Oh my God, and you think I wanted this? She shrugs. I guess. You play, you pay. Oh my God! I pick a pillow up from my couch and throw it at her, pegging her in the leg and causing her to yelp. I can't believe you just said that. That's something a disgruntled grandparent would say, not my best friend. Well, I don't know what you want me to do. She stretches her arms out to the side. I'm trying to be helpful here, but your need to hide this pregnancy is absolutely ridiculous and will never work. You need to realize that. Unless you plan on terminating the pregnancy, which I know you don't want to do, hiding this child will not work. Pacey will find out. And think about his reaction if you don't tell him. The fury in that man's eyes will split you in two. And is that what you want, Penny? To be split in two? Might make it easier. Responsible Penny can take care of the baby and hide, while working Penny can provide for the family without revealing she had a child. So, possibly this could work. You're acting insane! Blakely throws her hands up in the air and heads toward the door. Where are you going? To dunk my head in some snow. I run up to her and stop her. Please don't leave. I need you. She turns toward me, and I can see the worry in her eyes. It snaps me out of my delirium. You have to tell him. My eyes water as I slowly nod. I know. And you have to tell Hornsby. I shake my head. No way. I'm not telling him. Pacey will murder him. We've already established that. I'll just say this is some random hookup and the guy is nowhere to be found. Why on earth would you do that? We don't get paid that much, Penny. And there are going to be a lot of expenses that come with a baby, so you will need Hornsby's help. And besides that, he has the right to know. Trust me, he won't want to know. We both made it quite clear that we didn't want anything serious. I mean, think about it. He doesn't ever date. He just hooks up. This is the last thing he wants. This is an anchor weighing down his fun-loving ship. Well, too bad for him. Blakely says with such strong conviction that I wish I could have her kind of sass at this moment. I'm so sick of women, for the most part, taking on the brunt of the pregnancy. Sure, some great men out there are truly there for their partners, but in situations like this, it's more often than not that the woman deals with all the struggles when it should be both parents. She points her finger at me. He doesn't just deserve to know. He needs to know. This is his responsibility, too. I agree with her. I do think it would be easier if I didn't have to go through this alone. But I barely know Hornsby. And what I do know about him doesn't really paint him as a father figure. And once Pacey finds out, I truly think he will kill Hornsby. Then what happens? I don't have a baby daddy at all. A wave of nausea hits me all at once, and I reach out to hold my friend. Oh, God. I have to tell him. You have to tell both of them. And do you know what my suggestion would be? What? I ask. I'd rip off the Band-Aid and tell them at the same time. Is she insane? Telling them at the same time seems like a more ridiculous suggestion than hiding the baby. I'm about to protest when I pause. Well, would it be that ridiculous? Ripping the Band-Aid off has always been a tried and true way to conduct truth-telling business. Telling them at the same time might not be too bad. I wouldn't have to say it twice. They could both just deal with the news together, and who knows, it might be a bonding moment for them. They very well might hug and congratulate each other on the wondrous news. Ugh, who am I kidding? We all know that this is a far-fetched reaction that will never occur. I need to be prepared for the drawing of blood and fists. I'd need a buffer, I say, my mind actually thinking this is a good idea, despite how they might react. Telling them at the same time is easier on me, and that's what matters. Someone who'd be able to protect Hornsby when Pacey unleashes the fear of God. That's a good idea, Blakely says as she walks me to the couch and we both take a seat. Because what if Pacey attacks Hornsby? You won't be able to get them apart, especially with a baby on board. So why don't you invite Taters? Taters? Why him? He's an instigator. He'll only make matters worse. True. Blakely nods in agreement. Then how about Posey? He's close with Hornsby. He's big. A bruiser. He could do some damage if need be. Posey could be a good option, I answer. But won't that be awkward for him? Probably, Blakely answers. But I think it's necessary. I worry my lip as I stare out my windows. It's a bright day, cold but sunny, the complete antithesis of how I feel at this very moment. Because instead of being happy about bringing a new life into the world, I'm worried, scared, nervous, still slightly in disbelief despite the 4 different tests I took just to confirm. Maybe we should wait until the season is over to tell them. I don't want to cause a rift. The team has been killing it this season. This will only divide them. By the time this season is over, you'll be showing and it will be obvious. Might as well tell them now so they can get it out of their system and focus on the playoffs. Yeah, you're probably right. Blakely loops her arm around my shoulders. Who knows? Maybe they will take it better than you think. I love how hopeful you are, but I think we both know that's never going to happen. She lets out a heavy sigh. I know. So when are you going to call them in? Monday, I say. I have some social media things planned. We don't have a game, so I'll have them come to my office and break the news after practice. I'll make them believe they're there for some sort of TikTok idea when, in reality, I'm about to change their lives. Hey, yours has already changed. Might as well have company. And after, we'll get lunch, and you'll tell me every last detail. Because, girlfriend, you lied through your pretty teeth when you said nothing happened between you and Eli Hornsby 5 weeks ago. I deserve to know. She had hounded me, but I denied everything. Clearly. Something to look forward to.
Chapter 6. Eli. "Where are you going?" Posey asks as he jogs up to me. Penny called me up to her office for some social media overview. "Me too. Laws is coming as well." Posey takes a bite of his bologna sandwich. "Hey, Laws!" Posey calls into the locker room. "You coming?" "Yeah." He calls out and then appears at the door with wet hair while adjusting the hem of his shirt. When he spots Posey's sandwich, he says, "Dude, you realize there are much better things you could be eating or drinking after a workout, right?" Posey takes a large bite. "It's a ritual, man. The last time I didn't eat a bologna sandwich after practice, I pulled my groin muscle. To hell if I'm going to let that happen again." He takes another bite. "Don't even try to change his mind," I say to Pacey. "He's set in his ways." "He's right," Posey says, "and there is nothing you can say or do about it." He then taps his legs. "These groin muscles are going to stay injury-free." "I can't with you today," I say. "What's wrong with you?" Laws asks. "Still got that headache?" "Yeah." I press my fingers into my forehead. "Fucking brutal. After this meeting with your sister, I'm going straight home and passing out." "What is this meeting about again?" Posey asks. Some social media thing," Laws shrugs. "Not sure. Probably something we're going to have to do that the fans want to see. I've already told Penny many times that I'm not doing some bullshit trendy dance. That's where I put my foot down." "I don't mind the dances," I say. "If I didn't have 2 left feet, I'd enjoy them, but I can't remember shit," Posey says with a mouthful of bologna. "It's because you've been cracked in the head far too many times," Laws says as we hit the elevator button to go to the 3rd floor where all the offices are. As they fight about dance moves, I dream of what the rest of my day after this meeting will look like. My head's vibrating with pain. A typical tension headache for me that will go away with some simple Theragun therapy, a caffeinated drink, some icy hot ibuprofen, and rest. But I have to make it through this meeting first, which could not have come at a worse time. Not due to the headache, but because I finally started to erase my birthday night from my memory. It was too fucking good. Way too good. And trying to have sex with someone else other than her has been next to impossible. It took me 2 weeks to even attempt to look at someone else. And when I went out to bars and flirted, I went home alone. By the end of the night, I simply wasn't interested. Last week, I finally kissed someone in the hallway of a bar, which was a huge step for me. But it led to nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because her lips weren't plump. Her moans weren't sweet. And the grip she had on my shoulders resembled nothing to the way Penny clung to me. Which only means one thing. Seeing Penny today and having to talk to her will be a setback in my process to move on from the best night of my life. I've done a good job so far avoiding her, only catching glimpses of her here and there. But being face to face, fuck. I just hope when I get to her office that I don't feel the urge to pull her onto my lap and run my tongue up and down the column of her neck. Wishful thinking. My body is already humming with the thought of seeing her. Settle that down, Hornsby. Her brother is standing right beside you. The elevator dings and we all step out. Laws leads the way down the hall, followed by Posey and then me. A few staff members say hi as we pass, but the walk isn't very long, and before I know it, we're standing at Penny's door walking in. Keep it together, Hornsby. Hey, sis, Laws says when we step in. I don't see Penny at first because Laws pulls her into a hug, but when he steps away, I catch a glimpse of her hair pulled back into a high, tight ponytail. It swishes to the side, distracting me for a moment, just before her face comes into view. And fuck me. Beautiful, tempting blue eyes sparkle against her long, thick lashes. Her lips are painted a pink that goes perfectly with her complexion and reminds me of that goddamn dress she wore on my birthday. The dress that now haunts me. That pink on her lips is like a punch to my chest and a flashback to a time when I have never been more satisfied in my life. Images of her dress being peeled off her body, revealing enticing black lingerie, play on repeat in my head, followed by the heady look in her eyes when I first entered her, the gasp of total satisfaction when I bottomed out. And then I'm hit with the memorized sounds of her moans as she came all over my cock. Dude, take a seat, Posey says, snapping me out of my reverie. My eyes immediately fall on Penny standing next to me, trying to shut her off his door. Fuck, sorry, I mumble as I take a deep breath, trying to right my mind. But it's the wrong move because I'm assaulted by Penny's perfume. Fuck, that perfume. I've been savoring the smell of her perfume on the sweatshirt she borrowed that morning. The intimate scent spikes a wave of arousal in my veins, and before I know it, not only is my head pounding, but so is my heart. Jesus Christ. I didn't think this would help, being near her, but I didn't think it would give me a full-blown attack of lust, an onslaught of human emotions that cause my legs to shake beneath me when we make eye contact. I'm not keeping it together. This was why I've avoided her, because I knew the minute I got this close, my body would react in the worst and best way possible. Holding on by a single thread, I offer her a simple smile and then quickly take a seat next to Laws, who is relaxed in his chair, man-spreading and looking far too comfortable. Of course he's comfortable. Why wouldn't he be? He's not the one who fucked one of his teammates' sisters and still craves for another night alone with her. There are not only cravings, but bottles and bottles of need. No, he met a random person in the woods, fell in love, and is sitting pretty, drama-free. I'm churning inside with yearning and anxiety. So much anxiety because what if I look at her wrong? What if I let something slip? What if, by chance, Pacey can feel that I fucked his sister? I could forget about fixing my headache because I won't have a head to fix. Penny takes a seat in her black desk chair and scoots in, then places her hands on the top of her desk. For a moment, and only a moment, I truly allow myself to look at her. She's so goddamn beautiful. Wide eyes,
pert nose, long as shit hair that is somehow as shiny as a Christmas ornament. And her tits. Christ, what I wouldn't give just to have one more night sucking on them, playing with them, fucking them.
Thank you so much for coming up here. I know you guys have busy days.
Not a problem. Couldn't pass up a moment to see my sister. Jesus, Mr. Sunshine over there. Cool it with the peppiness, bro. Penny smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. Rather, it's washed away and replaced with a knit in her brow. She clears her throat.
Well, I kind of have something to tell you, and this is hard for me, so just bear with me as I attempt to find the words.
Mr. Sunshine turns into a ball of concern as he leans forward and places his hand on her desk. Is everything okay? Did they fire you? Who do I need to talk to? That would suck if she was fired, just because I know how much she loves this job. But on a positive, and I know this will make me sound like a total dick, that would mean that maybe I could get over this, well, whatever this is that I'm feeling. Call me a bastard, but fingers crossed she got fired.
No, nothing like that.
She says as she twists her hands together. Damn it. And then she quickly glances at me and looks away. Shit, don't look at me. Why did she look at me? There's no need to look at me like that, like we have something hidden between us, which I know we do, but she doesn't need to make it known. Wait, is that why we're all fucking here? Is she going rogue? Is she... Oh, fuck. Is she going to tell Laws about our night together? No, she wouldn't do that. Why would she? She didn't want Laws to know. There would be no reason for her to communicate that with him. Right? Plus, Posey is here. She wouldn't say something that intimate with Posey around. The baloney-loving brute. Then what's going on? Pacey asks. Did you post something that you shouldn't have? We'll defend you, don't worry. She shakes her head.
No, that's not it.
Then what is it? Maybe if you actually let her speak, she'll tell us, I say before I can stop myself. I'm a goddamn bundle of nerves. I need Pacey to shut up so I can find out why we're here. Laws pins me with a seething gaze. He doesn't appreciate my outburst. I slowly melt in my chair, holding my hands up, not wanting to stir the pot anymore.
You know what? I don't think this was a good idea.
Penny says, while pushing away from her desk.
I'll figure out a better time to do this.
Okay, fair enough. She is not in the mood to divulge whatever it is she needs to say. Fine by me. Let's pack up and get the hell out of here. I start to rise from my chair when Laws pushes me back down by the shoulder. Penny, it's okay, we're cool. Whatever it is you called us up here for, we're here to listen. What's going on? Her eyes travel from Laws to Posey and then land on me before she looks back at her brother. On a deep breath, she finally says,
I called you here because I have to tell you that,
She wets her lips.
I'm...
You're what? Pacey presses her.
Well, you see, it all happened so fast.
Oh my fuck. What is she going to say? She's going to tell him. I can feel it. She's going to tell him about our night. Why? What happened fast? I sink lower and lower into my chair, trying to cover my eyes. Maybe if I don't see Pacey, he won't see me. She stumbles. Penny, just tell us.
Fine.
She squeaks. I wince, hold my breath, and then...
I'm pregnant.
What? My body shoots up. I uncover my eyes and my heart lodges in my throat as all of the blood drains from my head and pools at my ankles. Did I just hear that fucking correctly? Did she say, gulp, pregnant? Wait, what? Pacey asks as he pulls on his ear. He chuckles and says, Jesus Christ, I thought you said you were pregnant. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. Maybe I heard her wrong too. Please, Jesus, I hope I heard her wrong.
I did,
she says. And once again, I've lost all feeling in my legs, my arms, every goddamn piece of my body as I attempt to comprehend what she's saying.
I'm pregnant.
Pregnant? Pacey asks, blinking a few times, as if that will help him understand better. As in, there is a child in your stomach? He points at her.
Yes?
She winces. Pacey roars out of his seat and says, You're fucking pregnant? When I say my dick just shriveled up into my scrotum, I'm not lying. Like goddamn roller blinds being sprung into place, my dick is gone, disappeared for possibly ever. Can't be sure during this moment of absolute terror.
Yes.
Penny confirms. How? How the fuck did this happen? Pacey says as he looks around the room, pulling on his hair. When he spots us, it's as if something in his head clicks. Why the fuck are they here? He points at Posey and me. I know why I'm here. But Posey? Now that's a good question. Before she can answer, he turns on us and yells, Did you fuck my sister? Like a bullet out of a cannon, Posey scoots his chair all the way to the window and holds his hands up in surrender. I didn't. I never went near her. I have no clue why I'm here. Please don't kill me. And then that leaves me. Pacey turns his throbbing, heaving, ready-to-murder body on me and says through clenched teeth, Did you fuck her? Shit. What do? Do I say yes and take whatever Pacey is about to hand me like a man? Or do I pull a Posey and flee like it's my job while claiming innocence? I don't have a chance to react because Penny is standing next to Pacey now, pulling on his hand.
Pacey, stop.
She puts her hand on his chest and sniffles. That's when I notice the red in her eyes and the dampness of her cheeks. Fuck, she's crying. Pacey sees it too, and the anger that's ripping through him eases slightly as he takes in his sister. Through very clenched teeth, he asks, Did you have sex with Hornsby? She swallows, glances at me, and with regret all over her face, she nods.
I did. On his birthday.
Jesus, we don't need to get into details. Pacey's fists clench at his sides and he turns toward me. Are you telling me he's the father? The pause that she takes to answer that question is so fucking torturous. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but confirmation would be great. On the slightest chance that somehow, some way, she was oddly impregnated by Posey, who is still shaking over by the window. This time Penny looks at me and says,
Yes, Hornsby is the father.
I don't even see it coming. I don't have enough wherewithal to even process what's happening before a pain so severe ricochets through my jaw and I'm tossed to the ground. Penny lets out a shrill cry at the same time I'm cloaked in 200 pounds of pure muscle.
Pacey, don't!
I look up just in time to see Laws cock his arm back, only to be pulled off me and pushed to the ground by Posey. What the fuck are you doing? Posey says, being a human shield for me while I gather my wits. Remind me to buy him 2 tons worth of bologna after this. I told you to stay away from her, Pacey says as he heaves with rage. I told you, specifically, I warned you because I knew something like this would happen. I knew you wouldn't be able to keep your hands off her. When I sit up, I touch the side of my sore jaw as I say, You say that as if I'm getting women pregnant all around the city, and it wasn't like I made her have sex with me, it was consensual. It better have been consensual, Pacey seethes. It was, I say, getting to my feet and standing tall. And it wasn't planned. It just happened that one night. I haven't seen her since, I swear. Great. Glad to hear that my sister is disposable like every other girl you've been with. Shit, that didn't sound good. Not that I didn't want to do it again with her, I say. We just agreed to one night. Do not fucking talk about having sex with my sister ever again. Pacey turns to Penny and asks, Are you keeping the baby? When my eyes connect with Penny, she says,
Yes, I am. But I don't expect anything from you, Hornsby. I just thought...
The fuck you're not, Pacey says while moving in closer. This is not your problem to deal with alone. He's just as much a part of this as you. Yeah, I can, help, I say awkwardly because who the fuck tells someone they're pregnant like this? With their brother and a random teammate? Why did she do it like this? Better yet, why the fuck did she get pregnant? We used protection. We took all the precautions that we were supposed to. Yes, I might have fucked her really damn hard because being inside her felt like heaven, but that doesn't mean I'd get her pregnant. Does it? And pregnant. She's fucking pregnant. Like, she's carrying my baby. A baby. There is going to be a baby in my life. Holy shit. I'm going to be a dad. Slowly, I sink back into my chair and grip my hair tightly as all of this finally pierces through my thick skull. Penny is pregnant, and I'm the father. I'm going to be in charge of another human. There is no way in hell I'm ready for that. That's commitment. That's the type of responsibility I don't think I ever wanted to take on.
You know, before we make promises that we might not be able to keep, why don't we just all take this information in and then we can talk later?
Penny says softly. No, Pacey says while righting his chair that he knocked over. We're going to sit down and we're going to talk about every goddamn thing Hornsby is going to do for you. Can I ask a question? Posey says, holding his finger in the air. Why exactly am I here? And do I have to stay? Because frankly, this is a really uncomfortable and awkward situation for me.
I'm so sorry,
Penny says.
I knew Pacey was going to react the way he did.
Because my best friend had sex with my sister when I specifically told him not to. I didn't do it out of spite, I say. I fucking liked her for a while. Is that supposed to make me feel better? He asks. I thought it would. She wasn't some random to me. Pacey folds his arms now and turns toward me. So you're telling me you want to date my sister? Bile rises in my throat from the mere thought of dating someone. No, I mean, I look at Penny, who now is curling in on herself, which feels like a knife to my stomach. Not that she isn't great, because you are, I say to her now. You're amazing, and I've thought about that night so goddamn much. I'm going to murder you, Pacey says, lurching forward, but Posey saves me just in time, grabbing Pacey by the shoulders and settling him back in his chair. I think I'll stay a bit longer, Posey says quietly. I let out a deep breath. What I'm trying to say is that I enjoyed the night, Pacey growls. And she says, calm down. I'm trying to tell her she's not like other girls, but I'm just not into the dating and commitment thing. Well, you better get used to it, Pacey snaps at me. You're married to her now. Married, I say, my mouth turning dry.
Pacey, we're not getting married. I barely know him.
Penny defends. Thank God she's on the same wavelength as I am. The fuck I want you two to get married. What I mean is that you're metaphorically married. You're attached to the hip now. What you go through, he goes through.
That's not necessary,
Penny says with a shaky voice.
I know Hornsby wants to live his life, and I don't want to disturb that.
And your life isn't disturbed? Pacey asks. Why does he get to have a life and you don't? Pacey shakes his head now. Fuck no. He has zero life now. All he's allowed to do is play hockey and be at your beck and call. You can't control my life, I say out of pure habit, honestly not thinking at this point. Test me, Pacey replies, his voice dripping with venom.
Stop, both of you. This is getting absurd. This is why I didn't want to say anything and just hide this pregnancy.
Penny crosses her arms and sits on her desk. My eyes go to her legs because apparently I want to be a dead man. You wouldn't have been able to hide a pregnancy from me, Pacey says.
I hid the fact that I slept with your best friend from you.
Pacey shoots back with some fire. And hell, it's sexy seeing her all fired up.
You didn't suspect a thing.
Are you trying to make me angrier?
You know what, Pacey?
She hops off the desk and goes back to her chair, some fight sparking in her.
You are being a bad brother.
How the fuck do you see that?
Because you're getting angry when you should be asking me if I'm okay and how you can help. I've been fretting over telling you and truly considered not telling you at all, but I thought you deserved to know.
She looks at me.
You as well, Hornsby. If you two are just going to act like children, then don't even bother. I can do this myself.
She then opens the bottom drawer to her desk, pulls out her purse, fits it over her shoulder, and picks up her phone from her purse.
I'm done for the day. Don't come see me unless you decide to be supportive and drop all this alpha male brother bullshit.
With that, she rounds the desk and heads toward her door. Because Posey always buckles under pressure, he calls out, Congrats on the news. Let me know if you need anything. He smiles and waves. Penny pulls her shoulders back and says,
Thank you, Posey.
And then she takes off, leaving us all alone in her office. I slouch in my chair. Holy fucking fuck. What just happened? Here I was, worried that all these feelings for Penny were going to come rushing forward when I saw her. That should have been the least of my worries. Not only am I leaving this meeting with a heavier dose of wanting another round with her, especially after seeing her stick up for herself to Pacey, but I'm also leaving with the title, Daddy. "Where do you think you're going?" Pacey calls out as I head to the garage where our cars are parked. Home? Thanks to him and the news, my headache has intensified to blistering levels. "Oh, great. I'm going to your home too." I pause mid-stride to my car and turn toward him. "What do you mean you're going to my home?" "To help you pack." Pacey crosses his arms over his brawny chest. I smooth my hand over my throbbing, aching forehead. "I don't have the energy for games, so just get to what you want to say, Laws." "You're going to move in with her?" "You fucking lost it. I'm not going to run away from my responsibility if that's what you're worried about." "I'm worried about my sister." Pacey moves in closer. "She lives alone, and the idiot who knocked her up is out of town for half of the season. She'll be going through this alone. As much as you like to think you're going to be the responsible one, she's still taking the brunt." I hate that I didn't think about it that way. Then again, I haven't had much time to think about this at all. I'm still trying to comprehend that I'm going to be a father in 8 months. But unfortunately, Pacey is right. I have no choice but to leave her by herself when we have to travel for away games. Moving in with her is not going to help, I say, denial wrapping around me in a solid chokehold. It's not like I can carry the baby myself. "I know that, you dipshit." Pacey pushes at my shoulder, and I bump into the wall. "Watch it," I warn. "You might have gotten in a cheap shot at the office, but not now." "Are you really threatening me?" Pacey asks. "You slept with my sister and got her pregnant. I'm pretty sure you should be thanking your lucky stars I haven't cut your dick off. She wasn't supposed to get pregnant." I don't know why I said that. Honestly, I can't think. My head is hurting way too fucking much. "So you were just supposed to fuck her and leave her?" "She wanted that too. A single night." I hold my arms out. "What the hell am I supposed to say?" "You're supposed to keep your dick in your pants and send her home in a cab. Alone. Jesus fuck, Eli." The sound of my first name coming off his tongue feels like a razor blade to the heart. We rarely call each other by our first names. Do you realize how big of a hit this is to our friendship? I can't even... Fuck, I can barely look at you. You, out of anyone, should know how hard it is to have one parent. Do you even remember how hard your mom worked before she passed away? My teeth grind together as his words sting my very soul. I'm not going to be a deadbeat dad. Just give me a goddamn second to wrap my head around this. I've barely had a second to think about it. Pacey slowly nods. You know, you're right. You spend your time thinking about it. In the meantime, Penny will be carrying the baby and dealing with everything that comes with pregnancy alone. But sure, take your time. I scrub a hand over my face. I don't know what you want from me, Pacey. I want you to step up and take care of her, or someone else is going to, and not only will they take care of her, but they will take care of that baby too. My eyes narrow. What the fuck do you mean by that? I mean, if you don't step up now, then don't bother, because you're only going to be an extra problem she doesn't need. I'm going to be part of this baby's life, I say, my anger spiking from what he's implying. Pacey knows about my family life, about my history. We dove deep into it one night during the off-season. It was a starry night in Banff, in Tater's cabin, where we spent a month during the off-season. We each had a beer in hand, and I told him about never having a dad and losing my mom when I was 12. I told him that I had to move in with a distant relative. It was an emotional conversation, one where he got to understand me on a deeper level. I'm not my father, I say, my throat rough from the thought of actually being like that man. Then prove it to me. Pack your shit and move in with Penny. He's serious. I don't think I've ever seen him this serious. It seems I need to find some moving boxes.
Chapter 7. Penny. I don't think I've ever seen Pacey that angry, I say to Blakely. She came over after work when I texted her 911, my place now. She knew I was telling the boys today, so I wasn't surprised when she showed up with a gallon of vanilla ice cream, peanut butter cups, and fudge. We didn't say anything to each other when she arrived. Instead, we went straight to the kitchen, where we made ourselves giant sundaes. With stomachs full, we sat down on the couch, unfolded a large blanket, and curled under it while facing each other. He actually punched Hornsby? Yeah, knocked him over. Hornsby wasn't expecting it, and surprisingly, he didn't react and punch Pacey back. I've seen Hornsby get angry during a game before. He doesn't take shit from anyone. Probably because he knew he was in the wrong, Blakely says. But it was a good thing Posey was there. I feel bad that he was there. He was so uncomfortable. I should give him a fruit basket or something. Treat him to a bologna sandwich. Maybe create a love post about him so he can relish in all the comments. All things he would appreciate. Blakely brings the blanket over her shoulder. So where did you guys leave it? They were being obnoxious idiots, and the stress of it all was too much, so I left. Pacey was more concerned with how it happened than what actually happened and how I was feeling. He was adding to the stress. I let out a huge sigh as tears well up in my eyes. What's wrong? Blakely places her hand on my knee. I don't want to do this alone. My parents live all the way across the country. Pacey is in and out. Winnie, well, I feel bad for asking her for help because even though I love her, I don't think we're in a place where I can talk to her about the troubles of pregnancy and what I'm going through. You have me, and I appreciate that. I truly do. But you have a life too. I don't want to take away from anything between you and Perry. That would not be fair. You guys have lives. You don't need a baby mama in it. That's not true. You know we'll be there for you. I know, but it's not the same. No matter how much I like to believe I have you and Pacey, the truth is, I'm going to be doing this alone, and that's incredibly scary. You really don't think Hornsby will be there for you? Blakely asks. He's a player, but he's a good guy. One of the nicest guys on the team. He is. Winnie even said when she stumbled on the cabin he was the first to greet her, welcome her in, and make sure she had everything she needed. But you should have seen the look on his face when I told him. It was as if he wanted to slowly melt away. Would it be great if he was a part of all of this? Yes. But I'm not going to force someone to do something they don't want to do. Nor do I want to create animosity, you know? You are being far too kind. Blakely sits up on the couch. If it was me, I'd demand that he be at my beck and call. Hell, I'd make him move in. That's so weird. Pacey said the same thing. Blakely taps the side of her head. That's because we're smart. You're delusional. I've played Hornsby's words over in my head several times since I left the office, and I still don't know what to make of them.
I fucking liked her for a while. She wasn't some random to me. You're amazing, and I've thought about that night so goddamn much. She's not like other girls, but I'm just not into the dating and commitment thing.
On the one hand, his words today match those of 5 weeks ago. He's wanted me for a while, but he certainly hasn't shown any interest in me or sought me out since that night. He's probably been back out there hooking up, back to his normal MO. Continuing, I say, Hornsby has his own schedule, and it's a bachelor's schedule. It works for him. There is no way he'd move in here. I think I'll be lucky if... Knock, knock. Blakely and I turn toward the door and then glance at each other. Bet that's Pacey, Blakely says. I'm sure he has a litany of apologies to make. He sure does. But I don't know if I have the energy to hear them tonight. Do I believe I went about telling him the correct way? Probably not. I was selfish in the moment and wanted to get it over with, so telling them at the same time seemed like the best option for me. But I should have told them separately. I should have pulled Hornsby to the side and explained everything to him, let it soak in, and then when he was mentally ready, we could have told Pacey. But fear and anxiety took over my decision-making. I probably should jump on the apology train too, because that wasn't fair to them. Not at all. Do you want me to get the door? Blakely asks. No, I'll get it. But depending on his mood, you should be prepared to leave or stay. She chuckles, mentally preparing for both. I shed the warm blanket from my body and then stand from the couch. The sharp movement causes me to rock back as I attempt to catch my balance. Dizziness beats through me, and before I know it, I'm collapsing back on the couch. "Holy shit," Blakely says, coming up to me. "Are you okay?" I blink a few times as the room spins around me. Yeah. Wow, just really dizzy. Don't move." Blakely goes to the door and I turn in that direction just as she opens it, revealing not only Pacey but Hornsby as well. At his side are 2 suitcases, one large one medium one, and his travel bag. What on earth does he think he's doing?
Hey, is Penny here?
Pacey asks, just as he spots me on the couch. He pushes through the door and Hornsby follows him, maneuvering his luggage into the small entryway. "She just got really dizzy," Blakely says, which of course alarms Pacey. He quickly sits on the coffee table in front of me and leans forward, placing his hand on my knee.
Are you okay?
"Fine," I say, sitting up taller. "Just stood up too fast is all. Nothing to worry about." Pacey's jaw clenches as he glances back at Hornsby and Blakely.
This is what I was afraid of. Something happening to you and not having anyone here to help.
"Pacey, I stood up wrong. It's fine."
It's not fine.
He pushes his hand through his hair, and I can see the worry deepening in his brow. When I first moved out here, Pacey vowed to our mom and dad that he would watch over me and make sure that I was okay. He's taken that promise very seriously. He always makes sure to check on me, have dinners together, and just hang out. Even when he came home with Winnie, he included me. He'd made sure I'd had everything I needed. I ran out of gas one day on my way to work, and he went out of his way to help me and was late to conditioning because of it. He's protective, and he always will be. "Pacey, seriously, I'm fine." I stand, and this time, I don't grow dizzy, thank God. I move around the couch and eye Hornsby's bags. Pointing at them, I ask, "What's this?" Joining us in the entryway area, Pacey says,
Hornsby is moving in.
"Oh, this is good," Blakely mutters to herself. "What?" I shake my head. "No, he's not." I know Pacey mentioned it and Blakely had the same idea, but there is no way I thought it would happen. From the looks of it, Hornsby was handed marching orders rather than making this decision on his own. His usually broad, proud shoulders are turned in, his chin is lowered, and his hands are stuffed in his pockets, making him look more like a wounded puppy than someone who wants to take charge of the situation.
Yes, he is.
Pacey says.
And this dizzy spell is exactly why you can't be alone. You need someone here, helping you.
You guys are constantly traveling. It's not like he'd be here all the time anyway, so what's the point?
The point is, he would be here a lot of the time, and that's what matters the most. And when he's not here, Winnie and Blakely can check on you.
Thanks for volunteering me, Blakely says. But I've already told her that I'd be here even if Hornsby chose not to be part of this.
I want to be a part of this,
Hornsby says, his voice lacking its usual jovial tone. Oh yeah, really sounds like it, Blakely says sarcastically. Hornsby turns to her.
Can you not start shit?
I'm not, just making sure you're stepping up.
Why the fuck do people keep saying that?
He asks, his voice now tainted in anger.
I'm not some deadbeat fuck-up who doesn't own up to his mistakes.
He motions to me.
What happened between Penny and me is between Penny and me, and I'd really fucking appreciate it if you would both leave so I can talk to her, alone.
Without blinking an eye, Blakely is moving around my apartment, collecting her things while Pacey stands ramrod straight with his arms crossed at his chest. I can tell he's not going to move unless I say something. So I walk up to him, place my hand on his shoulder and say, I've got this, Pace. Please let me handle it. Turning toward me, he looks me in the eyes and says,
I'm good with making sure this is seen through.
Pacey, I let out a deep sigh. Please leave. I'm asking you to please let me handle this myself. I'll call you later, okay? We exchange looks for a few beats before he finally gives in and pulls me into a hug. Tears well up in my eyes as I wrap my arms around him and hug him tightly. Quietly, I whisper, "I'm so sorry."
Don't.
He says.
It's fine. We'll figure this out.
He places a kiss on the top of my head and then gives me one last squeeze before walking toward the front door with Blakely. He holds it open for her, and together, they exit the apartment, the door softly clicking shut behind them. And that leaves me alone with Hornsby once again. But instead of the electric excitement that bounced between us toward the end of our night together, there is an awkward, uncomfortable feeling suffocating us, pulling all the air from the space. He can't be happy, and I don't blame him. I went about this all the wrong way, and I'm not ashamed to say that I owe him an apology. "Do you want something to drink?" I ask him. He shakes his head, and when he looks up and his eyes connect with mine, I can see it written all over his face. He's just as scared as I am.
We need to talk.
He walks past me and goes to the couch where he takes a seat. Okay, scared and angry. Like I said, I've seen Hornsby angry before, but it's only been during a game. I've never seen him angry outside of hockey. He's always the jovial, good-time guy. So this side of him, it's new for me. I follow him to the couch and take a seat as well, draping the blanket over my legs. Anything to add an extra layer of comfort for the conversation we're about to have. "Listen," I say, pinning my gaze on him. "I need to apologize." His eyes connect with mine. "How I told you about the baby. That wasn't fair to you at all. I was being selfish because I was scared, and I figured telling you both at the same time would be easier for me. I didn't think about how you would take it, or how Pacey would take it. I'm really sorry. If I could do it all over again, I would. I'd offer you the respect you deserve as the father of this child and tell you alone. I hope you can forgive me." His eyes soften.
I'm not mad at you, Penny. I know you did what you had to do out of self-preservation. Let's face it, I don't have the best background when it comes to women, nor do I have a childhood with positive parental influences. I seem like a flight risk. I get it.
"I don't think that at all. None of that was taken into consideration," I say. "I don't even know about your childhood or anything like that. I was just scared, and I acted before I thoroughly thought everything through, and for that, I'm really sorry."
Please stop apologizing. It's not necessary.
"It is for me," I say. "This has been weighing heavily on my chest, and I truly am regretful for how—" My throat chokes and my eyes water. God, what is with the emotions? I suck in a deep breath as a tear springs free and drops down my cheek. For how I handled everything. I'm sorry, Hornsby. Silence greets us for what feels like an eternity, but when he finally speaks up, he says,
Eli. Please, call me Eli.
"Oh, I'm sorry, Eli." His lips rub together before he looks away.
I understand where you're coming from, and like I said, apology not needed, but I accept it either way.
He grips his hands together, fingers lacing.
I know things are kind of weird right now. Pacey is on the verge of a heart attack or committing murder. You have to be terrified, and, well, frankly, I feel like everything is crumbling around me and I have no control over it.
He turns toward me.
And I say that just so you understand where I'm at.
I nod. I understand completely. I've had the same feeling.
And not to get too much into it, but I haven't had the best of luck growing up, so the idea of trying to raise a child when I can barely figure out how to mentally push past the feeling of abandonment that I live with on a daily basis, well, it's fucking with my head.
Abandonment? Who abandoned him? Just goes to show how much I don't know about this man. But from the strain in his eyes and the tension in his shoulders, I can tell that this news is not easy for him. It seems to have awakened the demons he's apparently living with, and that can't possibly be a simple thing to face. I'd hate to see him fall down a dark path, one that brings him pain. And despite being scared and afraid, the last thing I want to do is make this hard on someone who is already possibly suffering. I have a solid support system, and I know if it came down to it, my mom would come out to help me if I truly needed it. But like Pacey said, I have him, I have Blakely, and I have Winnie. I'll be okay. I'm not so sure Eli will. Which only means one thing. I wipe at my cheeks and take a deep breath. Eli. His beautiful eyes meet mine. I'm not sure what you're dealing with mentally. I can't possibly know because we barely know each other outside of hockey. But what I do know is I wouldn't want to put you in a position where you're fighting demons that have reawakened from your past. It's not good for you, and it's not good for the team. Hockey is your #1 priority along with your mental health. I reach out and press my hand to his knee. It's okay. I can do this. His head slightly tilts to the side as he studies me, and after a few beats he says,
Christ, you're a strong woman, Penny. But that's not what I was trying to say. I wasn't looking for an out, but rather looking for an in.
Confused, I sit up. What are you talking about?
I want to preface this by saying your brother isn't forcing me to do anything I don't want to do. He's a strong, opinionated man, but if I wanted to take him on one-on-one, there's no doubt I would win.
I believe it. Hornsby, Eli, is 2 inches taller than Pacey with probably 10 more pounds of muscle. My brother is big, but Eli could easily take him. There is no doubt in my mind.
I don't want to be the person who walks out, like my dad. I don't want to be the unreliable person who doesn't understand the importance of bringing another human life into this world. I grew up without a father, and I'll be damned if this baby lives that same life.
He shakes his head.
That circle ends here.
He reaches out to touch my hand.
You will not be walking this journey alone, Penny.
Probably because of the conviction in his voice and the sincerity in his eyes, tears I've been holding back cascade down my heated cheeks.
You will not be walking this journey alone, Penny.
It's all I can think about as he continues to speak.
I want to be here, every step of it, every part of this. Well,
He grips the back of his neck.
I want to get to know you better and build a friendship, so when our baby is born, he or she will know that there is no animosity between us. I want him to know we're friends.
I would like to be friends, I say, knowing damn well he made a point of saying friends. Not that I'd want anything romantic to happen between us. I'm not even close to thinking about that at this moment. But from that comment, it's obvious where Eli stands. Friendship, and that's it. Even though he was attracted to me, pregnancy has totally eradicated that.
And I know this is asking a lot, but if you're okay with it, I'd like to stay here with you.
Eli,
Before you say no,
he quickly says.
just hear me out, okay?
Sighing, I lean back on the couch now and nod.
This isn't just about helping you, which of course is one of the main reasons for doing this, but I also want to experience everything with you. I'm not carrying the baby, but at least I can be present as my schedule will allow. I can be there when the baby kicks. They can learn my voice, and I can be there while they grow.
And what happens when the baby is born? You can't possibly think we'll continue to live together.
No, but I can always find a place closer, or we can both find apartments that are situated next to each other.
I let out a large guffaw. Eli, your budget for an apartment is much different than mine.
I'll help pay for it. Hell, I'll buy you a place. I don't care.
I don't want your money.
Then it's something we'll figure out when the time comes closer. But for now, please just let me be a part of this.
Those imploring eyes nearly cut me in half. This is a 1-bedroom apartment, Eli,
This couch is comfortable.
he says, patting the back of it.
I don't care where I sleep. None of that matters. All that I care about is being supportive to you and making sure I'm a part of this baby's life.
His eyes plead with me. And I swear, if I look closely, I can see them turning glossy as he holds his breath, waiting for an answer. How on earth could I possibly say no to him? To the hope that's pulsing through him, to the desperation he obviously feels. I can't. And I don't want to. Okay, I say.
Okay?
He asks, sitting taller. I nod. Yeah, you can stay here, but you don't have to sleep on the couch. I have a king-sized bed. I don't mind sharing a bed with the obvious knowledge that nothing is going to happen. He smirks.
Trust me, I learned my lesson the first time.
He grips his jaw.
Your brother has a mean right hook.
I chuckle. I wish I could say you're the first guy he's used it on when standing up for me, but you're not.
I can only imagine what it was like growing up with him.
He relaxes slightly.
I don't mind sleeping on the couch.
I do, I say. You need a good night's sleep, and I can't imagine what the team, and fans for that matter, would think if you were sleeping on a couch. Hockey comes first. He shakes his head.
That's where you're wrong, Penny. Hockey doesn't come first. You and this baby do.
He scoots in closer and is about to take my hand when he thinks better of it. Instead, he laces his fingers together again.
There will be times when I don't have a choice other than to put hockey before you because of my obligations to the team. But just know, that isn't my choice. You and the baby are now more important than any of that.
Eli, I'd never take you away from the sport. I grew up with a brother playing hockey. I've dated hockey players before, so I know the commitment that's needed at this level, and I'd never, ever hold that against you.
I know you wouldn't.
So, where do we go from here? He looks around my apartment, taking it all in, and then turns back to me.
Care to give me a tour?
I smile softly. I'd love to.
Chapter 8. Eli. How was last night? Posey asks as he takes a seat next to me at our lockers. The locker room is almost empty. Besides a few guys coming in and out from the training room, Posey and I are pretty much alone. Painful, but it ended well, I answer. Before every game day, I come in an hour early before our morning skate, just to get my head on right, chat with the boys, and mentally prepare for the night ahead of us. Today is no exception. So what happened? Stick in hand, I start taping it, carefully preparing it for tonight. I always start on the butt end, making sure the grip on top is to my liking. I moved in. You what? Posey asks. After everything that happened yesterday in Penny's office, Posey almost looked more shell-shocked than me. He took off once he felt like Pacey wasn't going to be a threat anymore. Not that I'd need the help, but I understood his concern. And when he got back to his place, he texted me to see how I was doing. I shot him a quick reply, telling him I was sorting things out, but kept it at that. I moved in with Penny. Did Pacey watch over you the entire time? I shake my head just as the locker room door opens and Pacey walks in. His eyes land on me as he walks toward his locker. But he doesn't say anything. Instead, he grabs a hair tie for his hair from his locker and then heads back out toward the training room, where I'm sure he's getting his legs rolled out and prepped. Wow, that was fucking chilly. Posey smacks me in the chest. Hey, what the fuck was that for? For clearly ruining the equilibrium in our fivesome. What were you thinking sleeping with Penny? I wasn't, I say, now staring down at my stick. I've wanted her since the first day I met her, and I kept that under control for 2 years. There was something that night with her, something that snapped within me, and no matter what I said to myself, it wasn't going to stop me. I look up at Posey now. And she wanted me too. It was stupid and careless. Pacey has said on multiple occasions that she was off limits. I know, I groan. There is no use talking about it now. It already happened. Can't change the past. But what are you doing to fix it now? Taking responsibility, I answer. I'll be damned if Pacey has to even think twice about whether or not I'm in this. Is that why you moved in with her? And she was okay with that? Apprehensive at first, but she accepted my reasoning, and honestly, she looks just as terrified as I am. I don't think she wants to be alone, so she said yes. I offered to sleep on the couch, but she said I could sleep in her bed. Really? Posey's eyes widen. Are you, starting something up? I shake my head.
No, neither of us want to be in a relationship. She made that really clear the night we hooked up. But we did agree on being friends. That's good. So, you're friendly? Not really. I snapped the tape apart and smoothed down the edge. It was incredibly awkward last night. She showed me around, and then since it was late, we just got ready for bed. And how was sharing the bed? Just as comfortable as you'd imagine it would be. I almost think I'd have gotten a better night's sleep on her sofa with my feet hanging off the edge. I kept waking up to make sure I wasn't on her side or hogging the blankets. I barely got any sleep at all. And then she woke up early this morning feeling nauseous, so I sat next to her while she held a bucket. We didn't really speak. It's a real fucking 180 from how our one-night stand went. Despite how awkward it started and how nervous Penny was, it had been the most fun I'd had with a woman in forever. I'd felt relaxed, as if I could be myself, without the expectation to be the super god hockey player most women expect me to be. I was just Eli. But that's possibly too deep to share with Posey right now. I glance around to make sure no one is listening in and lower my voice. I've been inside the woman. I've kissed her all over her body, yet being with her now in her place feels like I'm rooming with a complete stranger. Then maybe you find a way to get to know her better. You have a long way to go before that baby is born, so you need to find a way to make it work. I know. I just don't know how. It's like dating someone you have no intention of actually dating. The small talk, the get-to-know-you crap, the sharing. It's not my strong suit. You share with the people you care about. Don't forget that. Posey says, just as the door to the locker room opens and Taters walks in with Holmes. When he spots me, a huge smile spreads across his face. Oh, hell. You know, for the longest time I thought I was the one who was going to be the screw-up of the group, Taters says. It was bound to happen, but here I am, completely outdone by the resident nice guy. Taters claps. Getting Pacey's sister pregnant. Wow, man. Can you shut the fuck up? I hiss at him. Jesus Christ, we're not telling anyone. Halsey Holmes, the quiet but thoughtful one of our group, pushes Taters and says, I told you not to fucking say anything. I didn't listen. Clearly. Holmes takes a seat next to me and asks, You good? Not really, I answer. Laws is fuming, Taters says, pulling up a chair to close off our circle. He's in the training room, huffing and puffing, making a show of it. I scratch the side of my jaw and then pick up my tape again. He doesn't need to be. I'm taking care of it. Really? Taters asks. So you're gonna marry her? What? I nearly squeak. No, we're just going to be friends, but I moved in to help her with whatever she needs. Friends? Taters shakes his head. Nah, I don't see that happening. You've been crushing on her forever, man. There's no way you'll stay friends. I don't want anything serious and neither does she, so friends is the only option. And I'd rather be friends with my baby's mom than not even talk to her. I let out a huge sigh. Okay, I'm done discussing this. I need to get my head on straight for the game tonight, and sitting here gabbing about my personal life is not going to do that. Yes, but your personal life just got very interesting, Taters says, the ever-present instigator. If you're that interested, go get someone pregnant yourself. Nah, I'm good. I just settled down from the crazy personal life. I don't need to rock the boat now. Taters, or Silas Taters, also known as Potato, broke up with his girlfriend a little while back. They were together for a very long time, so long that Silas was considering proposing. And then, when we all least expected it, they broke up. We still don't know the reason. Taters never said why, but he took it really fucking hard. And it seems like he's finally out of the dark cloud of his breakup and now torturing me. Well, if you need anything, we're here for you, Holmes says before patting me on the back and going to his locker. I know for a fact I'm not the only guy in the league who accidentally got a girl pregnant, but what I want to know is how they handle it, because right now, as much as I try to focus on the game, my head keeps swinging back to Penny and what I'm going to do, if I'm going to be good enough, if I'm going to follow through. My dad never did. I lost my mom at 12. My foster family, well, they were counting down the days until I turned 18. They didn't hate me, but I knew they didn't love me either. So how the hell am I supposed to handle all of this when I'm not even sure how to be a parent? How to act like one this baby deserves? Looks like I need to call my therapist. We have a lot to unpack, especially with playoffs around the corner. I need to focus if we're going to have a run for the cup this year.
This is weird. Coming home after a game to a new building, a new hallway, and a new front door. None of it belongs to me, and none of it is familiar. None of it feels like home. And home is important to me. It's my safe space, my grounding zone, a place I know will never disappear on me. But that has all changed now. I slip out the key Penny gave me, and I unlock the door, only to quietly open it. I'm not sure about Penny's schedule. Couldn't tell if she was an early-to-bed kind of girl or a night owl. I don't want to be too loud just in case she's sleeping, but it also takes me a few hours to wind down from the adrenaline of a game. Especially after a brutal loss like we suffered today. 4-1. It was embarrassing. You don't have to be in the know to realize something was going on between Pacey and me, or that neither of our heads were in the game. Letting 4 goals go by is very unlike him. But it wasn't all his fault. I couldn't get my head out of the clouds fast enough to catch up to the offense and do my job. So it was almost as if Pacey was down a defenseman. You can only imagine how mad he is now. It wasn't pretty in the locker room after the game, to say the least. When I step inside the apartment, I'm surprised to see the lights on, and my game day suits scattered all over the living room and kitchen, every single suit I own. I glance around the space and find Penny standing in the middle of the living room, holding a steamer in one hand and the vest of my maroon 3-piece suit in the other.
Oh, I didn't think you'd be home so soon,
She says, eyes wide.
I thought that maybe you'd take a bit longer.
I skipped the weight room today and settled with just flushing my legs out on the bike. I set my bag down in the entryway. What are you doing? She glances at the steamer in her hand and then the vest. When her eyes return to mine, she says,
Stress steaming your suits?
Stress steaming?
Yes, well, it was stressful watching your game tonight. I had to keep myself busy, so I unpacked your clothes, which I know is a huge violation of privacy, but I couldn't just let them sit there in your suitcase all crumpled up, especially your suits. And when I pulled them out, I realized they needed a solid steam, so I set up a system and started steaming. One suit led to another, that led to another, and honestly, I'm glad you actually arrived because I'm pretty sure your boxer briefs were next.
Her eyes widen.
Not that I noticed much about your boxer briefs. I mean, I did touch them, but not in a creepy way, but in a these need to be put away kind of way. It was minimal touching of your private garments. They're shoved in a drawer.
Her eyes widen even more.
Oh, God. Did you not want to be unpacked? I mean, that's really presumptuous to move you in like that and give you a few drawers in my dresser. It's not like a you're my boyfriend dresser drawer. I just thought you would be more comfortable.
Penny, take a breath. She collapses on the couch and drapes her arm over her eyes. After a few seconds, she finally says,
You guys were atrocious tonight, and I know it's my fault.
Seeing where this is going, I move to the couch and take a seat, making sure to keep an appropriate distance. We did suck tonight, but it was not your fault. It takes a team to lose a game, not a baby mama. She glances over at me.
I hate that term. Can you not call me that?
Should I call you the woman carrying my child?
You can just call me Penny.
She sits up.
Your head wasn't in the game, and neither was Pacey's. I knew this was going to happen. This is why I wanted to wait to tell you two, but then Blakely, with her horrendously thought-out ideas, came swooping in and convinced me to tell you now rather than after the season.
After the season would have been too far out. It's probably best that you told us now.
And ruin your chances at the run for the cup? Sure, that seemed like a great idea.
Penny, it was one game.
Yeah, well, one game will turn into many, and before we know it, you're packing up your locker in May rather than getting ready for the next game. Everyone will hate this baby because you know the media will catch wind of it. It's bound to happen, and then what? All of Vancouver hates on little Jimmy John or Johnny Jim or Peggy Leggy.
Peggy Leggy? I ask, my nose curling. Please don't name our child Peggy Leggy.
You know what I mean. I ruined everything.
You didn't. Stop saying that. It was one game. We'll find our stride.
Sure you will.
She gets up and goes back to steaming my vest, continuing to work through the wrinkles. She doesn't say anything else. Her concentration is solely focused on the tweed fabric of my vest. You don't have to do that, I say, unsure of what else to do.
It's fine.
And she continues to work. You could cut the tension with a fucking knife. It's thick, it's unruly, and it's extremely uncomfortable. Normally after a game, I'd hit the weight room with the guys, stop by my favorite late-night sub shop to pick up an Italian special with extra veggies and meat, and then go home and relax on the couch while tuning into the latest show I've been binging. After a few episodes, I usually settle into bed around midnight once the adrenaline has worn off. Or I go pick up a girl after the game and wind down with sex. Today my entire routine is off. Instead of my favorite sandwich, I settled for one of the to-go meals the team provides, scarfed it down in my car, and then drove here as quickly as I could to make sure everything was okay with Penny. I'm not sure why I rushed now. It doesn't seem like she wants anything to do with me. Clearing my throat, I stand. Well, at least let me help you get these suits out of the living room.
That's okay. I have a process of where I'm putting them.
She glances past the hanging vest and says,
You can, go out if you want. I know you like doing that.
Is she insane? Go out when she's pregnant? No. My random one-night stands have been terminated for the time being. The only action I'll be getting is probably in the shower. I'm not going out. That would be disrespectful to you, I say. She scoffs.
We're not seeing each other, Eli. It's not like you can't date anyone.
I'm not going to date anyone. You know I don't date. Her eyes connect with mine.
I mean, have fun with other women.
She glances away, avoiding all eye contact with me. I'm not sure what's going on. If she's trying to push me away or attempt to fix a problem that's not there. But whatever it is, I'm not falling for it. Instead, I say, I'm just going to get ready for bed, even though I'm not even close to being tired. I grab my bag from the entryway and head back to the bedroom, where I unpack it, toss my dirty clothes in the corner that is currently my hamper, and then I sit on the edge of the bed with my phone in my hand. I type up a text and send it to the boys. Well, minus Pacey. Not sure texting him about his sister would be the smartest decision at the moment. Hornsby. Things are really awkward over here. I don't know what to do. Help me. I rest my arms on my thighs as I check out the rest of the scores for the night, waiting for some responses. Thankfully, I don't have to wait long, and my phone vibrates in my hand. Posey. Describe awkward. Taters. Yes, we need to know what we're dealing with before offering advice. Holmes. It's probably not awkward. You're just feeling like it is. If only they knew. I slip my suit jacket off my shoulders and drape it over the edge of the bed before texting them back. Hornsby. I came back to Penny's and found her frantically steaming every suit I own. When I asked her what she was doing, she went on some rambling spree about the team sucking because of her, named our child Peggy Leggy, and then told me to go out and find a chick to fuck. That about sums it up. I'm about to hit send when I stop. This is Pacey's sister I'm about to gossip about. If I had a sister, would I want all her quirkiness tossed around between my best friends? That would be a no. Not only that, but these guys have known her as long as I have, and they respect her, especially for how good she is at her job. I don't want them thinking she's a nutcase. Fuck. But I need their opinion. And they know me. They know I'm a desperate fuck who is so far out of his comfort zone, I've forgotten what it looks like, and it's only night 2. I hit send and hope that the guys don't hate on me. Holmes. Yeah, that's awkward. Taters. Peggy Leggy? What the fuck is that? Posey. You know, Peggy Leggy could go either way, charming or terrifying. Taters. Nothing is charming about Peggy Leggy. She is the deranged doll in your grandma's attic that was never loved but somehow lost an arm anyway. Holmes. Can't jump on board with Peggy Leggy. Sorry. Posey. I don't think we're being fair about Peggy Leggy. Hornsby. Enough with Peggy Leggy. Taters. Dude, you can't throw down a name like that without telling us you vetoed it. Can you imagine Peggy Leggy Hornsby? Woof. Posey. Hey, don't you dare woof at Peggy Leggy. She might be a tattered shell of a baby, but she's still Hornsby's lineage. Holmes. Did you veto the name? Hornsby. Jesus Christ, of course I did. Peggy Leggy Hornsby is not happening. Taters. At least he didn't lose his common sense, boys. Hornsby. Can we get back to the advice? Christ. Holmes. Let's remember this is Pacey's sister here and our colleague. Respect, man. Did you tell her she doesn't need to steam your suits? Hornsby. Of course I did. But she said something about a process. I don't know. After she told me to go out and find someone, I decided to call the conversation quits. Taters. Hear you, Holmes. Let's pretend for a moment that we don't know her. Did she say you could go out and find someone in a nasty tone? Posey. Ooh, good question. Tone is very important. And yes, I can pretend. Hornsby. Thanks, Holmes. I don't want to disrespect her either. As for the tone, she didn't. She said it in more of a nervous tone, like she was unsure. Posey. I'm secondary sweating for you right now. Sounds wretched. Taters. Yeah, that's uncomfortable. Hornsby. I know. What should I do? Holmes. I'd just go read a book. Let her work through it herself. Taters. You also don't have a life. Posey. I don't think crawling into his own shell is the way to go on this, Holmes. Sorry, he has to live with her. Clearly there's awkward tension between you two. Try to break it. Taters. It pains me to say Posey is right, but he is. Hornsby. How do you suppose I break it? Posey. This is Penny Laws, Hornsby. Not some chick you just met. She lives and breathes hockey, is a master of all things social media, and around anyone else on any other day she is sweet, funny, and not awkward. Hornsby. So the problem is me? Taters. Yep, dipshit. But if you're still lost, it's called Google. Stock up on questions and ask some. And when she talks, actually listen rather than thinking where you can stick your dick in her. Holmes. She really is sweet, and listening is key. Posey. And the not sticking your dick in her is second to the listening. I'm about to text back when the bedroom door creaks open and Penny comes in with 3 suits in hand. When she spots me on the edge of the bed, my shirt undone, she gasps out loud and spins toward the wall where she pins her head against the white surface.
Oh my God, I forgot to knock. I'm so sorry. You must be horrified.
I'm really not. Penny, you've sat on my dick, and I've watched you bounce up and down on my lap. Pretty sure walking in on me with my shirt undone is nothing compared to that.
That was different.
She says, still shielding herself.
You meant for me to see you naked.
I exhale loudly. Can you please just turn toward me? Hesitantly, she turns around. That's when I stand from the bed, walk up to her, and take the suits from her grasp. We need to learn to live with each other, and acting skittish is not the way to do it. You're going to see me without a shirt. I like to sleep with it off. Last night I wore one because I didn't want to scare you, but it was uncomfortable. I'm sure you're going to want to walk around in a towel or, well, I don't know what women do, but I think if we're going to make this work, we try to act as normal as possible. She swallows hard.
I don't know how to be normal around you without alcohol. And I can't have alcohol because of Peggy Leggy.
Jesus, please don't call her that.
So this is the person you get. Awkward, weird, and someone who steams and cleans when they're stressed.
I press my lips together, attempting to figure out how to make this better. Holmes wasn't wrong. This is Penny. I've known her for a few years, and I've liked the fuck out of her for just as long. She said I make her nervous, so how can I stop that without alcohol? How can I make this better?
You can't. I'm just weird, and this is how I deal with things.
Right. Maybe I can try just talking about all things hockey another night. Tonight is not that night. Okay then, I guess I look around. What else can we steam? Did you do all of my suits?
You don't want to steam things.
I really don't. I want this nightmare to be over. I want to be at my house with my favorite sub watching the latest season of Ozark. But instead, I'm in a completely new-to-me apartment trying to navigate the clumsy waters of sharing a space with someone I barely know. I don't have experience in steaming, or cleaning for that matter. But you can show me. I have some jeans we can steam.
You don't steam jeans.
Okay, well, you mentioned my boxer briefs. Do you want to steam those? That pulls a smile from her lips, and she finally relaxes her tense shoulders.
I'm actually pretty tired. I think I'm going to get ready for bed.
Same. I clasp my hands together and look around. Should we, take care of my suits then?
Yes.
And then she walks toward her closet, where I hear her hang the ones she just took from me. Without another word, she walks out to the living room and grabs more. Shit. This is my new fucking normal.
Chapter 9. Penny. Can you stomach a bagel? Blakely asks while sticking her head through the doorway of my office. Looking up from my computer screen, I'm relieved this morning's nausea has subsided, leaving me ready for food. Yes, I could really use one right now, actually. Bagel bag in hand, She takes a seat across from me in my office, doling out the bagels on the napkins and then setting out the cream cheese and knives. After your text this morning of suffering over the toilet, I figured I'd grab some food in case you were hungry when you got here. Just dry heaving again. But I wasn't able to stomach anything, so this is perfect timing. We break apart our bagels, slather them in cream cheese, and then each take a bite. I lean back in my chair. Thank you so much. You are more than welcome. She pauses. So tell me how things are going. Do you miss Hornsby now that the boys are on an away trip? No, not even in the slightest. And not because he's a bad house guest or because he's messy. He's none of those things. He's actually quite tidy, and he doesn't do anything to ruffle my feathers. He walks around the apartment, trying to go undetected. The first night after the horrible game when the boys took a huge loss, Eli tried to have a conversation about snow, and it fell flat after his comment about liking how white it was. The second night, he asked me if I liked bread. I said yes, and then he nodded, and that was that. It made me wonder if the only language Eli speaks with women is flirt. I was happy for the reprieve last night. That was until he called me. I was. I mean, he's been nice and all, but I can't tell you how massively uncomfortable this entire arrangement is. Still not the conversationalist he is when trying to hook up with somebody. I can't necessarily blame it on him because I'm not great either. I don't know what to say to him. And it's clear as day he doesn't know what to say to me as well. Where has all the charm from the bar and his apartment gone, Blakely? We got on so well, laughed, had sex, and now we have no clue how to be around each other? I mean, I shrieked the other night when I saw him with his shirt undone. I lean in and whisper, I licked his nipples, Blakely, and now I'm clutching my pearls over seeing a little man cleave? What is wrong with me? She chuckles. And when I give her a not-so-happy glare, she stops. I'm sorry. I know this hasn't been easy for you, but you have to admit it's slightly comical. I find nothing comical about this. It's so bad, Blakely. Never in my life have I been so clumsy and tongue-tied for words before. When he's around, my mind just goes blank. And then last night, he called me. From the hotel. Blakely's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Yup. Said he wanted to check on me and tell me he planned on staying in the entire night. I told him I'm not his nanny, so he doesn't need to check in with me. Then he proceeded to tell me in a strange voice that he knew I wasn't his nanny. Define strange. Like he ate a teaspoon of cinnamon and was slowly choking on his own dried-up saliva? That is a very detailed yet odd description. And even more odd, I can hear it in my head. What happened after that? A long pause that felt positively deafening? I was fidgeting, racking my brain for anything to say. All I could think about was how my nipples had been tingling lately, and to hell if I was going to say that. So instead, he told me about the pack of free pretzels he got in his room, and all he said was they were salty and free. Blakely, to my disdain, lets out the loudest laugh while waving her hand in front of her face. That's not funny. I'm sorry. She wipes under her eye. But oh my God, this is the most dysfunctional yet hilarious coupling I've ever seen. And I hate to admit it because I know you're going through an ordeal, but I'm kind of living for it. I take a large bite of my bagel and chew while staring out the window of my office. I think I'm going to ask him to move out. We're not doing each other any favors here. We tried, we failed miserably, so let's move on. What in particular did you try? My phone buzzes with a text. Try to be cordial and to live with each other, but it's just an absolute nightmare. We don't know how to act around each other. We don't know how to talk. We're both being far too polite not to bother the other. I can't possibly survive the next 8 months like this. I lift my phone and see that it's a text from Eli. Great. I swipe my phone open and read it.
Eli. I just ate an apple.
I wait to see if there is more to his text, but when the little texting dots don't appear, I realize that's all he had to say. I shouldn't be surprised. This is to be expected at this point. Is that him? Blakely asks. I nod. He just told me he ate an apple. That's it? I nod again. No freaking way, let me see. I flash the screen toward her and she squints while reading, then leans back in her chair. Wow. I'd expect a text like that from someone like Halsey Holmes. He's so introverted and quiet that an I ate an apple text feels very fitting. But from the outgoing ladies' man of the team, I never would have guessed. What do you even say to that? I type him back and press send. I show her my screen. Penny. Was it red? Was it red? Oh my God. She laughs again. Okay, I can see what you're talking about. See? I groan and slouch in my chair. It's like we're trying to force something that's not there. I truly believe we had one hot night and that's it. There really is nothing between us, friendship-wise. I'm not even sure we have that much in common at all. What do you think? Would he be mad if I asked him to leave? He might be relieved. I think he might be too. My phone buzzes and I lift it to read it.
Eli. Green.
I flash my phone to her, and she covers her mouth, cackling. This has to end.
Eli. Posey, I need your goddamn help right now. Emergency, I say, barging through his hotel room. We just got back from our morning skate, and this is about the time when a lot of the players take a nap. But I'm at DEFCON 1 right now, and I don't care if Posey needs his beauty sleep. I need him. Dude. He lifts his eye mask up. It's one of the ones with the googly eyes on it. He saw it on Ellen and thought it was funny as shit, so he got himself one. As well as the rest of the team. You know I need to sleep before the game. I know, but this is important. What could be so important that I told her I ate an apple? His brow creases in confusion. What? Penny. I was trying to come up with something to say to her, to start a riveting conversation. And all I could think to say was that I ate an apple. And it's just been disastrous from there. He sits up a little taller. That was your conversation starter? You ate an apple? What happened to Googling some questions to ask her? I did that, but they all seemed unnatural, like I was interviewing her. So I've been trying to come up with some more everyday conversations. So you told her you ate an apple. At least it seemed better than telling her I like snow because it's white. Jesus Christ. He grumbles while throwing his blankets off and walking over to me. Hand me your phone. Why? What are you going to say? Don't say anything stupid. Any more stupid than I ate an apple? He quirks one brow at me. You know what I mean. He shakes his head in annoyance and then starts typing away on my phone. I try to look over his shoulder, but he turns away from me, blocking me from seeing the screen. What are you writing? Hey, I can't see. Did you send it? Don't send it without my approval. And don't say anything inappropriate like, I like your ass. He glances over his shoulder. Do you like her ass? Of course, it's hard not to like everything about her body. Another raise of an eyebrow, and this time he fully turns toward me. Eli Watkins Hornsby. That's not my middle name. I know you crushed on this girl, but from the way you've been acting and your abundance of paranoia, I'd say you actually care. You're acting almost like you like her. Enough with that shit. I don't like her in the way you're saying. I mean, yeah, is she hot? Of course. You'd be dumb to think otherwise. But I barely know her. And the things I do know about her, I wouldn't say would tip me over the scale to liking her like that. Even though I do kind of like the rambling. It's funny. It's one of the reasons I pressured her to spend my birthday night with me. I had one of those perpetual, stupid smiles on my face from her rambling that night. Then why does it matter to you what I say to her? Because she's still the mother of my baby. I don't want to come across all clingy and horny. Are you horny? Yes. It's been 6 weeks since I've had sex, my longest dry spell ever. And the last person I had sex with is now my awkward counterpart. I don't need sex all the time. You realize that? He snorts. Okay. Then he goes back to typing on my phone. I pull at his shoulder. Seriously, what are you saying? Chill, dude. I'm just asking her how she's feeling. I pause. Oh, that's probably a good idea. You're such a fucking idiot. He hands me my phone back and then launches himself on his mattress. I glance down at my phone to read the text he sent. Eli, Sorry about that last text. I meant to send it to Pacey. How are you feeling today? I glance up at him, and he's smiling smugly at me. Simple, he says, holding his arms out wide. You're overthinking it. I take a seat on the edge of his bed and then lie back on the mattress as well. I fucking hate this. I feel like ever since my birthday things have not felt the same, and it's freaking me out. What do you mean? Closing my eyes, I say, I can't stop thinking about her, and now that we're living together, I can't seem to screw my head on right. Pacey props himself up on his arm. Dude, I think you like her. I shake my head. No, that can't possibly be the problem.
Penny. Blakely, I whisper as I turn into her office. She glances up from her computer. What? Why are we whispering? I close her office door behind me. He wrote back. Is this really what's going to happen? I have to be present for your text messages? You know I have a job to do, right? These VIP tickets aren't going to sell themselves. I know, but I don't think he wrote this text message. Blakely's eyes grow with interest as she reaches her hand out and twiddles her fingers at me, looking for the phone. Things just got interesting. Hand it over. I give her my phone and then round her desk to look over her shoulder. She reads the text out loud. Sorry about that last text. I meant to send it to Pacey. How are you feeling today? She looks up at me and smiles. Yeah, he didn't write that. Not after what you've told me your conversations have been like. Who do you think wrote it? I take a seat in one of her chairs and cross one leg over the other. My guess would be Pacey since he used his name in there. Hornsby is probably freaking out because he looks like an utter fool in these text messages and doesn't know how to handle you. Handle me? What is that supposed to mean? Come on. Out of everyone on the team, who is the most extroverted? Eli, I say, not even questioning the answer. Exactly. He's the one who should have no problem striking up a conversation, but for some reason, interacting with you is crippling him into a fumbling mess. It's kind of funny to observe from the outside, but I think it's safe to assume that he's probably freaking out like you are and asked Pacey to help him, just like you're asking me to help you. Okay, so then, what do I say? She rolls her eyes so hard, I'm afraid they might fall out of her head. Tell him how you're feeling. My God, woman, what is wrong with you? The baby, I say. It's sucking all the intelligence out of me. I'm not sure that's how pregnancy works. How would you know? Are you pregnant? I challenge her with a wave of arrogance. No, and I don't plan on finding out. She points at my phone. Now message him back. Tell him how you feel. Okay, I can do that. On a deep breath, I text him back. When I'm satisfied with my reply, I press send. Done. What did you say? I read my text message out loud. Feeling kind of weird, with everything. So I thought that maybe when you come back from your away trip, you should move out. What? Blakely's eyes shoot open. You sent that? Panic ensues. Wait, what do you mean? You told me to tell him how I felt. Like, physically, not mentally? Oh my God. I can't believe you told him you want him to move out right before a game. My mouth shrivels up into a small pea-sized O as my eyes widen in horror. Oh God, why did I text that? I don't know. Maybe he didn't read it. Or better yet, maybe he's relieved.
Eli. Holy fuck, Pacey, wake up, wake up. I shake my friend who was mid-snore when I charged through his door. He whips his mask off his face. I'm going to murder you. This is bad. I sit on his bed and hold my phone up to him. She wants me to leave. You texted her, and now she wants me out of the apartment. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? What? He rubs his palm over his eye. What did you say to her? Nothing. I said nothing. I didn't write anything after your text. Dude, if she wants me to leave, that's bad. Pacey will not like finding out that I'm not helping her. He already won't talk to me. Now this? I pull at my hair. What the fuck do I do? I'm still trying to figure out how this escalated so quickly. That was a simple question. Do you see what I'm dealing with? I say, my voice an octave higher than normal. I should have just kept it simple and told her the apple was juicy, which is better than saying it was moist. What the hell was I thinking letting you take charge? Give me your phone. He swipes it from my grasp and reads the text message while scratching the side of his face. Huh. See? How can I possibly figure out how to talk with her? My phone beeps, halting my sentence and freezing me on the spot as the recognizable sound of a FaceTime call rings through the room. What the actual fuck are you doing? I ask Posey as he holds the phone in front of me. Getting to the bottom of this. I don't want to call her. Give me the phone. Give me the goddamn phone.
Penny. Breathe. Breathe. Blakely says while I breathe into the bagel bag from this morning. It will be okay. I shake my head, the bag crinkling next to my ears. Yes, it will. I'm sure he didn't even read. My phone buzzes in front of us, and my eyes meet the image on the screen. I tear the brown bag off my face and, in a panic, scream. He's FaceTiming me! Oh, dear God. Blakely says while reaching for the phone. I quickly swipe it away. What the hell do you think you're doing? Answering it? What? Why? Because he clearly wants to talk to you after what you wrote. And that's what text messages are for, so you can reply through text, not FaceTime. Who in their right mind FaceTimes someone in the middle of a text conversation? That's unheard of. That's breaking social etiquette. Well, he's probably freaking out because you told him you want him to move out. That warrants a phone call. I'm not answering. I clutch my phone to my chest, but in some wizardly way, Blakely rips it from my grasp. I then swat it from hers just as I hear the sound of the phone being answered. I gasp and clasp my hand over my mouth while Blakely stares at me wide-eyed. Silence falls over the both of us, echoing through her office as a distant voice says,
Hello? Penny, are you there?
Nostrils flared, I stare at my friend. Mouthing to her, I say, Don't say a thing. She gestures harshly at the phone and whispers, Answer it. I shake my head vehemently.
Penny, is everything okay?
Eli's voice rings through. Blakely and I stare at each other. I'm telling her to zip her lips, and she's drastically trying to convey with her eyes that I need to answer the phone. Neither of us moves until... She reaches down and grabs the phone and points it at her face. She fluffs her hair and says, Oh, hey, Eli, how's it going? What are you doing? I whisper at her.
Is everything okay?
He asks, worry clear in his voice. Yep, everything is fine. Oh, look, here's Penny. What are you... She points the phone at me and I smile. But it's not a normal smile. It's as if each side of my mouth has been hooked and two people are pulling straight back, baring my teeth in a mid-hiss snarl. Just know, it's extremely unattractive. And I don't blame him when his facial expression turns from concerned to an appalled wince. Say hi. Blakely mouths when I look at her for help. Turning back to the phone, I lift my hand and say, Hi. Seeming just as uncomfortable as me, he lifts his hand as well.
Hi.
And then silence descends upon us. I glance at Blakely and he glances at whoever he's with, who I'm going to assume is Posey, unless Pacey is there, wielding a hockey skate, ready to slice Eli's neck.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I hear someone say before they take the phone away from Eli. I let out a sigh of relief just as Posey's face comes into view.
You two need to get it together. You're having a baby. Find a way to communicate without telling each other you ate an orange. It was an apple.
Eli corrects in the background.
Either way, I'll not be a part of this anymore.
Posey looks at me on the phone and says,
Penny, you know I adore you, but you can't kick Hornsby out. You and I both know that. Not only does he deserve to help you, but he will be absolutely murdered by your brother if he moves out.
I know, I say as guilt swarms me. Everything is just so uncomfortable. Like I know he truly doesn't want to be there and the tension is high and I can't take it.
I want to be there,
Eli says, but it's still Posey I'm technically talking to.
but you're weird.
I'm weird, I ask. You're the one telling me the only part of a horse you like is its mane. Posey turns away and asks,
You said that to her? It was a weak moment for me. I don't know what else to say. Jesus.
Posey pinches the bridge of his nose as Blakely comes into view. For what it's worth, she's not being a helpful conversationalist either.
Thank you.
Eli says, and I can see one of his hands flap in the air.
How the hell did you two even hook up?
Alcohol? Both Eli and I say at the same time.
Well, that makes sense.
Posey says.
But since we can't use alcohol this time, we're going to need a solution that works so Blakely and I are not pulled into these text messages. I don't care how uncomfortable it might be. You two need to talk, even if it's about apples, for fuck's sake.
He then tosses the phone at Eli, who catches it in his lap. I can tell from the angle of his jaw. And then he brings the phone up to his face. His eyes connect with mine and he quietly says,
Do you think we can talk after the game? That's if you're still awake.
Blakely is nodding, encouraging me to say yes. I roll my teeth over the corner of my lip and I say, yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. I'll text to see if you're awake.
Sounds good.
Okay. I should go.
Have a good game. His lips tilt into a small smile.
Thanks.
And then we hang up. I collapse into one of Blakely's chairs and drop my phone to the floor as I let my tension-filled body relax for the first time since he sent me that text about his apple. Wow, that was something I never want to experience again, Blakely says. I don't know if I should thank you for including me or demand you grace me with a present after having to deal with that. I gently close my eyes. Maybe a little of both.
Chapter 10. Eli. Good game, I say to Pacey as we make our way into the locker room. You had some pretty brilliant saves. He looks my way for a moment before turning toward his locker and muttering, Don't suck my ass. Okay, so we're still not on talking terms. That's fair. At least we won tonight. And at least we both played marginally better than the night before. I still felt off, though, like my skates weren't entirely listening to what my brain was telling them to do. But it was better. Posey claps me on the shoulder and we both take a seat at our lockers. He whispers, He'll come around. On the other hand, I'll tell you right now, if you ever fuck up my nap again, I'll murder you myself. Noted. We both take our skates off and leave them in front of us as we tug off our jerseys. Some of the guys enjoy the time in the locker room of dressing and undressing, not because they enjoy watching each other, but because it's a time to bond. I don't mind getting ready for the game, but undressing, no fucking thank you. I wish the entire jersey and equipment was a zip-up suit that I could easily shed afterward. What's crazy to me is that some of the guys, the two Russians on the team, change their underwear between every period. Do you know what it takes to change your underwear between periods? A lot of goddamn work. That I'm not interested in. Are you going to call her when you get back to your hotel? If she's awake, I say while shedding my absolutely drenched shin pads. Do you have any idea what you're going to say to her? Sort of. I think I'm just going to be honest and tell her how I feel. Posey pats me on the back. Wow, what a novel idea. Don't be a dick. Hey, I heard of this bar in Vancouver that we need to check out. When we get home in a few days, you game? Taters asks as he takes a seat next to me. He's usually the last to arrive in the locker room after the game, only if we win, because he hangs out with fans, signs some things, and takes pictures. He's been known to give away more pucks than anyone on the team, which is impressive because Posey will hand out pucks for candy, and the fans know this. There will be signs lined up along the plexi asking Posey to trade a puck for a Milky Way. He goes for it every time. My eyes float to Pacey, who's staring daggers at me. No, I answer. I'm probably going to be staying in for the foreseeable future. Because of the... Don't say it. I don't want him to clue in the other guys with what's going on. The last thing we need is to start more fighting within the team. But yes, I have some things I need to take care of. Look at you growing up, Taters says. I mean, you've always been the responsible one, but this is rather mature of you. Can you not make a big deal about it? Pacey leans forward and whispers, "He's still having a hard time learning how to communicate with her. He told her he ate an apple today, and that was it. That was his text." I shed my pants. "Can we not hash it out, please? I have it under control now." "Didn't seem like it this afternoon," Pacey mutters. "Why are you going to Pacey for girl advice when I'm clearly the one you should be asking?" Taters asks. "Why are you the one?" I ask. "No offense, but you're not currently attached to anyone, and the last person you dated, well, it's unclear what happened between you two." "Not all of us are a tell-all autobiography for the world, Hornsby. Some people like privacy." Smiling, I say, "Well then, take this as a hint. Give me some fucking privacy." I take off toward the showers. We have a flight to Denver we have to catch tonight, and I want to get on the bus as quickly as possible so I can call Penny. I've seen the guys on the team with families hustle up after a game because they want to call their wives and their kids before they go to bed. It's odd to think I'm joining that club now. Not quite sure how I feel about that other than I don't really have a choice in the matter.
Penny. Yes, I'm awake.
Damn. I kinda hoped she'd be sleeping, or at least pretend to be sleeping. But maybe she needs to talk just as much as I need to. And when I say talk, I mean just tell her how I wish everything was normal between us. I grabbed a bowl of chili and a to-go box of cornbread for dinner from the players' table, and then practically sprinted to the bus with the rest of the family men. Needless to say, a few of them were shocked to see me. I settled myself toward the back and up against the window, set my food and bag down, and then slipped my earbuds in my ears before dialing her phone number. It rings 2 times, and then she answers.
Hey.
I swallow as a wave of butterflies shoots up my stomach. I know it's not the kind of butterflies people get when they see the one they love or their crush walks by. This is nerves, all fucking nerves. "Hey, Penny." My voice comes out all gravelly, so I take a quick sip of water. How are you doing?" "There you go, a solid start to a conversation."
I'm doing okay.
She answers, and I can already feel the tension. It's obvious that neither of us wants to be in this current situation, on the phone forcing ourselves to communicate, but we have to make the most of it, which means we need to learn to talk to each other. "Okay, are you having any symptoms?" "Symptoms? Symptoms of what, you idiot? Jesus Christ, you're not a goddamn doctor." But unfortunately for me, and her, it's the first thing that comes to mind. Thankfully, there's a light chuckle on the other end of the phone, and that eases some of the embarrassment from my idiotic question.
Just tired at the moment.
"Oh, should I let you go so you can get some sleep?"
No, I think we need to talk.
We need to talk. Hell, nothing good comes from those 4 words. Usually they're accompanied by a breakup or a confession like, "I'm sorry, but I cheated on you." Weirdly, though, none of those scenarios apply to us. Yeah, you're probably right. Do you want to go first?
I guess so.
And then she's silent, and I wish I could hear what she's thinking. I'm sure it would be a world of information that would make cracking her shell so much easier. If only she would talk to me like she talked to me that one night. So free and open, but circumstances are different now. Finally, she sighs.
I don't know why I'm so awkward around you. Well, I mean, I sort of know why, but still, for some reason, I either ramble on for too long or don't know what to say at all. It felt so easy the night we were together.
Yeah, same. If you recall, it took you a bit to warm up that night as well, I say, trying to help her out.
True, but you were incredibly chatty that entire time. Why have you changed?
This time I chuckle. I think I'm freaked out. I did something I shouldn't have done, which was pursue you, got in trouble for it, and now I'm trying to figure out how to navigate these murky waters. I don't want to stress you out by being too in your space, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, especially in your own home, nor do I want you doing this alone. I'm trying to find that balance. My mom raised me by herself before she passed away, and even though I don't understand completely how hard being a single mom is from a little boy's point of view, I do remember her telling me fairly often how sorry she was that her money wouldn't stretch as far as I'd wanted it to. I don't want that for you. So, my usual fun attitude is slightly askew at the moment.
I can understand that. I feel the same way about trying to make sure you're comfortable.
You don't need to worry about me, but for you, I'll try harder. Can I ask you something, though?
Of course.
I need to know why you're so nervous around me. It might help me relate better. She doesn't answer right away, but gives it some serious thought, which I appreciate.
I think the intimidation is still there. It was easy to forget when we were buzzed, but now that we're just normal human beings under no influence at all, I feel out of place.
Not that shit again, I say in a joking tone. Come on, Penny. I think you can set that aside by now. I mean, I've pretty much touched every part of your body. There has to be a level of intimacy between us that pushes away that feeling of being out of place.
You have to remember, Eli, when we hooked up, it was a big thing for me to do, and I had some liquid encouragement to help me. First of all, I wasn't going into that night with the most confidence in the world. The last guy I was with really tore me down romantically, told me I was bad in bed.
I can 100% tell you right now, that guy was fucking wrong. Trust me, Penny, he was really, really fucking wrong.
Well, thank you.
I'm serious. I lower my voice. I don't think I've ever come that hard. And that's straight up facts. I still fucking think about that night. She pauses.
Well, we don't need to get into the details, but I appreciate your reassurance.
Anytime you need it, let me know. But continue.
Okay, so yes. I wasn't very confident that night, and it was a big deal for me to allow myself to do that with you, out of all people. And I know I act differently at work, but when I'm doing my job, I can be outgoing and extroverted with the guys. But that's because it's a job. I have a checklist of questions and conversation pieces I know I can cling to when I'm talking to all of you. The pressure to impress isn't there, but one-on-one, it's harder. I'm more of an introvert who likes to curl up on the couch and watch Ozark.
You watch Ozark? I ask. Finally something we can actually talk about.
I do. Do you?
Oh yeah, fucking love Jason Bateman. I met him last year at a charity event. Dude is fucking cool as shit. More of a baseball fan though, but he respects the game.
Wow, I didn't know you met him. What season of the show are you on?
I settle into my seat and pop open my chili. Guys filter soundlessly onto the bus. We all respect each other and know this is when the guys with families and loved ones like to make their phone calls, so we all stay quiet and eat our dinners. And even though I don't acknowledge what she said about her job and being an introvert, I file it away. Finding something in common to talk about rather than fixating on why we're weird together seems like a better way to have a conversation. That's why I jumped on the discussion about Ozark. I'm on the current season, episode 2. What about you? I ask.
Season 3. Darn. That could have been something we did together, to make things less torturous when we were together.
I wouldn't call it torturous. Well, maybe slightly. She laughs, and I realize I really like the sound of her laugh. I remember liking it the night we hooked up, but hearing it again just reminds me why my will slipped that night, and I allowed myself to taste her. I had to. But I don't mind rewatching with you.
You don't have to do that.
I know, but it could be good for us. We've already started talking more just because of one thing we have in common.
True.
She lets out a deep sigh.
God, what you must think of me.
I think you're pretty legit, Penny. I've thought that for a while, I say, finally starting to find my voice. Ever since Pacey introduced you, I've only had good thoughts. Even now, when I come home from a game and find you rambling and steaming my suits, I still think you're pretty damn great.
Thank you,
she says quietly. This is where you tell me how great I am? She chuckles.
And you're pretty great too, Hornsby.
Eli. Call me Eli. Do I have to keep telling you that?
Probably. I'm so used to calling you by your last name because of Pacey and all the guys, and fans. It's out of habit.
I get it. But I don't think I want my kid calling me Hornsby, do you?
He couldn't call you Eli, though, either. He'd call you Daddy. So, if anything, I should call you Daddy.
She walked right into that one. That works for me. Call me Daddy all you want. She pauses.
I'm blaming that one on pregnancy brain.
As I laugh out loud, I catch Pacey walking onto the bus wearing a scowl across his face. Pretty sure that scowl has a name, and its name is Eli Hornsby. He moves right past me and doesn't even bother to acknowledge me. He sits in the very back where I know he spreads out and calls Winnie. If anyone can put him in a better mood, it's her. Turning my attention back to Penny, I ask, "Have you had many pregnancy brain moments?"
No, I think they've been more like blonde moments, which I have from time to time, but I'm glad I can blame them on the baby now.
You're a human incubator. You might as well get as much from it as you can.
I guess so.
She yawns, and I look at the clock, realizing how late it must be for her. I should let you get some sleep. You must be exhausted.
Yeah, pretty tired. I've been waking up at 4 with nausea, so the fatigue is really kicking in.
Have you thrown up? I ask, feeling guilty as shit that I'm not there.
No, just nausea. It's nothing compared to what some women go through. Blakely bought me some ginger ale to have in the morning, and that's helped a lot.
I'm sorry, I'm not there to help.
You don't need to apologize. You have a job that requires you to be away. I get that. Trust me. I'm just glad I have Blakely. And Winnie stopped by the office yesterday as well to see how I was, so I'm really okay.
You'll let me know when you're not? I feel like we broke through that awkward bubble tonight, so maybe we can move forward from here?
That would be nice. You know, as long as you don't say weird things like, I just ate an apple.
A low point in my life I wish we could move on from? She laughs.
As long as we're friends, I'll never let you live that down.
Calling us friends now, Penny?
Well, we're on our way to being friends. But I think we can get there and kick this co-parenting thing in the ass.
For some reason, that irks me. Co-parenting. The term makes me feel like we did something wrong. Like we weren't able to work something out, so we're settling for co-parenting. Not that it's a bad thing. If you guys on the team are co-parenting with an ex, and they're killing it. But with Penny, it just feels weird because we never even gave anything a shot. Then again, we both agreed to be friends, so I don't know why that bugs me. It just does. We will, I say, not bothering to bring up my thoughts. I'm honestly not sure I'd be able to articulate them in a way for her to understand. Instead, I say, "Thanks for this phone call. I know you were probably dreading it, but it's almost like we shook off the stink."
Ew, what a horrible term.
You know what I mean. Like in running, the first 5 minutes are absolutely dreadful, but then you get into the flow of it and it all seems pretty easy after that, right?
I prefer Pilates or bar.
Help me out, Penny. She laughs.
I know what you mean, and I agree. I feel much better. And if you call or text tomorrow, I'm sure it won't be as bad as it was today.
As if she just realized what she said, she quickly backtracks.
But don't feel obligated to call or text tomorrow. I know you have a life and all.
Penny, and I mean this in the most non-romantic way possible, you are my life now. So yes, I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? The relief in her voice flows easily through the phone.
Okay. Talk to you tomorrow.
Get some good sleep, and text me in the morning, and let me know how you're feeling.
I will. Good night, Eli.
Night, Penny. I hang up and set my phone on my lap as I stare forward at the chair in front of me. The feeling I have floating through my chest is odd to explain, almost like I'm as light as a feather. The pressure building in my ribs and constricting my lungs has been released. I can breathe. I just hope that Penny is feeling the same relief, the same peace.
Chapter 11. Penny. I brought smoothies and Winnie, Blakely says while charging through my office door, holding up a tray of drinks. Winnie follows her, looking as cute as can be in a pair of high-waisted jeans and a tucked-in V-neck long-sleeve shirt. Ta-da! Winnie says while giving me jazz hands. Hey, what a great surprise! I stand from my desk and give her a hug. You look amazing. Thank you. Winnie smiles. She is curvy and beautiful and so freaking perfect it's nauseating. But I love her. She's sweet and has the kindest heart and makes my brother extremely happy, which is all that matters in the long run. This is a leotard, can you tell? She plucks at the maroon fabric. I wondered how you got such a good tuck, Blakely says. How does it ride in the crotch area? High and tight. I believe a 1-inch piece of fabric barely covers my vagina. But there's something to be said about walking around wondering if the next step will be the final step of giving myself a frontal wedgie. I chuckle. What a way to live life. So exhilarating. Living life on the edge over here, Winnie says. We all take a seat and Blakely hands out the smoothies. Yours is the pregnancy special, Blakely says. I'm not sure what's exactly in it, but they told me it's full of the nutrients you need and it tastes good, so it checked off my boxes. I take a sip, wary at first. But when the flavor combination of strawberries and bananas hits my tongue, I'm pleasantly surprised. Wow, it's good. I'm glad because that was a real guess on my end. She sips her green smoothie along with Winnie. So how are you feeling? Winnie asks. Pretty good. Still nauseous, but not throwing up. I hate the feeling of being sick to my stomach, but at least I'm not heaving over the toilet every morning. I'm grateful for that. Was your mom the same way? Winnie asks. Oof. Wouldn't know. I haven't told her yet. I really haven't told anyone. I have a doctor's appointment today to check things out. Maybe after that I'll tell them. I set my drink down. I feel like they're going to be so disappointed in me. It was an accident, Blakely says. You guys used protection. Sometimes this just happens, and at least you're doing your best given the circumstances. That's all they can ask for. And I have a pretty good feeling they're going to be excited about a grandchild. I know they're always pestering Pacey about when he's going to have kids. Blakely leans toward her. And when is that going to happen? Winnie smirks. Not anytime soon. I want to be married and for us to own a house. A few things need to be done before that is even an option. So until then, I'm on birth control, holding down the fort. Does Pacey want kids? Blakely asks. He does. Winnie meets my gaze. He probably doesn't want me saying this, you know. He has to act like the strong, angry brother who has been wronged by one of his best friends. But last night, he said he was kind of excited to meet the little one. He said that? I ask, completely dumbfounded. I just assumed Pacey has been angry ever since he found out and can't seem to get over the idea that Eli got me pregnant. He did, but I'll swear to my death that I never told you that. Do you hear me? She pins me with a threatening look that is actually non-threatening because it's Winnie. I'm not sure she has a sinister bone in her body. I won't say a thing to him, I promise. But I'll tell you that makes me feel a little more relieved. He'll get over the anger at some point. He just feels really betrayed right now, but he's working through those emotions. Give him a little time. It isn't all Eli's fault, I say. I was an equal partner in what happened. And, what exactly happened that night? Blakely asks. You've skimmed over all the good stuff. The good stuff will remain skimmed, I say as my phone buzzes on the desk. I glance down quickly to see it's a text from Eli. I don't open it even though I really want to see what it says. Is that from Hornsby? Blakely asks. How can you tell? Your face turned pink, Winnie points out. I raise my hands to my cheeks, feeling just how heated they are. God, how embarrassing. It's just hot in here, I say as both of them laugh, seeing right through me. I take it your conversation with him last night went well? Blakely asks and then turns to Winnie. You should have been here yesterday. What an absolute disaster. They were trying to communicate with each other, but it was the most uncomfortable thing because neither knew how to act normally. They were talking about horse manes and apple eating. It was a total fail. Horse manes? Winnie asks with such a cute scrunch to her nose. Not my doing. Blakely points her smoothie at me. You were not helping. The guy was trying and you were responding with one-word answers. Of course, the conversation would result in talking about eating apples. He didn't know where to go from there. Either way, it was better last night, I say. We both spoke about how we've been uncomfortable and found some common ground with Ozark. Love Jason Bateman, Blakely says. Eli has met him and I'm so jealous. But honestly, it's better between us. At least as best as it can be. Before last night, there seemed to be an elephant in the room hogging all of the air. But now that we are actually finding the ability to communicate, I think it will be okay. And he's living with you? Winnie asks. I nod. Yeah. How is that? You know I love Pacey with everything in me, but Eli is quite handsome. When I first walked into the cabin in Banff, I was honestly struck by how attractive he was. I can't imagine what it would be like living with him. Oh, don't worry, Blakely says, placing her hand on Winnie's shoulder. Nothing romantic will happen between them. Winnie chuckles. Do you really believe that, Penny? Of course. We're not looking to start anything. That would just complicate things. We decided on being friends, and that's good enough. Wait until she gets to the horny phase of pregnancy, Blakely says. When my sister was pregnant with my niece, she tried to sit on my brother-in-law's face every chance she got. I could not even imagine having sex right now, I say as I press my palm to my stomach. Everything feels weird and out of place. I'm terrified I'd throw up, so any sort of intimacy is completely off the table. Just you wait. Blakely smiles while taking a sip of her drink. When she's done, she asks, what did Hornsby say to you anyway? Wanting to get off the topic of sex, I lift my phone and open his message. I read it to myself first.
Eli. Good morning. Just checking on you. See, I can be pretty good at this talking thing.
I chuckle and then text him back, forgetting that 2 pairs of eyes are staring at me. Penny. Good morning. Everything is good now. I have an appointment with the doctor later. I'll let you know how it goes. When I set my phone down, I lift my drink just as I see both of my friends looking at me with annoying grins on their faces. Blakely turns to Winnie and says, Sure. Nothing is going to happen between them. They both chuckle together. This should be a lot of fun to watch as it unfolds. Agreed. Give me some popcorn. I think there might be some romance in the air. I roll my eyes because they have completely lost it. There's no romance anywhere. Nothing about our situation is romantic at all. Maybe if we were married and in love, then yes, this whole experience would possibly be romantic. But we're not married. We're practically strangers. Therefore, we're just trying to make it day by day. There's absolutely zero romance. None. Zilch.
Eli. Thinking about you. Are you at the doctor's office right now?
Penny. Yeah, I had to change into a gown and take my underwear off. Is that too much information?
Nah, I think the more honest we are, the better. It will keep us from saying stupid shit like, I like snow because it's white. The more honest, the better.
Then should I tell you that my nipples tingle?
LOL. Yes, please tell me that. And what kind of tingling are we talking about here? A good tingle or a bad one?
An interesting one. Not sure how I feel about it.
Anything else tingling that I should know about?
No, just my nipples. Is there anything tingling on your body?
Not at the moment, but when Posey takes his shirt off in the locker room, my whole body is tingling and humming.
ROFL. Gives me an idea to put hard eyes on your face and then flash to a video of Posey walking toward you. I think it could be a really good post.
Or of him bending over and stretching with his stick.
OMG, even better. Oh, hey, the doctor is here. I'll let you know how this all goes.
Okay, sounds good. Tell him about the tingling nips. Eli, are you awake?
Penny. I am, despite being totally exhausted. My phone rings and I answer and put it on speaker before laying my phone on my stomach. In bed and comfortable, I don't feel like holding my phone up to my ear. Hey, congrats on the win tonight.
Thanks.
He says, his voice sounding just as exhausted as mine.
Just waiting on a few guys and then we're heading to the airport. I'll be home pretty late. Want me to sleep on the couch so I don't disturb you?
No, I'm sure once I fall asleep, I'll be out cold.
Okay.
He pauses for a second.
How was the appointment?
Good. Confirmed that I am, in fact, pregnant, but we knew that.
Did you tell him about the tingling?
Yes, I chuckle. He said it was normal and to expect many more changes to come. He also told me to take prenatal vitamins and set what he thinks is a due date.
What is it?
November 11th.
Right after the season starts back up again.
I can hear the concern in his voice.
I need to check on paternity leave and see if we even get anything. I know it's not mandated by the league, but maybe the agitators have their own policy?
I don't think it's something you need to worry about right now. We have a long way to go. I'm still in a time frame where my pregnancy could go either way.
What do you mean by that?
He asks. You know, I could still have a high chance of miscarriage. That's why the doctor always tells you to wait until you start telling people. Once we hit 12 weeks, then we can start telling people and you can check on paternity leave.
How far along are you now?
A little over 8.
Why does it feel like it's been longer?
I sink further into my pillow as I say. Probably because the first week we found out, it felt like paint was drying while trying to have a conversation. He chuckles.
Yeah, that could be it. I'm glad we can joke about it. Does that mean you're starting to feel more comfortable around me?
I think so. Maybe by tomorrow I'll actually be able to look at you and not have the incessant need to clean.
Glad that seeing my face makes you want to clean.
I let out a low laugh. Are you still thinking you want to live here? Because honestly, you don't have to if you don't want to. It all seems kind of silly at this point.
Is this your roundabout way of kicking me out?
I can hear the teasing in his voice, but there is also a slight edge to it. No, not at all. But everything happened so fast, and I know Pacey is breathing down your neck. I don't want you to feel obligated. I can handle Pacey.
I can handle him too. I appreciate your concern, Penny, but I'm going to need to fight my own battle with Pacey. As far as the apartment is concerned, I'd truly like to stay with you, just so I can be there in case anything happens. I know I'm out of town a lot, but at least when I'm in town, I can be there.
If that's what you want, then that's fine. He's quiet for a second and then grows serious when he says,
But what do you want, Penny?
I stare up at the ceiling, giving that question some thought. In this uncertain time of my life, I could really use the comfort of someone going through the same thing as me. And sure, Eli might not be the one carrying the child, but he's still about to become a parent in November, and that's some scary shit. It might be nice to go through that together. I don't want to be alone while going through this. And I know this might sound silly, but I truly want to get to know you, more than just the hockey player, but the man who you are, so when our baby does arrive, I can make sure to tell them what a great daddy they have. When silence falls over the phone, I wonder if we've been disconnected. Eli? You still there?
Yeah,
He croaks.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what I said?
I did, and Jesus, it kind of knocked the wind out of me. I want the same thing. I think we're going about this the right way. Getting to know each other so when the baby is here, we can always be on each other's side, rather than fighting over the child.
Exactly.
You know, I'm pretty sure you're the most laid-back pregnant woman. There have been a few guys on the team who have come and gone, been traded or retired, and I've heard nothing but horror stories when getting someone pregnant.
Well, you don't need to worry about that with me.
I'm glad to hear it. Hey, they want to get moving, so I'm going to hang up since it will start to get loud in here.
Sure. Safe travels. I'll see you later.
Thanks. I'll be quiet when I get in. Bye, Penny.
Bye. I hang up the phone and smile softly. Now that we've shaken off all the awkwardness, I truly think I can do this with him. Have a baby. Raise a kid. I mean, if I were to choose anyone on the team to do this with, it very well might have been Eli, just because he's so easygoing. Him and Posey. But Posey's fetish with bologna sandwiches would most likely bother this pregnant stomach. I'm just glad I have someone who wants to do this together. I could be way worse off. My phone beeps with a text message, and I have a feeling I know exactly who it is. I bring my screen into view and catch Eli's name.
What's your favorite breakfast?
I roll to my side and hold my phone out in front of me as I text him back. Like of all time? Restaurant and everything, or just generic breakfast food?
Generic breakfast food.
Well, given that breakfast is my absolute favorite meal of the day, I'd say I have many favorites. I love bagels, especially with a mound of cream cheese. I enjoy a good yogurt parfait as long as the fruit isn't all mushy and gross. And of course, the classic cinnamon bun is never wasted on me.
If you had to pick one, your last breakfast ever, what would it be?
Slightly morbid, but I'll go with the questioning. I'd probably have to choose a cinnamon bun.
Have you ever been to Denver?
No. Are they known for their cinnamon buns?
LOL. Not that I'm aware of, but there is a place here that Posey and I go to called the Denver Biscuit Company, and they serve these giant cinnamon buns that are impossible to eat by yourself. If I'd had known this was your favorite breakfast food, I'd have brought one home to you.
My mouth is watering.
Next time we're here, I'll grab one for sure.
Why do you ask?
Just a good thing to know. Get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Chapter 12. Eli. I roll out of bed quietly, making sure not to wake Penny, and I head out of the bedroom, closing the door behind me. I've been up ever since Penny woke up at 4 with a bout of nausea. She dry heaved into the toilet a few times, but that was it. I sat next to her the entire time, unsure of what she really needed, so instead of talking, I just made sure she knew I was there for her. When she was feeling better, I helped her back into bed, and as she drifted off to sleep, I lay awake until my phone buzzed with a notification from my Uber Eats driver letting me know that the food I ordered was delivered. I moved to the entryway of her one-bedroom apartment, across the semi-creaky floorboards, and over to the front door, where I quietly open it to find a paper bag of food on the doormat. Perfect. I scoop up the bag just as my phone buzzes again. I glance at the screen and see a text from Penny. She's awake? And why is she texting me? Maybe she needs something. With the bag in one hand and my phone in the other, I bring my phone into view and read the message.
Penny. Oh my God, Blakely, I've had to fart so bad and Eli finally left the room. Why is this happening to me?
I snort so hard, droplets of snot fly out of my nose. Oh shit. She's going to be absolutely mortified when she realizes she sent the text to the wrong person. And we just moved past the awkwardness. I have a feeling this might set us back. But I chuckle. Why didn't she just get up and go fart somewhere in private? Why did she have to wait for me to leave the room? Something I'll probably never know because no way in hell am I going to bring it up. Nope, I'm going to pretend I read nothing. Ignorance is bliss. I take the food to the kitchen just as my phone buzzes again. A grin spreads across my face as I reach for my phone and read it again.
Penny. I just farted again. I've never felt so light in my life. Do you think all the gas I've been having lately is the reason for the nausea? I think I'm going to ask Dr. Big Pecs.
Dr. Big Pecs? Who the hell is that? She never mentioned her doctor having big pecs. But then again, why would she mention that to me? And I know I shouldn't care if she thinks her doctor has big pecs because that's none of my business, but how big are we talking? Bigger than mine? I have some decent pecs. I know I look good with my shirt off, so could they be bigger than mine? They have to be if that's his nickname. So what is a doctor with big pecs doing sniffing around women's vaginas? In my head, her doctor was some crusty old man who has to push his glasses up on his nose every few seconds because he never thought about getting them fitted properly. Where is Dr. Old Man? Also, is Dr. Big Pecs single? I know I said ignorance is bliss, but now I'm itching to have a conversation with her to get more information on this doctor. But then again, that would probably make her want to crawl in a hole and die of humiliation. I don't want to humiliate her, but God, I want answers. Are his pecs real? Has she touched them? Has he offered to let her touch them? Can I fucking touch them? Jesus Christ, one mention of big pecs and I'm losing my goddamn mind. No, this isn't about me. It's about Penny. And even though it's painful to set aside my big peck paranoia, I'm not going to make this about me. Offer me praise, everyone, and I'm going to let it go. I pull out the 3 boxes from the bag, 2 cinnamon buns and an assorted fruit medley that will be plenty for us to share. In addition to what I ordered, I make myself a quick protein shake because even on my day off, I need to be smart about how I treat my body. After scouring the cabinets for plates, cups, and silverware, I pull the food out of the boxes, arrange them on the plates, and then set everything on the table. I consider making Penny some sort of warm beverage, but I'm not sure what she likes or what she can have, so I can always make it when she comes out here. Which, by the way, when is that going to be? She's awake. I know that. Could she be in the bathroom again? Could she be airing out? Winces. Don't want to disturb that process. But what if she's feeling sick again? Maybe I should go check on her. But what if she's changing or something, or taking a shower? Walking in on her doing anything like that might absolutely abolish any of our forward progress, especially after the fart text. I'd better just stay put and wait for her to emerge. Checking highlights from yesterday on my phone, I note that the polar freeze are doing annoyingly well this year. And they are a force to be reckoned with. They arrive in a few days for a game, and I know there will be bloodshed out on the ice. I'd say they're our biggest rivals because many of us have a history with the players on the team. Me, in particular. I played with a guy in the American Hockey League, Remy Gasper. Fuck, I hated him so much, and the feeling is mutual. We have never gotten along. Hell, I haven't told anyone this ever, but the night Holden Holmes passed away, Halsey's twin, we were out at the bars enjoying a few beers when Remy walked in. Seeing him immediately made me turn red. The guy plays dirty on the ice and will try to get away with everything. That night was no exception. He was making cheap shots at us, saying some bullshit things about our skills, and having no ability to let the insults roll off me. We got into it. Words were said, fists were thrown, and before I knew it, we were kicked out of the bar. Holden wasn't a part of it, though. He kept away from the fight and ended up staying at the bar. A few short hours later, he got in his car accident. Had Remy and I not fought, there's no doubt in my mind that Holden wouldn't have chosen to drive home that night. Fuck. Just thinking about it makes me sick, as Holden and I were pretty close. I still live with the guilt over that night, another feeling I work on with my therapist. After that, I was hoping Remy would have some career-ending injury, but instead he's a defenseman for the Polar Freeze. Every time we're on the ice together, cheap shots are thrown, and a guaranteed fight will break out. The fans, of course, eat it up. I fucking dread it. I'm knee-deep in checking out highlights from the Freeze's game last night when I hear a throat clear from down the hall. I look up from my phone and spot Penny wrapped up tightly in a fluffy floor-length robe, long plaid pants, and from what I can barely see, a high-neck shirt. The only skin showing is her hands and face. Even her feet are covered by black slippers. We're a long way from that hot pink dress. "Hey, how are you feeling?" I ask.
Fine.
She pushes her toe into the floor, not making eye contact with me.
I see that you have your phone.
Ah, shit. She figured it out. I do, I say. How should I navigate this? Should I tell her I read the texts? Should I act like they never happened? I know one thing is for sure. Don't fucking laugh. No matter how hard you want to, do not laugh. Also, don't ask about Dr. Big Pecs.
I see.
She moves a step forward.
Have you had your phone all morning?
I have, I answer.
Sure, of course you have.
Another step forward.
Did you happen to receive any text messages this morning?
Now what should I do? Play dumb? Or tell her I read everything from the blasting of farts to the man with the pecs? The thought of ignoring it all is really appealing, but I don't think she will believe me. Plus, we said we should be honest with each other, so I guess we'll be breaking the ice this morning. I did receive some text messages, some informative ones. Her lips pursed together as her hands join in front of her, fidgeting.
Did they happen to be from me?
Solemnly, I nod. I'm afraid they were. She closes her eyes and lets out a harsh breath.
Excuse me, I need to go stick my head in the toilet and wish this never happened.
She turns to head back to the bedroom, but I'm out of my chair in no time and stopping her from moving forward. Hey, you have nothing to be embarrassed about. Nothing that you should be sticking your head in a toilet over, that's for sure. Her eyes meet mine.
Really? You don't think anything was embarrassing at all about those text messages?
The corner of my lips pull, tugging, desperately attempting to make me smile, but I don't allow it. Keep it the fuck together. No? I squeak out. They were regular text messages. Don't fucking laugh, man. She will never, ever be able to look at you if you laugh. She will never forgive you. Remain neutral. She crosses her arms over her chest and juts out her hip.
You're telling me that my text about an immense amount of flatus was a regular text?
Why did she have to use the word flatus? I was doing fine keeping it together until she used that word. Now I can feel the grin spreading across my face. Trying to tamp it down, I say, "Everyone has gas." She studies me, her eyes moving back and forth, and then she finally says,
I don't like what's happening.
"What do you mean?"
You're trying to act like everything is fine when in reality, let's just call a spade, Eli. I texted you something I'd rather jump off a cliff than you find out.
Listen, it's fine. If you want me to forget about it, I will.
Oh, please. This is something you will always remember. The day the mother of your child texted you that she waited for you to leave the room so she could fart. This is a moment in a man's life that he will remember until the day he dies.
I let out a heavy sigh. Fine. Yes, you're right. This moment will stick in my memory for a long time, but that's a good thing.
How on earth is that a good thing?
She asks.
Do you really think I want to be recollected in your mind as the girl who farts?
Because we crossed a line. Now you don't have to wait for me to leave the room. If you want to fart, you can just fart. Her eyes narrow and her finger reaches out and pokes me in the chest.
Over my dead body will I ever fart in front of you.
And then she turns toward the kitchen where she stops and sees the food on the table. She tosses her hands up in surrender and then turns back to me.
Look at what you did.
Nervous that I did something wrong, like use her mother's fine dining ware when I shouldn't have. I look over her shoulder at the table setting. Everything seems to be in order, but I tread carefully. She seems to be highly emotional at the moment between the nausea and the farts. Is something wrong? Did I use the wrong plates?
Did you use the wrong plates?
She asks, her voice a next-level shrill.
No, you didn't use the wrong plates, Eli. You freaking got me breakfast. Do you know how that makes me feel?
Can anyone help me out here? I wet my lips and very carefully say, bad?
Why on earth would that make me feel bad?
Tears well up in her eyes.
Getting breakfast. Oh, that was so nice of you.
Okay, so not in trouble, but she's crying, which of course makes me shrivel up like an old prune. I don't do well with crying women. I don't know how to act. Do I pat her on the shoulder? Tell her, there, you'll be fine? Do I give her a hug and not say anything? Do I offer her a tissue? What's a man supposed to do in this situation? We went from farts to tears because I got her breakfast. This is way past my comprehension level. So I decide to approach with caution. I figured since I don't have to skate until 10 this morning and you have the day off, it might be nice to have breakfast together. I hope that's okay. Honestly, if you want me to sit out on the balcony, I can do that. She nods.
Yep, that was thoughtful.
Tears stream down her face.
Very thoughtful. And here I am, acting like a grotesque human, telling you about my farts and Dr. Big Pecs.
Yes, she fucking mentioned him. Here is my in. Sure, it might not be the best time to bring him up, given the 180 in conversation we just had, but I'm dying to know more. How big of pecs are we talking? I ask, trying to add a jovial tone to my voice. She walks over to the kitchen, grabs a napkin, and dabs at her eyes.
I said I was grotesque, and that's what you want to know? The bra size of my doctor?
Something is happening. Something I don't think I'm mentally prepared for. I'm pretty sure from what I've seen in movies and on TV that the professionals would refer to this as hormones. The ups and downs, the crying over something that doesn't seem that terrible at all. If I could put my finger on it, that's what I'd guess. Now, if only there was an easy map that showed me how to navigate through said hormones. You're not grotesque. I study her. You're actually quite pretty in the morning. She stops dabbing her eyes, and they laser in on me.
Am I not pretty at night?
Oh, shit. What? No, you are. You're very pretty at night. She dabs her eyes again.
But you said only in the morning.
Christ. Sweat trickles down my back. Reel it in, Hornsby. Well, that's because not everyone can wake up as beautiful as you, especially after dry heaving for as long as you do. A head in a toilet doesn't scream beauty, but wow, you really show up with the prettiness. All the time, pretty. There, that should do it.
Is that a compliment?
It was supposed to be. Clearly, it was not a satisfactory one. I assumed it was, but judging by the disgusted sneer on your face, I'm going to say you didn't take it that way. Okay, how about this? In case there is any kernel of doubt in your mind, I think you look nice, very pretty. No matter where you've been or what you've done, you're always pretty. I don't think you're the least bit grotesque. Or anything you do is grotesque. Not to mention, everyone farts. It's a natural thing that occurs, and if you didn't fart, well, that would be weird and grotesque. So congrats on what you called the flatus. Well done. I offer her a thumbs up. Now, I hope you join me for breakfast. I got Cinnabons, and I know how much you like them. She glances at the table and then back at me, and once again her eyes well up, and tears leak down her cheeks. Please let those be happy tears. I'm clenching my ass cheeks so hard I'm not sure how much longer I can hold on.
I'm sorry.
She wipes at her eyes. Oh, thank fuck.
Things are just weird for me right now, and I don't know how to control my emotions.
Well, at least she recognizes it. It's okay. No need to apologize for anything. I walk over to the table and pull a chair out for her. Take a seat, and I'll give you a drink. Do you want coffee or tea? The faster we can move past the circle of hell we just experienced, the better.
Water is fine.
She sits down and scoots her chair in. I quickly fill up a glass for her and then set it in front of her before taking a seat. I wish these were from the Denver Biscuit Company, I say, but they will have to do for now. They're pretty good, gooey in the middle, which is all that matters. She pulls her cinnamon bun apart with her fingers and lifts a chunk to her mouth before taking a bite. Her eyes slowly close, and she leans back in her chair while moaning.
These are so good.
Well, that's a sight. The moaning, the relaxed position. It's almost as if she just had an orgasm right in front of me, but I had nothing to do with it other than purchasing the cinnamon bun. And I hate to sound like a fucking creep, because that's how it's going to come off, but hearing her moan like that takes me back to my birthday, to that night, the way she writhed on top of me right before I made us switch positions. It's hard not to think about that night, especially when I can honestly say it's the best I've ever had. And I don't know if it's because I'd wanted her for so long, or if it was because it was my birthday, or if it was because it was just her. But either way, sitting across from her in that buttoned-up robe outfit, I find myself wanting her all over again.
Are you going to eat your cinnamon bun?
She asks, pulling me out of my reverie. Oh, yeah, I say as I dive into the bun with my fork. So what are your plans for today?
Reading, probably.
She answers. Cool. What are you reading?
A pregnancy book. Just so I know what to expect.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to read it too? She vehemently shakes her head.
I'd rather you not know what's happening to my body. Call me old-fashioned, but I want to keep that a secret.
It might help me better understand moments like we had this morning. She bites down on her cinnamon bun, leaving a dollop of icing on her finger that she licks off. Like the goddamn pervert that I am, I watch her intensely as she drags her tongue over her finger, envisioning what it would be like if it was my cock instead.
I'll give you the Cliff's Notes,
she says.
The first trimester, I'm going to be an emotional wreck. I won't be able to control any of my hormones, so if I'm laughing hysterically one moment and then crying my heart out the next, just know it's the little alien baby inside me that's controlling my every move.
I chuckle at that.
And I'm also supposed to not feel great during the first trimester, which, check, I've got that covered.
She makes a check mark in the air.
In addition, I'm supposed to experience severe heartburn, feel incredibly bloaty, and as you might have guessed it from this morning, I'll be quite farty. So that will be an utter joy for you. And me.
I mean, we can make the most of it. Do you want a designated fart zone? Somewhere where you can take care of business, thus an area I know to avoid? She stares at me blankly. What? I thought it was a good idea. When her nose curls in disgust, I know she disagrees.
I'd rather accidentally let one out in front of you than have you know I'm going to a designated fart zone to let loose. Jesus, that would be humiliating. Could you imagine? Me entering a taped-off zone in the living room that you should never go near in fear of... God, I can't even finish the sentence.
Her eyes connect with mine and pin me with seriousness.
There will be no zone. Nothing. Do you hear me?
Got it. No zone. I hold my hands up. That was a completely useless suggestion and I should never have brought it up.
Well, you don't have to say it like that. I know you were trying to be nice, and I appreciate it. But if we can just move on from all that stuff this morning, that would be great.
Fair. We can do that for sure. I just have one more question. In a deadpanned tone, she says,
Is this about Dr. Big Pecs?
I just need to know how big.
Ugh, you're annoying.
She takes another bite of her bun and answers,
They jot out a few good inches past his chin.
A few inches? I ask incredulously. Seriously? I glance down at my chest and then back at Penny. Do my pecs extend past my chin? She picks up her glass of water and takes a sip.
Not like Dr. Big Pecs.
She shrugs and then goes back to her cinnamon bun. Do men experience crazy hormones as well? I ask, because I'm feeling pretty emotional and inferior about Dr. Big Pecs. She rolls her eyes dramatically.
His head is too small for his broad shoulders. He has a whole Beetlejuice shrinking head thing going on, so you don't want his pecs. You are perfect as you are.
My brows raise in surprise before I lean forward on the table. Perfect, huh? I waggle my eyebrows, which only causes her to shake her head at me. Tell me more about that.
You're perfect, Eli, but you could afford to learn how to not snore at night.
I sit taller, appalled. I do not fucking snore. And once again, with a grin on her face, she just shrugs her shoulders and continues to eat her cinnamon bun. What the fuck ever? I do not snore. Have you ever heard me snore? I ask Taters as I close my notebook. We skated for an hour this morning, grabbed some food, and then sat down to review some videos. It was nauseating having to watch Remy skate around like he's some sort of god on ice. What? Taters asks as he stands from his seat. We used to share a hotel room. Did I ever snore? Why do you want to know? No reason, I answer casually, even though I don't feel the least bit casual about it. I need to know. After Penny's comment, I can't be sure if she was teasing me or not, and when I went to ask her again, she just went into the bathroom to take a shower. It was infuriating. Taters studies me as we make our way toward the parking lot. She told you snore, didn't she? Yeah, I sigh. But I can't tell if she was saying it just to piss me off, or if she meant it, and now I'm feeling self-conscious. And we can't have you feeling self-conscious. That would be an absolute detriment to your ego. I know, I say, causing him to laugh. So do I snore? Like you were sawing wood for an entire colony. What? I nearly shout. Are you fucking serious? Bad, man, really bad. I considered telling you, but you were struggling that season, so I didn't think I should pile that kind of blast to the self-esteem. But yeah, you snore. And loud. What the actual fuck? Taters pats me on the back. You got the pretty face and the talent. Something had to be wrong with you. And then he pushes through the door to the parking lot and throws up the peace sign. See you tomorrow. I tuck my notebook under my arm and go straight to my car, where I take a seat and pull up my phone. I spend the next half hour researching ways to stop myself from snoring. To hell if I'm going to be a hindrance to Penny's sleep.
I just don't understand why they have to make the show so blue.
Penny says as she stands and stretches her arms above her head. My eyes immediately fall to the small patch of skin that comes into view as her shirt gently rides up her stomach.
It's so hard to see. Don't they watch the show themselves? Shouldn't they be like, oh, that's a heavy blue filter. Maybe we should change that.
I release my gaze from her exposed skin and stand as well. I think they're going for a psychotic vibe with the filter.
Well, job well done.
She shivers dramatically and wraps her arms together.
God, after sweating all day, I'm freezing now.
Do you want me to make you some tea? She shakes her head.
No, that's okay. I'm just going to get under the covers.
Okay. When she starts toward the bedroom,
I follow closely, and just as we reach the door, she looks over her shoulder.
You don't have to go to bed as well.
I shrug. Nah, I'm tired.
Okay, you can use the bathroom first. I'm going to change into some warmer clothes.
She takes off toward the dresser, so I go to the bathroom, where I take care of my business and brush my teeth. We just spent the past 2 hours watching Ozark, and I found myself glancing over at Penny from time to time, watching her reaction. She's very much into the show, emotionally invested. She clutched a navy blue throw pillow the entire time, and while commenting with little oohs and ahs every once in a while. It was cute. She's really become more animated around me, which I appreciate. It makes hanging out with her easier, and actually really fucking enjoyable. She has a funny personality, and when she's not freaking out about a text message she accidentally sent and is relaxed, I feel this need to get to know her even more. I walk out of the bathroom to find Penny sitting on the bed in a pair of long johns and a thermal wear long-sleeve top. "Ready for your trip to Alaska?" I ask her with a teasing grin.
We aren't that far from it.
She stands and moves past me.
I foresee myself shedding these clothes in the middle of the night. Please don't freak out if my shirt whacks you in the face. It's just the hormones.
"Take off all the clothes you want." Once again, she rolls her eyes at me and then retreats to the bathroom. That's when I go to my side of the bed and reach under it, pulling out my breathe right strips. There won't be any snoring tonight. I fix one over my nose, and just as I'm getting it in place, Penny steps out of the bathroom and sinks herself into the bed, under the sheets. With my strip in place, I turn over, just as she turns toward me. In the moment her eyes land on the breathe right strip, she tilts her head back and lets out such a loud laugh that I feel myself wince. "You know, it's not kind to laugh at someone who is trying to make a change," I say, dabbing at my strip, keeping it in place.
Oh my God. Is that for the snoring?
I nod. "Yeah, and if this doesn't help, I found a doctor who can help me." Another guffaw. A clutch of the blankets, and then tears of joy stream down her cheeks. She's laughing so hard that she's actually crying. Talk about a fucking blow to the ego. "Wow, you sure know how to make a guy want to off himself." She laughs even harder and holds her stomach now.
Oh my God, that's the best thing I've ever seen.
It's a fucking breathe right strip. It's not like I'm wearing a Darth Vader mask to help me breathe better at night. She waves her hand in front of her as she attempts to catch her breath.
It's not that.
Then what is it? They don't make these in a nude color. They really should, because white is just so obvious.
No.
She wipes at her eyes, collecting her tears.
It's that you actually went out and got them.
Yeah, because I don't want to keep you up at night. It's bad enough you wake up with nausea. She laughs some more, and between her giggles she says,
I was kidding, Eli. You don't snore.
"What?" I say, lifting to a sitting position on the bed. "You were fucking kidding?"
Yes.
She cries some more, her handle on the humor slipping further and further as she attempts to gather herself, but it's not working. I snag my phone from the nightstand and shoot a quick text to Taters. "Eli, you fucker, I bought breathe right strips." I rip the strip off my nose and toss it to the ground as my eyes water from the pull of the adhesive just as my phone dings with a response. While Penny continues to laugh, I read the message. Taters. "Ah ha ha. Oh fuck, that made my night." Eli, go fuck yourself. I plug my phone back in and turn toward Penny, who's finally starting to settle down. "You are an asshole." She chuckles and then lifts from the bed and pulls her shirt over her head and drops it to the side, leaving her in only a tank top. It's a loose tank top, so it doesn't cling to her top half. Rather, it gently molds around her hard nipples.
Oh, I'm hot now. See, I told you I'd be taking my shirt off.
Yeah, I only wish there was nothing under it. Glad I could once again make you hot and bothered. I lie down and turn toward her, tucking my pillow under my head.
Are you referring to the night we were together?
She asks. I nod, and since she left her nightstand light on, I maneuver over her and turn it off, shrouding us in darkness. There's just enough light coming from the city for me to see her face. Yes, I'm referring to that night.
I'm pretty sure I'm the one who made you hot and bothered.
What night are you remembering? I ask. I had you eating out of my palm.
Are you delusional?
Are you? I ask.
No, I remember it like it was yesterday. We were eating pie, and I sucked on your finger. In your head, you pictured it as your penis in my mouth.
I chuckle because that's incredibly accurate, and we never discussed this. She just knows guys.
You practically squealed with delight, and then I sat on your lap, and the night was history after that.
I didn't squeal.
I heard your mental squeal.
Telepathic, are you? She nods with a smile.
Totally. Specializing in hearing guys moan in their minds.
Wow, quite a gift you have. But that wasn't when the hot and bothered portion of the night began.
Oh, you think there was a different moment?
With a cocky grin, I say, I know there was a different moment.
Oh, please, enlighten me. I have to hear this.
It was when we were at the bar.
Trust me, nothing but awkward tension happened at the bar.
I shake my head. Nope, something happened.
What was it?
Grinning, I reply, when I leaned over and nibbled on your ear. She goes to respond, but then she shuts her mouth and gives it some thought. When her eyes dart away from me, I know I'm right. See, told you. I'm the one who got you hot and bothered, and you just followed suit.
So, what you're saying is you're the reason we're in this predicament right now? Sharing a bed as friends and nothing more while I run through the gauntlet of emotions and internal body temperature?
I shake my head. No, the blame rests on the condom company, for if they'd done their job, this never would have happened. In fact, I believe we should start a slander campaign to dismiss them from their duties they are clearly not accomplishing.
They have warnings on the box.
I'm quite aware of the warnings.
And you should have doubled up on protection with one more condom. Then maybe we wouldn't be in this situation.
If I'd doubled up, I'd have felt absolutely nothing. She shifts her pillow under her head.
Trust me, from the way you were pounding away, you would have felt something.
I chuckle. Pounding, huh?
Please, spare me. I can't afford to offer you another compliment. Your ego is already big enough as it is.
You say that as if it's a bad thing.
Because it is.
Ego is not a bad thing, it's confidence. I stare into her playful eyes and realize this is exactly what I've been looking for with her. The same fun, teasing behavior we've shared before. It's what made me attached to her that night. Sure, the dress was the main show, but the joking with her, that was the icing on the cake. Girls flirt with me, throw themselves at me wherever I go. But it's because I'm Eli Hornsby, agitator defender, not simply because I'm Eli, a guy who doesn't want to be fawned over but likes a good laugh.
There's a huge difference between being confident and having an ego.
I can agree with that, but don't you think it's almost a requirement to have an ego as a professional athlete? She shakes her head.
No, take Holmes, for instance. He is very humble and doesn't parade around like a buffoon searching for compliments, and he's one of the best in the league. Some might say he's paving his way to the Hall of Fame.
I'd be shocked if Holmes wasn't considered for the Hall of Fame whenever he retires. He has a while until that happens, but it just goes to show how great he is. You think I act like a buffoon? She smirks.
Sometimes.
Yeah, well, you slept with me. That makes her laugh out loud.
That's the best comeback you can muster.
Unfortunately, it is. My brain is only partially functioning at night.
Well,
She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear.
that would explain all the late-night hookups.
Haven't had one since you, I admit, which of course wins her undivided attention.
You haven't had sex since the night we were together?
She asks in such a stunned tone that I almost find it mildly insulting. I haven't.
Seriously? Wow, I mean, I've hooked up with at least 8 guys since then. All of them far more endowed than you.
Is that so? I ask. And when you say you've hooked up with 8 guys, do you mean 8 flagpoles? Because that's the only thing bigger than me. She howls out with laughter and shakes her head.
Guys are so predictable. You mention penis size once and they claim they have the biggest penis in the hemisphere.
What can I say? I'm not all that different from the rest, other than my obvious good looks, addicting charm, and killer skills on the ice.
To name a few.
She scratches the side of her nose.
Well, we all know what you're good at. So why don't you tell me something you're not good at, or something you're insecure about?
If you're looking for a flaw, you're going to need a magnifying glass because you won't find one without. She makes a gagging noise.
If you need help, I'm more than happy to offer my opinion.
Oh, you think I have flaws? Please,
Delight me with what's wrong on my person.
Are you sure? I don't think you'll be able to handle the truth.
Try me, I challenge her.
Okay, well, besides the snoring,
I roll my eyes, and she giggles.
I'd have to say your strength in skating backward is average at best.
Excuse me? I say, sitting up on my elbow so I can look down at her. Okay, I thought you were going to say something like, I make weird noises when I eat, but you're going to lie there and insult my skating?
I warned you.
Her smile stretches across her face. It's adorable. It's refreshing. It makes me believe that we're going to be just fine, that we could very much be good friends. There's no way I believe you, not unless you have concrete evidence. I fell for the snoring, but I'm not going to believe you when it comes to my skating.
You do realize I grew up helping Pacey get to where he is, right? I spent many weekends out in the driveway shooting slapshot after slapshot at him until it was too dark to see anymore. I've also dated a few hockey players in the past, not to mention I'm an avid fan. I wouldn't second-guess my knowledge. I know a lot more than you probably think.
Now I'm starting to think she's actually serious. Quietly, as if I say it too loud, the hockey gods might hear me, I say, wait, are you being serious? You really think my skating needs work? When she just gives me a slight shrug, panic swirls in my chest. Is it my weak calves? I fucking try to build them up as much as I can, but I can't seem to make much of a dent without causing issues with my ankles. Do you think that's it? Fucking weak-ass shit calves. She slowly brings the blanket up to her mouth, covering it from view. Why is she blocking her mouth? Why are her shoulders slightly shaking? Wait, is that a smile I see? I tear the blanket away from her mouth to see a grin spread so far over her face that I actually gasp. I gasp way too loud, as if I just caught my lover cheating on me. But instead of a lover, it's a new friend trying to shit on my hockey skills. I swear to God, woman, if you're joking, I'm going to make sure your life is a living hell. She laughs now and brings the blanket up and over her head, shielding herself from my deathly glare. My eyes attempt to burn holes through the white sheets, but I fail miserably despite my brain playing tricks on me, making me think I see the start of some smoke. Penny Laws, lower that blanket this once.
I don't want to.
Penny?
May I remind you, I'm pregnant, with child, your child, and things I might say could be out of context. I can't control the emotions.
She peeks over the top of the blanket.
You do have smaller calves.
Nostrils flared, I slowly say, I suggest you take that back, Miss Laws, or you're not going to like what happens next.
And what, perchance, is going to happen?
I give it some thought. Normally, if we were romantically involved, I'd do something like pin her down and claim her mouth. But we're not going down that path. Therefore, I need to hit her where it hurts. You know how there's a whole cinnamon bun in the fridge? Her eyes widen with surprise.
You wouldn't.
I shrug. I have no problem doing the dirty work. You know, unless you want to take what you said back. She rolls her eyes while lowering the blanket.
Fine, I was only kidding. But you do realize that you are quite perfect and it's annoying. Therefore, I need to find fault somewhere, even if it's a lie.
I lie back down and stare at the ceiling. I might seem perfect from the outside. I'm not going to lie here and say I'm not attractive. I know that I am. That's not being conceited, it's just facts. And my hockey skills are clearly good enough to warrant a starting position on a professional hockey team. And I'm a decently nice guy as well. But there's a lot about me that is not perfect. I have my flaws, and I know them quite well. But just because I have them doesn't mean I need to bring them to Penny's attention. I loved my mom dearly, but growing up before she passed away, all I heard about was my father's inadequacies and her frustrations with him. Penny seems like a good person, and I don't think she'd do the same. But either way, I don't want to feed her fodder. I'd prefer to remain perfect in her mind. Well, keep looking for faults, I say in a teasing tone. I doubt you'll find any.
Chapter 13. Penny. Penny. Am I sending this text message to Blakely? Just triple-checking before I state what I need to state. Blakely. Confirmed, you are texting Blakely, your best friend. You may proceed with all embarrassing things. What is the secret password to receive all embarrassing text messages? Penis breath. And the PIN number? 3003 means boob. And your mother's maiden name? Honker Hoo Hoo, made up for our benefit. Lastly, the last 4 digits of your social security number. 4398. Processing. Processing. Cross his fingers. We have confirmed that you are, in fact, Blakely. Please wait for incoming embarrassment. Pins and needles. I threw up in Eli's shoe. What? How? He was in the bathroom taking a shower, and I was in the closet trying to pick out an outfit for the day that didn't touch me in a weird way. Recently, I've been feeling every thread in my clothes, and it's really starting to drive me nuts. It's an odd pregnancy side effect, I'll agree to that. But please, back to the shoe. I was attempting to pick out an outfit when a bout of nausea hit me. Since I haven't thrown up since I started having morning sickness, I didn't think much of it. But then I started to sweat. The sweats. Nothing speaks more like a warning flag than the sweats. And I wasn't about to barge through the bathroom door because he was naked and in the shower. I felt something coming up soon, so I found the closest vessel I could find, and it happened to be Eli's shoe. Please describe the shoe. Black loafer that he wears often with his suits, bedazzled with my regurgitated food. I know precisely what pair you're talking about. I threw up in it, and then I realized I threw up in a shoe and then threw up again. Strangely, my accuracy was impeccable. What did you do with the shoe? That's the worst part. Eli was looking for those particular shoes to wear to the arena today. He said they're his lucky shoes against the freeze. Did you give him the puke-soaked shoe? No! Are you insane? I couldn't tell him I just puked in his shoe. Then what did you do? Winces. Threw it out the window? What? I know. I panicked. When he left, I retrieved the shoe, but it needs a solid cleaning, and I'm not sure how to get puke out of a shoe. Is that why you're not at work right now? Correct. Puke shoe is in the bathroom sink, and I'm pacing, trying to figure out how to fix this. Do you have any of that OxyClean stuff? I heard it works well. Will it bleach the shoe? I don't think there's bleach in it. Is there? I don't know. Not helpful. Wait. Oh, God. He's home. He's home. Plot twist. You're not helpful. FaceTime me. I want to see his reaction. You are dead to me.
Penny, are you home?
Eli's voice calls through the apartment. The rumble of his voice is normally soothing, but right now, at this moment, all it does is send a frightful chill up my spine. What the hell is he doing here? Shouldn't he be at the arena doing hockey things? Getting ready for the game? Pumping some iron? I've never said that in my entire life. Or perhaps taping up a stick? Why is he here, in this apartment, in the middle of my puke shoe crisis? Does he have a radar that tells him when I'm in an embarrassing, compromised situation, prompting him to report to my side immediately?
Penny?
Panic consumes me as his voice grows louder. Oh, God, he's not going to go away. He can't see me like this, all frazzled, and he sure as hell can't see his shoe.
Penny!
Ah! His voice is growing closer by the second. Think. Paused in the middle of the bedroom, I look to the left, look to the right, think about burying myself under the bed. Wait, that could work. But the shoe is in the bathroom. And his footsteps are growing closer. Me or the shoe? Me or the shoe? I don't have time to react. I don't even have a moment to stick half my leg under the bed to hide before the bedroom door parts open. He's here. Fear creeps up the back of my neck. My stomach churns in a nasty shade of green, revisiting the nausea from this morning. But this is different. This is the being caught red-handed kind of nausea. He's going to see the shoe. He's going to see my panic. He'll smell the puke. I can't avoid the inevitable, but I can come up with one hell of a story. That's right. I can lie through my teeth. Cracks knuckles. Let's get down to business. Come up with the most elaborate story of your entire life. The door fully opens, and when Eli comes into view, immediate relief floods through his eyes right before confusion hits them.
Are you okay?
He asks.
You weren't at the arena. I went to your office to see if you needed anything, and one of the girls up there said you didn't come in this morning. I wanted to check to make sure you were okay.
Ugh. Duh, of course he'd check on me the one day I didn't go into work. Since we have to work nights and weekends, we have a pretty flexible schedule, so no one really bats an eyelash when someone doesn't show up in the morning. But Mr. Nosy Nelly over here was worried. Trying to act as casual as possible, I say, "Oh yeah, fine, flexible hours and everything." I smile, but it turns out to be more of a flat smile rather than one that reaches my eyes. Anyone would be able to discern this attempt of feigned casual behavior, Eli being no exception.
Then why are you wearing your dress inside out and your hair is half curled?
Inside out? Really? I glanced down at my dress, and would you look at that? It is inside out. God, would I have gone out in public like this? I want to say I would have realized, but then again, I used my lotion as toothpaste the other day, so I can't be sure. But no need to show him that I'm on the verge of completely losing my marbles, so I say, the pressure of dressing oneself can be very overwhelming. Mistakes are bound to happen. I move toward him and attempt to direct him away from the bathroom. Now, if that is all, we should probably move you along, so you can get back to your busy schedule. Despite not having his lucky shoes, he's wearing a forest green suit with a black button-up, the top 2 buttons undone, because that's what he does. He likes to flash his man pecs to the world, and when I say flash, I mean barely give us a glimpse. It's maddening. Either show it all or don't show anything at all. Instead of his beloved shoes, he's sporting a green velvet loafer with gold embellishment that not every man would be able to pull off. But Eli, well, with those ankles, he can pretty much wear any shoe. His style is absolutely impeccable. I'm not sure when it happened, how he became to be so stylish with such raw sexual magnetism while wearing a freaking suit. But it happened, and he's perfected his work to the point that he makes grown women, and even grandmas, weep when he walks by. And here I am, hair half curled and my dress inside out, with a faint glistening of sweat still on the back of my neck from my morning nausea. Not to mention, I have a heinous zit on my chin that has claimed squatters' rights for the undesirable future. I think my nose has grown. I can't be sure, but it doesn't look right. And I plucked a black hair from my cheek today. A black freaking hair. I can safely say I feel like a grizzly ogre with one tooth hanging out of its mouth, especially next to this handsome, smooth, suave man. God, it makes me want to just kick him in the nose.
Why are you being weird?
He asks as I push at his back, trying to shove him out of the bedroom, but he remains unmoving. Attractive and strong. So very strong. I'm not being weird, you're being weird. I respond like the mature adult I am.
I'm not being weird.
He turns to face me.
You're acting like you're hiding something.
And then, as if the answer crosses his mind, his eyes go wide and he says,
Oh shit. Do you have someone here?
He can't possibly be serious. What would I even do with a man right now? Introduce him to my witch zit? Tell him I've never in my life had an actual third eye on my face before? Ask him to braid my cheek hair? Or would I show him how bloated my stomach is? Give him a little shimmy of my protruding stomach from what I can only assume is gas, since it's too early to be showing baby just yet. Maybe introduce him to my farts. Or better yet, give him a detailed tour of exactly where I threw up this morning and maybe a reenactment. You have absolutely lost your mind if you think I'd even consider having a man here, I say. I am in no state of mind or body to welcome any gentleman lovers into this. I motion to my body up and down. Do you understand the kind of nausea I sit through every morning? Or the throat-burning indigestion I suffer through at night? Or how about the constant tingling of my nipples that is in no way sensual and every bit annoying? This sex shop is closed, so you can get that right out of your mind. Plus, why would I want to date anyone in this condition? Pregnant with another man's child doesn't necessarily say single and ready to mingle. He grips the back of his neck, pulling on it tightly.
Yeah, but if you wanted to...
Did you just hear what I said?
I did, I really did, but just throwing it out there.
Don't bother. I don't even want to think about men or dating or sex or anything romantic at all. I don't even want to see a couple holding hands. That's how repulsed I am by it all. This vessel, I motion to my body, is sailing some rocky seas right now. No one wants to come near it, and I sure as hell don't want anyone clogging up any of my holes, if you get what I'm saying.
Loud and clear.
He glances to the side, his eyes traveling the room, clearly wanting to abort that conversation.
Then what's going on?
Nothing, okay? Just weird pregnancy things that I don't care to talk to you about. A little bit of privacy is not going to kill you. I push him again. Now, excuse me while I attempt to finish my hair so I can look somewhat presentable at work. He pauses and looks me up and down.
I know you're not going to believe me when I say this, but you look nice.
I take a calming breath and close my eyes. Speaking through very clenched teeth, I say, my dress is on inside out, Eli. How on earth do I look nice? Do not lose it on him. He's clearly lost all ability to read the room. Not his fault he's an idiot. Sometimes you're just made that way. I give him another nudge, and to my delight, he starts walking out of the bedroom. Thank God for small miracles.
I mean it. It would be nice if the other half of your hair is curled, but if you don't go that route, I think you can pull it off.
I pause. What did he just say? Are you really going to say something like that to an emotional wreck of a woman?
I guess not.
Do you hear the psychosis in my voice, Eli? He nods. Then choose your words wisely. His nostrils flare as he nods.
Noted. Don't mention appearance or that you have toothpaste in the corner of your mouth.
What? Heat enrages me, and I point at the door, shouting, "Out!"
Yep, saw that coming.
He starts to leave just as he snaps his fingers in the air and says,
Oh shit, can't forget my deodorant.
and before I can grasp his arm and hold him back, he moves past me and straight into the bathroom. The word "no" is on the tip of my tongue as I watch him pause at the sink. He looks back at me and then points at his shoe.
Why is my shoe in the sink?
For the love of God, why? Why are you doing this to me? Especially on a day like today when I look like Shrek's ugly friend Elmira with a third eye. Why? I'll tell you freaking why, because my luck, when it comes to dignity during this season of my life, has absolutely run out. Actually, I don't think I've ever had any dignity since Eli fertilized me. Nope, it was stripped away from me. Apparently, it is not only my responsibility to carry this child, but to suffer wild embarrassment the entire time as well. Fine. I accept it. What's next, universe? Do I pee my pants in front of the man? Oh God, I take that back. I didn't put that out there. Please, please don't let that happen. I'd never survive. Farting? Sure. Puke in the shoe? Okay. But peeing my pants? No. There's no coming back from that. I'm blasted right back to the present when I hear,
Fuck, what's that smell?
my vomit. That is my wet vomit you're smelling, you beautiful Nimrod. What smell? I ask, playing nonchalant. Be cool, Penny. Be cool. This is your moment to shine. Story time. Mentally rubs hands together. We are taking back our dignity. If you're smelling anything, then you're probably smelling the beginning of athlete's foot. You don't wear socks with loafers, so mold and creep are bound to accrue. Maybe consider a different shoe, something less showy and instead more practical. Ooh, good one. Not only did you deter, but you insulted the ridiculously gorgeous, grossed-out man in front of you. I move away from the bathroom, happy with my response and hoping he follows. But when he doesn't, I know there's a slight possibility that my story is not settling well in his head.
That is not athlete's foot.
I glance over my shoulder just in time for him to look closer. His eyes shoot to mine and he asks,
Is that vomit in my shoe?
"What is he, Inspector Gadget? Jesus. Seems as though there is brains with the beauty. You know, I think I'm going to just throw my hair up in a bun and get to work. If you will excuse me."
Penny, why is there vomit in my shoe?
Hands on my hips and back turned toward him, I say, "I don't know, Eli. Maybe you should check with yourself to see why there's vomit in your shoe." I start to walk away, but the nimble beast scoots in front of me, halting me from my retreat. He places his large hands on my shoulders and bends in the knee so we're eye to eye. With serious but also compassionate eyes, he asks,
Penny, did you throw up in my shoe this morning, then hide my shoes so I wouldn't notice?
"Ha!" I guffaw so loudly I startle the both of us. What a far-fetched, entirely factitious thought.
Penny.
He pins me with a glare. What's the use? Honestly, I've been caught red-handed, so just deal with the consequences. I throw my hands up in the air and surrender, my white flag waving in chagrin. Fine. Yes, I threw up in your shoe, and you should be happy it wasn't one of your suit bags because that was a close second. And before you get all mad because that's your lucky shoe, I would highly recommend taking a step back to realize that I am carrying child, and anything I do for the duration of this pregnancy can't be held against me. I fold my arms over my chest and raise my chin high. There. He has been told. I prep myself for him to be mad, for him to moan and groan about his favorite shoes being tarnished with my Technicolor, winces, upchuck. My mind forms comebacks, resting them on the tip of my tongue, ready to be fired off in defense. Like a stockade, ready to banish any emotion on his end, I mentally get in my stance, tongue ready to lash. I shall take you down, dear sir. Do not mess with these hormones. His hands move closer to my neck, and I immediately sense where this is going. There's no doubt in my foggy, dense-filled brain what's about to happen. That's right, folks. He's about to put me in a good old-fashioned chokehold for tarnishing his shoes. Gasp. I know. But I can feel it. Sense it. He's mad about his shoe. He's about to choke me. I can see it in his feral eyes. Too bad for his manhood, I'm 2 steps ahead of him. He's going to wring my neck, but not before I get a good swift kick to the crotch ready. Unprotected strike zone? That's your problem, man. And before I can stop myself, I whip my leg back and then toss it forward, right into his junk. "Don't you dare try to choke me over a shoe!" I yell out as a war cry. A loud gurgling sound echoes against the walls, followed by a slow descent to the ground. His knees hit first and then his body as he cripples over to the side. Huzzah! Thou shalt not battle the Holy One in gestation! She might be nauseous, and she very well might have enough indigestion to burn down 1,000 buildings at night, but she is mighty, and she knows how to pack a solid blow to the very nutsack that put her in this position.
Holy fuck.
He groans, cupping his sensitive niblets.
Why?
Why? I blink down at him. I wasn't about to allow you to choke me over a shoe.
Choke you?
He asks, still groaning.
Fuck, Penny, I was going to ask if you were okay. Why would I choke you?
What was that? Blinks. He was going to ask if I was okay? Where did I go wrong?
Fucking Christ.
He groaned some more, now covering his eyes with his arm. Well, now I feel kind of bad. With my toe, I nudge his shoulder. You okay, sailor?
Does it look like I'm okay?
He shoots back, rage and pain lacing his every word. Not really, but wasn't sure if you were dusting off your acting chops. Red in the face, neck muscles bulging. He looks up at me and says,
I'm not fucking acting.
I nod continuously as my hands twist together. Okay, noted. Not acting. Got it. Well then, I guess this was all just a silly misunderstanding. I attempt to laugh, but it comes out strangled. He takes a few deep breaths and then slowly sits up, but still clutching his crotch.
Fuck.
He mutters before one more deep breath. After a few seconds, he looks up at me.
Why would I want to choke you?
I toe the ground. Angry about the shoe?
You think I'm going to choke a pregnant woman over a shoe?
I don't know. I toss my arms up in the air. Who knows the kind of anger levels you might have? I'm still getting to know you, and honestly, from what I've seen on the ice, you have a temper. How do I know it doesn't carry into the household? These are things we need to learn about each other, Eli. He pinches his brow, clearly still suffering in pain.
Penny, for your future reference, please know I'll never, ever try to choke you or physically harm you in any way. Got it?
I tap the side of my head. Yes, logging that nugget in. Good to know.
Jesus.
He takes the next minute to stand to his feet, moving entirely too slow if you ask me. Does it really hurt that bad? Or are men just weak? After another deep breath, he looks me in the eyes, and the anger has disappeared as he says,
Penny, you threw up in my shoe. Are you okay?
It's just a shoe, Eli. It's not like I threw up on your dog. Wait. I tilt my head to the side and say, Did you ask if I was okay?
Yes.
He lessens the space between us despite the evident pain he's still in.
You threw up, and you haven't done that yet. I want to make sure you're okay.
He's not concerned about his shoe? He doesn't think I just tainted his bad luck? He doesn't want to choke me? He actually cares about me more than his shoe? That's just the nicest thing. Tears well up in my eyes and cascade down my cheeks in seconds. I'm more important than your shoe, I say.
Hell, of course you are, Penny.
He lets out a frustrated breath.
Why would I think my shoe is more important than you?
It's your special shoe that you like to wear when we play the freeze, and I took that away from you. And not only did I take it away, but I also did inconceivable things inside said shoe.
It's just a shoe.
He reaches up and swipes away my tears with his thumbs.
I'm more concerned with how you're feeling.
Of course he is. Because not only is he beyond gorgeous, but he's considerate as well. Great. Just freaking great. More tears. I can't stop them. I can't control them. I can't even tell myself that everything is okay. It's as if I have lost any authority over my body. I'm embarrassed, I reply. I wish I wasn't crying right now, and that this was all some sort of nightmare I haven't woken up from yet.
No need to be embarrassed,
He says while pulling me into a hug. He wraps his strong, comforting arms around my shoulders, but I stand there ramrod straight, not sure if I should touch him or not. He smells so good, like yummy man. Not the best description, but that's all I have. Yummy man. And I know if I wrap my arms around him, I might not let go, as this has all been so scary, so different, so challenging. The comfort of his arms very well might make me melt.
And I believe the crying is bound to happen when you're pregnant, at least from what I've read.
That makes me shoot off him, putting at least 2 feet of distance between us. I swipe at my cheeks as panic sears through me. What have you read? My panic mirrors his as we both stare at each other.
Just an article.
What kind of article? I ask him.
You know,
He swallows.
the kind that is sent to me every week to tell me what you will be experiencing and how I can help you. And before you get mad, I know you told me not to read anything, but I can't just sit back and not know what you're going through. This is helpful to me.
So do you just look at me and say, oh, that's her being emotional because her hormones are out of whack?
Yeah, kind of. But it's better than me thinking, wow, she's a complete psycho.
Do I look like a psycho? I ask, pointing at my chest, and I can see him searching for the right words to answer.
You look like you're scared and unsure of everything that's happening to you right now, so I think it's good that I educate myself so I can help you along the way.
Well, would you look at that? He knows just what to say. That's really nice. And once again, my eyes well and I break down in tears. I'm such a mess, I say as he pulls me into a hug. This time I wrap my arms around him and rest my cheek on his black shirt, very much aware that he'll probably have to change it before he leaves. I'm sorry. His hand falls to the back of my head.
Don't apologize. It's okay.
I'm losing it.
You're going through a lot, and that's okay. That's why I'm here, to help you through it.
I glance up at him. So this is the Hornsby Winnie was talking about. His brow pinches together with humor.
What does that mean?
She said when she first got to the cabin last year, you were the nicest one at first and were the reason she felt she could stay for the night. This is the guy.
What guy have I been to you?
Flirty at first, followed by alpha in the sheets. That's how we ended up having sex. Then awkward, uncomfortable, nervous. And now I'm seeing the kind.
Only took me a bit.
He chuckles.
But this is who you'll get from now on.
He gives me a good squeeze.
Promise.
Then I guess I'm a very lucky girl.
Chapter 14. Eli. Those are the shoes you wear when we play the freeze, Taters says, while we both head to the locker room in preparation for game time. I'm well aware. Are you trying to jeopardize our chances tonight? My shoes were incapacitated for tonight. What the hell does that mean? I considered telling him everything that happened this morning, from the vomit to the kick to the cock, but I realize it's probably not in my best interest to share what Penny's going through. She was embarrassed enough as it is. The last thing she needs is for the rest of the agitators to know what's going on between the walls of the apartment. Nothing you need to worry about. I nudge him with my shoulder. Are you ready for tonight? When am I not ready? The other day, you weren't. You actually sucked. Coming from the guy who couldn't check a duster in the boards if his life depended on it. I'm going through some things right now, I defend. Yeah, well, you're not the only one. What does that mean? I ask, just as I hear footsteps behind us. What up, guys? Pacey says, jogging after us. I glance over just to see him reach me with a bag of gummy bears in hand. He presses it against my chest when he catches up, and he says, to refill your stash. Can't have you not have your lucky bears before a game. He glances down at my shoes. Hey, those aren't the right shoes. Groaning, I say, I know. Enough with the shoes, okay? What did I just walk in on? Pacey asks, hands held up. Apparently his shoes are incapacitated, Taters says. And apparently Taters is going through something emotional right now. With Sarah, I know. Pacey says haphazardly, and then winces while quickly making eye contact with Taters. I don't know what you're talking about. I paused in the hallway and turned toward Taters. Are you seeing her again? The other night, Pacey answers, only to receive a death glare from Taters. I'm actually gonna jog ahead of you guys, warm up the legs a bit. And then he takes off. I don't want to hear it, Taters says, moving forward as well. Dude, she's fucking with you. You don't know that? He answers. You have no fucking clue what we talked about. Then what did you discuss? I ask. Why don't you worry about Pacey's sister, who you got pregnant, and stay out of my personal life? Before I can stop him, he picks up his pace as well and heads down the hallway. What the actual fuck? When has he ever not told me anything? He shares everything with me. What's changed? Gummy bears in hand, I start down the hall and realize I don't want to head to the locker room just yet. Not after that delightful conversation. So instead I move toward the offices. I'm going to check on Penny one more time before I can't because I'm strapped to the ice for our game. Good luck tonight, someone says as I walk through the hallway. I wish I knew everyone's names who works for the team, but unfortunately I don't spend enough time here to grow familiar. Instead, I offer a fist bump and keep moving toward Penny's office. Looking good, one of the guys from marketing says as he moves past me. Hey, where are the lucky shoes? Note to self, don't designate wardrobe anymore. It only creates a hassle in the long run. Got them, Dirty, I say. These will work, though. I offer the guy a wink, which feels odd, but I don't know what else to do, and make the right at the hallway toward Penny's office. When I reach her door, I give it a slight knock and then let myself in, only to stop dead in my tracks when I see another man in her office. But not just any man. Remy Gasper. What the actual fuck? Gasper, I say, straightening up. What the hell are you doing here? He stands from the chair, situated across from Penny, and buttons his suit jacket. Just saying hello to an old friend, he answers with that aggravating grin of his. Good to see you too, Hornsby. Penny stands, and the worried expression that crosses her face snaps me out of my tunnel vision of wanting to chuck this guy through her glass door. Well, you said hi. Now you can move along. He smirks even wider and then walks around Penny's desk, where he pulls her into a hug and drops a kiss on the top of her head. Think about dinner, okay? Would love to spend more time with you. Dinner? Over my dead fucking body. He lets Penny go and moves toward me, where his shoulder bumps into mine. Still see you believe gummy bears will help you. Laughable dude. See you out on the ice, he says before moving out of the door and shutting it behind him.
Hey, Eli.
How the hell do you know him? Her eyes draw into concern.
What do you mean? I grew up with him. He was good friends with Pacey. They played together for a long time.
For some reason that rings a bell. Pacey's never said too much about Gasper because he knows how much everyone on the team absolutely hates him, and for good reason. If only he knew Gasper was behind why I wasn't there to help Holden. Something makes me think Pacey wouldn't want to be friends with him much longer. Is there something going on between the two of you? I ask.
Are you serious? Eli, I just told you this morning I don't have time or energy for that. Can you not understand that? And what does it matter? It's not like you and I are together. You don't have claim over me.
I don't want that fucker around my baby.
Your baby?
She asks, folding her arms, preparing for battle. I mean our baby. I attempt to correct myself. He's a shit person.
No, he's not.
She defends, which of course raises my anger to the next level.
Do you even know him?
Yeah, I fucking do. He's the reason at least 3 guys on our team have been blasted in the backs of the knees by his stick. He plays dirty and will do anything to win, even if that means doing something that's possibly career-ending. And you're friends with him?
He's aggressive, but not purposeful with what he does.
Are you really defending him right now? I hold my arms out, one hand still gripping the stupid 5-pound bag of gummy bears.
Are you really in my office yelling at me?
She asks. Bringing my arms back, I take a deep breath. You shouldn't be hanging out with him, and you definitely will not be going out to dinner with him.
Excuse me? Are you now telling me what I can and cannot be doing?
I'm trying to educate you. From the way her eyes light on fire, I can immediately tell that was the wrong thing to say.
I don't need you to educate me,
she says through clenched teeth.
I know Remy. You only see him during the games. I know him outside of hockey, and he's a good man. He's been very helpful toward our family over the years and cares about the same things we care about. He's helped Pacey with his charities and has given a lot back to our hometown. Sure, he can get excited during a game, but that doesn't define him.
The way you act on the ice is a direct depiction of who you are as a man, I say, and there's no honor in his body. Not wanting to discuss this anymore, I turn toward the door, ready to walk out, when I remember what I came up here for. Gripping the doorframe, I ask, "How are you feeling?"
Go to hell, Eli,
she says, and I take that as just fine.
Dude, your vibe is not really settling me right now, Pacey says next to me as we warm up. You're all charged up. I am. I'm fucking ready to go. My eyes haven't left Gasper since I got on the ice. I've watched him skate around, stretch, and even joke around with a few of the guys on both teams. 3 years ago, we were playing Game 7 in the playoffs that would grant us a spot for a try at the Cup. Game was tied. It was the third period. He took a cheap shot at Holmes and knocked him to the ground. The ref ignored the attempt to take out our center, blatantly favoring Gasper. Holmes was out with an injury, and they ended up taking the win. That was the moment I started hating this guy. What solidified my hatred for him? Well, we all know that by now. Just ready for the game, I say, gripping my stick tightly. Okay, because it doesn't quite look like you're ready for the game. It looks like you're ready to murder. Yeah, that too. Did you have some gummy bears? He continues. Because I can have Hank run back to the locker room and grab you some. I'm fine. I pat him on the shoulder and skate to the bench, where I pick up my water bottle, giving it a good squirt into my mouth. The teams are rounded up and we get ready for the national anthem. We all line up, and as we parade through the beginning ceremonies, I keep my mind mentally set on one thing and one thing only, making sure Gasper has one hell of a shitty game. I'm fired up. I'm ready to take him out, and nothing, and I mean nothing, is going to stop me. Once the national anthem is over, we all skate into our positions. The refs are huddled together as Gasper skates up to me. That fucking grin on his face makes me want to shove my elbow into his teeth. So, you and Penny, huh? He asks, and I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to goad me like he always does. I don't answer him, but instead I grip my stick tighter and get into position, ready for the puck to drop. Taking the hint that we're not here to have tea and gab, he does the same. He presses his shoulder against mine and slaps his stick on the ice. I'm surprised Pacey even let you near her. He's just loud enough for me to hear him over the roar of the crowd and the announcers. I thought I was the only hockey player he trusted around her. My teeth grind together as my hands grip my stick so tightly I'm afraid I might snap it in half before the game even starts. Seems as though things have changed, though. At least what I gathered. You looked protective. You like her, Hornsby? I keep my mouth shut and stare at the ice, willing the refs to hurry the fuck up so I can do some damage, undetected. Don't want to talk about it? I get it, he says, his voice dark, sinister. Hard to talk about Penny Laws without wanting to talk about all of her attributes. Don't do something stupid. Keep it together. He's poking you for a reason, to get you to react, to get you to hurt the team and make this win an easy one for him. Fucking great tits, right? And I explode. You can't talk about my goddamn Penny like that and get away with it. I turn on him so fast that he's not expecting it. I drop my stick and I clock him right in the helmet before shucking my gloves and helmet and barreling into him, bringing him down to the ground where I straddle his body. But he's quick and well-trained, and he rolls me over and blasts me in the face with a punch before I roll him over and swing, clocking him in the nose. That's as far as we go before we're pulled away from each other by our teammates. What the fuck? Pacey says, holding me by the arms while Pacey stands between Gasper and me. His eyes pierce me. He's saying shit about your sister, I say, spitting out blood before I'm taken to the bench, where I know I'll be serving a 10-minute misconduct penalty. The game hasn't even started, you fuckhead, Taters says, coming up to me as well. You're giving us a disadvantage. He was saying shit about Penny, to get under your skin. Taters tosses my helmet at me, which I catch. Jesus fuck! We did not need that right now. I'm not going to let him. All hell breaks out on the ice again, but this time, it's Pacey who's in the mix of it all, pulling Gasper's jersey over his head while throwing uppercuts. I hop off the bench, scale the boards, and then skate out to the ice along with our teammates as we get into a 5-minute brawl with the Polar Freeze. Needless to say, we lose the game, but the fans were entertained. Pacey. What the fuck did he say? I'm sitting in my car outside of Penny's apartment, not excited to go inside out of fear of what she's going to say to me. After the loss, we received a blistering speech from our coach, who threw a few hockey sticks at a table in the middle of the locker room, knocking over some food. He apologized to the staff, helped them clean it up, and then we quietly all went our own ways. We were never able to recover after losing Pacey and me for 10 minutes, and the loss did not come at the best time since we are racing to the finish line to make it to the playoffs. I'm to blame for the loss. I still have no idea what came over me. Like Penny said, we're not dating. I have no claim over her. Yet today I acted like a jealous boyfriend, a title I've never worn in my entire life. Staring down at my phone, I text Pacey back. Eli, you don't want to know. The only bright side of this entire night is that Pacey actually looked at me after the fight. In the locker room, he gave me an appreciative nod, and right now he's texting me. It might not be what I want to discuss, but it's an open door that I'll take. Pacey, if I didn't want to know, I wouldn't have asked. Fair enough. Eli. He was goading me about Penny, and then right before I clocked him, he talked about her tits. Pacey, I'm going to fucking murder him. Easy, killer. Wait until after the season. I shouldn't have reacted tonight. He cost us the win. No one talks about Penny like that and gets away with it. You did the right thing. Thank you. And just like that, as I stare down at the text from Pacey, the weight that I've been carrying around for the past few weeks over my broken relationship with one of my best friends slides off my shoulders. In the heat of the moment, I wasn't thinking about the consequences of sleeping with his sister, and even after, I didn't think much of it because neither of us was going to say anything. But it's been painful not having him to talk to since he found out, not hanging out with him, basically living in a Pacey-induced exile. I can only hope that things will change now, or at least start to change. Eli, you may not believe it, but I do care about her, dude. Pacey. In what way? Eli. Just as a friend. I text him quickly back so I can clarify my intention. I feel like I might be on the verge of patching things up with him. The last thing I need is to spoil that. Pacey. Good. She needs someone reliable in her life, not a hockey player who is in and out every week. Someone reliable? Did I not just get penalized for 10 minutes today because I stood up for his sister? Have I not been living with her for a few weeks, making sure she's okay? And I haven't said a goddamn thing about it because it's my responsibility. That seems pretty reliable to me. Eli, I'm taking care of her. Pacey. And I appreciate that. But you and I both know you're not the settling down type and that she needs someone who will treat her like she's the center of their world. I mull that over, as it doesn't sit well with me. He's not wrong. Penny does deserve someone who will make her the center of his world. And sure, we've said time and time again, we're friends. That's all we'll ever be. And we both don't want to get involved romantically. But given all of that, I don't like someone telling me I'm not good enough. That is shitty. That doesn't feel good. And maybe I'm not. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, he's right. I very well might not be good enough for her. I might be good for her now, given the situation, but would I be good for her later? My phone buzzes in my hand again. Pacey. You two are meant for each other. Learn how to co-parent now because that's all it'll ever be. Okay, yes, that's all I want. We both want that. We don't want to start anything serious. But in the back of my mind, I can't help but be consumed by the insult that rattles through my prideful chest. Eli. Don't worry, there's nothing romantic going on. She's the mother of my child. That's it. His response is nearly immediate. Pacey. And that's what it should always be. Respect me and my wishes that much. Irritated, I shove my phone in my pocket, grab my bag, and head up to Penny's apartment. Just from the outside, I can see that her lights are off. Not sure if she's tired or just ignoring me, but there's only one way to find out. I make my way up the stairs, and when I reach the front door, I unlock it and slowly let myself in, trying not to make too much noise in case she's asleep. The apartment is pitch black, but when I turn on the entryway light, I'm greeted by a pillow and a blanket neatly folded on the living room couch. Wonder where I'll be sleeping tonight. Fucking great. I can't help recall the words I said to Penny earlier today. The way you act on the ice is a direct depiction of who you are as a man. And then she saw me go apeshit on her friend. Yeah, I'm fucked. I set my bag down in the entryway and moved to the couch, where I toss the pillow to the end and then unfold the blanket haphazardly. When my bed is set up, I head toward the bedroom so I can use the bathroom. That's when I see a sliver of light under the door. She's awake. Unbuttoning my suit jacket, I make my way to the bedroom door and slowly turn the handle, wincing the entire time and hoping that it isn't locked. When I realize it's not, I push open the door, only slightly, and poke my head in. I see her lying in bed. The nightstand light is on, and she's reading a book. I push the door farther open and take a step inside. "Hey," I say, while removing my jacket. Her eyes don't leave her book as she says,
Did you see the blanket and pillow?
"Yep, got your suggestion loud and clear. Just need to brush my teeth and change, and I'll be out of your way." I walk toward the closet and strip down to my briefs, which are fresh from my shower. I slip on a pair of shorts and then make my way to the bathroom. I catch her eyes on me for a moment, so I pause and say, "For what it's worth, he said some stupid shit about you. That's why I punched him."
I don't care what he said.
She fires back.
Do you really think I want our child seeing that?
I'm about to enter the bathroom, but I stop and turn toward her. "You realize I play hockey, and that's what we do. Your brother was part of the fight too."
And he knows how unhappy I am. I don't want this baby coming into the world thinking it's okay to punch someone whenever they feel like it. How do you think I'd explain that if our son or daughter saw it? Oh, it's just hockey, no big deal.
"He was talking about your tits," I say. "What the hell was I supposed to do?"
Ignore him.
She shouts at me.
That's what Gasper does. He's an instigator. He was trying to get you riled up, he succeeded, and they ended up winning the game because you lost control of your temper.
"Because of what he said about you. Don't I get any credit for being valiant?"
I don't need a white knight, Eli. I need someone I can depend on.
"And clearly, just like your brother, you don't think I can be that person."
Not after what I saw tonight. Seriously, you let him get under your skin and you have a loss and a fat lip to show for it.
She slow claps.
Wow. Great job, Eli.
"Well, maybe if you didn't throw up in my shoe, none of this would have happened." I counter back because I'm the biggest moron on the face of the earth. She sits up now.
You're really going to blame my morning sickness on this? Is that the road you want to take?
I scrub a hand over my face. No, that's not what I want to do. But, hell, Penny, he acted like you two have fucked in the past, and I didn't like the way he was talking about it. She stands and closes the space between us, so she's only a few inches from me. She's wearing a silk shirt that clings to her hardened nipples, and the shorts she's paired them with match exactly with a lace trim at the hem. And she smells fresh, good, like she just got out of the shower. Combine that all with the fiery spirit igniting through her eyes, and I feel that yearning from her all over again. That burning desire that's never stopped since my birthday.
First of all, Remy and I have never done anything like that ever. Second, it shouldn't matter if we have because we're not on that level. You and I are just trying to coexist with this child. And thirdly, you are not in charge of me, nor are you in charge of defending me. I can hold my own. I don't need you stepping in.
So I should have just let him say shit about you? Is that what you want?
I want you to realize that what you did was reckless, and something could have happened to you. And then what do? How do I explain that to a child who might be watching you on TV? How do I tell them that kind of behavior is unacceptable, yet Daddy can do it? I can't.
She pokes me in the chest.
So that means you need to get your shit together.
You act like I fight all the goddamn time.
Once is enough to know you can't be doing that anymore.
It's part of the game, Penny, I bemoan.
It was a personal attack and you know it. The puck hadn't even dropped. You were just waiting for him to say something to justify your reaction.
Are you really defending him? I ask.
You're impossible,
she says while attempting to walk past me, but I snag her by the waist, keeping her close.
Her hair brushes over my bare shoulder, like silky strands enticing me. I push her hair behind her ears slowly, and I lower my head so I'm speaking close to her ear. I wasn't putting up with shit that came out of his mouth about you, and I'm going to tell you right now, I won't be putting up with it in the future. No one speaks about you like that, even if you're just my friend. Got it? Her breath catches as her eyes travel up to mine, intense, locked. They stay on mine for a second, then two, then three. I watch as she swallows carefully, her breath vibrating against my hand just as she looks away. Without a word, she slips into the bathroom and shuts the door behind her. Looks like I'll be waiting to brush my teeth.
Chapter 15. Penny. "Pizza's here," Winnie calls out as she barges through my door. "And some side salads, of course, because fiber is something we all need." "You can just bring it over here and set it on the coffee table," I say. The game is on. They haven't started yet, but the announcers are talking about Pacey and how he's been holding down the team lately despite the lack of defense from Eli. They've compared his play from earlier in the season to recently, and it's obvious that he's having trouble, and it's probably because of me. "They talking about Hornsby again?" Winnie asks while taking a seat next to me and flipping open the pizza box. "Yeah, basically about how he's sucking. They think he should go down to the second line." Oof, really? That would be an absolute blow, not just to him, but the team morale. She stares at the TV and smiles as they show Pacey warming up his legs. He's so bendy. Look at him go. I chuckle. He is quite bendy. He's been doing special stretches for as long as I can remember. What was it like growing up with him? Was he a total douche? That makes me laugh out loud. He had his douchey moments, for sure, but he was actually a good big brother. He always included me, and when we weren't playing hockey together, he'd ask me what I wanted to do, which was usually to see a movie in the theater. Those were some of my favorite memories because he made a day out of it. We'd purchase 2 giant buckets of popcorn, raisinets, and drinks, and then we'd spend the day movie hopping. "What's that?" Winnie asks while handing me a salad. "It's when you go see a different movie without paying. You just slip into another movie theater after the one you paid for is over. There was one day when we saw 3 movies in a row. And of course we had unlimited popcorn and drinks. It's one of my favorite memories with him." "That's so sweet and illegal." I laugh and move my fork around the salad. Yeah, probably not the best choice, but it was fun then. I'd probably never do that now because the feeling of being fearless, like we'd never get caught, doesn't sit well with me. For some reason, when I was 10, I didn't think gravity existed, so I'd test it and fall off rocks to see if I was pulled down or not. After a dozen tries to float, I realized maybe gravity was real. I really wish I knew you when you were little. Trust me, you don't. She bites into her salad and asks, "So are things better with Hornsby?" Define better. "Have you spoken since the fight?" "Barely," I say. "Barely? It's been 2 weeks. What have you two been doing for 2 weeks?" "Avoiding one another." I twirl my fork around, never biting into my salad, just pushing the lettuce around. I feel like we're right back at where we started, but this time it feels worse. "He's sleeping on the couch." "This couch?" she asks in surprise. "How on earth does he fit on it?" "Not very well. His legs hang off, his neck is all scrunched, and I've heard him drop off the side a few times. He can't possibly be comfortable. I told him he could sleep on the bed, but he refuses. So yeah, it's been fun, to say the least." "Have you talked about the fight at all, or is it just the elephant in the room?" "We talked about it that night, but ever since then, it's been like he's shut down. He only ever asks how I'm doing and if the baby has been bothering me. The other night I was leaving to get a milkshake and he stopped me before leaving and went and got it for me instead. But when he got home, he handed me the milkshake and went back to not talking. That is pretty much the extent of our interactions. God, I'd be an absolute wreck. I don't do well with confrontation. You must be happy that they're away right now." "More than you know." I finally take a bite of my salad just as the puck is dropped and the game begins. "Are you going to throw him a bone and talk to him?" "I'm not even sure what to talk to him about." "Well, what were you guys doing before the fight?" I think back to 2 weeks ago and shake my head in disbelief. I threw up in his shoe that morning. He was telling me it was okay. It was one of the first times I saw his compassion. He was sweet and kind and didn't make me feel like a fool. Nor was he angry. I wish we were there again. Then reach out to him. I'm sure he's not saying anything to you because he's the one who screwed up. He's probably looking for forgiveness in some weird way. Maybe texting him might make him feel better and open up more. I'm pretty sure the last thing you want is to be fighting with the man who's the father of your child. You want to keep things peaceful, so reach out to him. You really think that will help? Guaranteed. I'm sure you two will be back to normal in no time. I'd really like that. I mean, I was really mad about the whole fight thing, but I don't want it to drive us apart. I just wanted it to be a lesson. Then you need to reach out. Trust me, this will work. I sigh and glance at the TV, just in time to see Eli check somebody into the boards and shoot the puck over to Posey, who passes it to Holmes. Winnie is right. I need to close the gap between us, and if that means sucking up my pride to say something, then I will. Penny. Good game tonight. You guys looked great out there. I stare at the text message as my stomach turns with nerves. Reaching out to him like this feels awkward. I'm not sure he's even going to respond. I wouldn't blame him if he didn't. 2 weeks is a long time to share a living space and not talk. But they're on a long road trip this go-round, so it might be good to try to patch things up now when we aren't necessarily face-to-face. Yes, that's the immature way of thinking, but listen, I've been thrown for a loop here. I'm juggling this pregnancy with trying to keep things calm with the father of my child. If I want to hide behind text messages to make things better, then so be it. No judgment. Lying in bed, I open the team's TikTok app to scroll through fan messages and comments when at the top of my screen a text comes through from Eli. Bracing myself, I click on it and read.
Eli. Thanks. It was a needed win. How are you feeling?
His go-to question. It's what he asks almost every single day, but doesn't extend the conversation after my typical answer of okay. I'm worried he might do the same thing here. Penny. Okay. Didn't have much to eat even though Winnie came over and brought salad and pizza. After I press send, I quickly exit the text thread because I'm too worried I won't see him responding. That I won't see those 3 dots pop up, telling me that he's engaging. I talked about pizza. That's opening up the conversation, right? Let's see if he takes it. But when he doesn't answer right away, panic sets in. God, why is he taking so long to respond? Is he going to respond? I'm tempted to go back to the thread to see if it shows him typing, but instead I decide to distract myself and open TikTok again, just as my phone buzzes and a text comes through. Thank God, I whisper. I click over to the thread.
Eli. Were you not hungry or was the pizza shit?
I chuckle and text him back. Penny. Been uneasy lately, so my stomach has been in knots. Haven't been super hungry. This time I can see him typing back right away. I settle into my mattress and curl up to my pillow as I wait for his response.
What have you been uneasy about?
He took the bait, and now I need to just be honest like we said we would be. On a deep breath, I text him back. Penny. Us. We were in such a good place before the fight with Remy, and I don't know how to fix it. I toss my phone to the side and cover my eyes as I take a few deep breaths. God, why is this so hard? Why do I feel like a teenager all over again trying to communicate with a boy? It shouldn't be like this. It should be easy. I should be calm and relaxed. My phone buzzes and I pop up and grab it.
Eli. Me either, but I want to.
Relief floods me. This is exactly what I wanted. Open communication. His willingness to patch things up along with mine. I need to tell Winnie how smart she is. Penny. How about this? I'm sorry about what happened. I was upset about how you acted, and I should have spoken to you rather than yelled at you.
Eli. I'm sorry too. Not for what I did, defending you, but for how I did it. I understand what you mean about getting into fights. I wouldn't want our kid to do the same.
Thank you for apologizing. I really appreciate it.
Are things cool with us?
You tell me.
I've been giving you space because I know how upset you were. I didn't want to push my luck.
I was giving you space.
LOL. How about next time we just talk to each other when we're not as heated?
Hopefully there won't be a next time.
Wishful thinking. There will be a next time, 100% certain. We're moving to uncharted territories for the both of us, so there are bound to be some bumps along the way. But we're not going to go through 2 weeks of not really talking to each other. Got it?
Got it. Sighs. Thank you for texting back. I was nervous you weren't going to.
Seriously? I was just sitting here hovering my thumb over your name, trying to think of something, anything to say to you to open the conversation.
You could have told me something like, oh, I don't know, something like you ate an apple.
Yes, because the first time was a real conversation starter.
LOL. It would have made me laugh, and that would have started the conversation.
Noted. So whenever you are mad at me, I'll be sure to throw it back to the apple day and let you know that, in fact, I ate one.
It's a brilliant tactic. I might use it if needed.
I can guarantee you if you texted me tonight, I ate an apple, I would have 100% thought everything was good between us.
Well, I'm glad we have established that.
Very glad. So, where do we go from here?
I sort of have an idea, but if it's stupid, you need to tell me and we can think of something else.
Let me hear it.
Let's simply ask questions as if we're new friends.
So we tell each other something the other person might not know?
Sure. You start.
Okay. I have to have 5 gummy bears before every game, home or away. Posey makes sure I'm always fully stocked up.
Is that why you had that bag with you when you came to my office?
Yeah, Posey brought it to me.
When did you start doing it?
When I was young, before my mom died. The last game she saw me play, she gave me gummy bears before the game, and I had one of the best games of my childhood.
Why the number 5?
5 was her favorite number.
That's really sweet, Eli.
Yeah, I keep it pretty close to me. Please don't use it as something to promote the team.
Anything you say to me outside of the stadium is personal. Please know that. I'd never take your personal life and spread it to the fans without your permission.
You don't seem like that kind of person, but I figured I'd say it anyway. So, what's your thing?
When I used to help Pacey with his practices, I used to purposefully shoot the puck at his crotch because I thought it was funny when he'd miss and it would hit him. I enjoyed watching him crumple despite having protection.
LOL, what? You'd try to hit him in the dick on purpose? Seems like a recurring theme with you.
Of course. Isn't that what little sisters are supposed to do?
Is that why they were created, to wreak havoc on their brother's junk?
Yep. Aren't you glad you don't have a little sister?
For the sake of my balls? Yes. Were you always a terror?
I want to say no. I want to tell you that I was the picture-perfect little sister, but that would be lying. I wasn't even close. I made Pacey's life hell. Sure, I helped him with hockey, but when we put the sticks down, I made it my mission to make him miserable.
If my relationship with him wasn't so rocky, I'd ask you for tips on how to drive him crazy.
Things still bad with him?
I wouldn't say bad, just not the same. I'll say this, defending you on the ice won me some points. He at least talks to me now. Thinking about taking him out for a beer tomorrow night. What do you think? Should I ask him out?
Not sure you're his type.
Maybe if I find a long blonde wig, something that looks like Winnie's hair, he might give me a chance.
Now there's an idea. If it helps, he barely talks to me, too.
That doesn't help. I don't want him mad at you.
It wouldn't be the first time. We always work through it.
Not the first time you've slept with one of his teammates?
No, I've never done that. You are the first and only. I meant the first time we've been in a fight. When it came to Pacey and his teammates, I've always been off limits. He never wanted to mix the two. Plus, he always said hockey players are horny assholes and I deserved better.
We are horny, and we can be assholes. He might be onto something. The horny, though, that comes from adrenaline. After a game, it's hard to shake that high off, you know?
Unless I'm completely naive, what have you been doing to shake it off now? Assuming you're not having sex with anyone.
You're assuming correctly. I'm not doing much to shake the adrenaline. And the last person I had sex with was you. And if I were being completely frank, it's because you rocked my world that night, and it was hard to forget.
You were drunk.
I wasn't.
My teeth roll over my bottom lip as I stare at his text. His confirmation. I rocked his world? Me? Penny Laws. The girl who was told she was bad at sex? I haven't had much experience in the bedroom. I mean, I've had moments, but I add rocks people's worlds to my sexual resume. I'd say average with an occasional moment that borders spectacular. But to rock Eli Hornsby's world, that just doesn't seem possible.
Did I say too much?
Penny. No, sorry, I was just... Well, I guess I'm not good at taking compliments, and I wasn't expecting you to say that. But I guess... Thank you. Seems weird to say thank you, but I don't know what else to say.
How about we say goodnight? I'm sure you're tired, and I need to shake this adrenaline off somehow, and when I say that, I mean staying in my hotel room and finding something to do. Like I said before, you don't have to worry about me sleeping around.
If you need to, it's fine.
I don't want to, Penny, okay? It's just not in me anymore.
Okay, well, good to know. This might be the little sister in me coming out with a dumb question, but were you alluding to the fact that you're going to go, pleasure yourself now?
Yes, I was. LOL. I'm becoming reacquainted with my friend the right hand.
Is it weird we're talking about masturbation?
You tell me.
Sort of. But I guess I enjoy the honesty. So, have fun whacking off.
I should never have told you.
You probably shouldn't have. This will live in my mind forever.
Fantastic.
Penny. How was your night? Romantic?
Eli. I really shouldn't have told you.
It's all I could think about last night, and not in a creepy I'm picturing you in your orgasm face kind of way, but more fascinated in the process.
I don't have an orgasm face.
Okay.
I'm not even going to ask.
It's best you don't.
And what do you mean by the process?
Well, did you light a candle, use lotion, set up the tissues, play some romantic music, strike up a conversation with your hand before you brought it down south?
Are you always like this? Is this the real Penny and you've been hiding her all along?
I'm afraid to answer that.
If the answer is yes, I don't mind her. I just need to mentally prepare myself for what to expect moving forward.
Then yes, this is me in all of my glory. Awkward, weird, asks uncomfortable questions, and doesn't tend to have a filter when rambling.
I accept this, and if you have to know, it was in the shower. Easier that way.
Fascinating. Okay, I can go on with my day now.
Glad I could assist. Eli. Have you ever gotten stitches?
Penny. Are we just asking questions now without any lead-in? Nothing like, how's your day going? Just straight to the point?
Penny, how is your day going? Have you ever gotten stitches?
It's okay. I dry heaved into my wastebasket while in the middle of a meeting with an intern and told him I had bad shrimp the night before. He turned a hideous shade of gray, and I'm pretty sure he'll pray to the Lord up above to never have to work with me again. Other than that, great. Feeling good, and yes, I've gotten stitches before.
I thought the morning sickness was easing.
It is. I think it was because this kid's cologne was next level. Nearly gagged me. But I wasn't about to tell him that.
Okay, but you're doing okay?
Yes. Eli, I'm fine.
Don't appreciate the sass, but we'll move on. Where were the stitches, and why did you have to get them?
My palm. I was cutting a bagel and ended up slicing right through my hand. The bagel was later used to help sop up my blood.
Were you allowed to cut bagels after that?
Funnily enough, the next day, there was a bagel cutting device in the kitchen. Pacey will deny it to this day, but he passed out in the car when I showed him my flapping skin. He said he was so tired, but we all knew the cut was too gruesome for him.
Logging that away for future teasing when we're back to normal.
Did you do the thing I told you to do?
Pin him against the wall and give him a noogie?
Yeah.
No, because that was terrible advice.
How do you know? You didn't try.
I ran it by Posey. He said if I was looking to get an uppercut into the ribs, then go for it.
I thought guys like to play around with each other like that.
That's like me assuming you and Winnie had a pillow fight the other night when she was over.
How do you know we didn't?
Did you?
No.
Exactly. Trust me, it was not good advice.
Do you want me to run the scenario by him and ask him what he would do if you did that?
Jesus, no.
Are you sure? I don't mind texting him.
For the love of God, don't text him.
I just did. Waiting on a response.
You what? Penny, come on, seriously?
No, but hearing you whining was funny. And before you get mad, please note I'm pregnant and don't get to do a lot of fun things at the moment due to nausea. So give me this little thing.
You know, I'm never going to be able to trust you with the number of times you've tricked me.
I think that's fair. Penny. Are you excited to only have 2 more games on this away trip? It's been a long one.
Eli, I'm excited to be reacquainted with my good friend, the couch.
You realize you can sleep in my bed, right? I told you that before you left.
Yeah, but you said it with a snarl to your lips, so I wasn't sure I should attempt to lay a foot in your bed. Is the snarl gone?
There was no snarl.
There was a snarl. It twitched and pulsed, and frankly, it would scare the sugar off a lollipop.
The sugar off a lollipop? Dare I ask where that horrible comparison comes from?
Scarily enough, it was the first thing that came to mind.
I fear there's a hint of a sociopath in the depths of your being, and that's unsettling. Maybe you won't be allowed back in the bed.
Don't play with my heart. Or back muscles.
Are you a sociopath?
Can't say that I've ever been called one before. I can offer some references.
References work.
Please refer to Levi Posey and Halsey Holmes.
They aren't reliable.
Not even Holmes?
Partially. I'd need him alone and not under the influence of your stare.
I can arrange such an event.
Good. Now, I have to ask, what did you eat for dinner? You look different on the TV from what I'm used to, and I'm wondering if it's something you ate.
Different good or different bad?
Don't let this get to your head, but different good.
Is that so?
Never mind.
Tell me how good.
Good night, Hornsby.
It's Eli.
Not when you act like that, it's not.
Chapter 16. Eli. Hair mussed, wearing sweatpants, a long-sleeved agitator shirt, and my slide-ons, I shuffle through the conference room door where the hotel has set up breakfast for us. I stayed up late last night reading into the second trimester and what to expect from the incredibly unpredictable Penny laws. Things I learned. She'll start to show, and we'll be able to find out the sex of the baby, which, to me, is pretty exciting. I'm not sure where her head is at when it comes to wanting to find out. If she wants to wait, I'll painfully wait with her, but I'm kinda hoping that she wants to find out. Lifting my head from my phone, where once again I'm checking on scores, I spot Pacey in the back corner, hovering over a plate of eggs with his phone in hand. He's the only one in the room besides me. Normally, I wouldn't even think twice about sitting next to him. But now that things are rocky between us, I walk over to the buffet where I pick up a plate and contemplate whether to sit next to him or not. I pile on eggs and bacon to my plate, along with a fruit cup and a bran muffin. It's always the same thing at every hotel. The team likes to keep things easy on us, not having to make too many decisions, and keep us fueled with all the right things at the same time. Occasionally, the hotel will throw in their own spin, like a baked good, but everything is pretty much the same. After my plate is full, I grab some water and then turn toward Pacey's table. His back is to me, and I'm not even sure he realizes I walked into the room. This is it. Either I could sit somewhere else and let there be a break between us, or I could close the gap and continue to mend my friendship. On a deep breath and a hope and a prayer he doesn't kick me across the room, I head over to his table. I leave a chair between us, so we're not shoulder to shoulder, but not too much room, so it looks like I'm avoiding him. When I set my plate and water down, his eyes glance my way from his phone, and he meets my gaze. I steel myself for him to tell me to fuck off, but instead he sets his phone down and leans back in his chair. Did you see the Freeze lost 1-5 last night? Clemens apparently forgot how to goaltend. Is he talking to me? I want to look behind me to make sure no one walked in when I wasn't paying attention, but then again his eyes are on mine, which means he must be talking to me. Play it cool, man. Don't mess this up. I did, I answer. An absolute upset that works in our favor. Not just an upset, a blow to the ego. He leans forward. They lost to the Rockets, the second worst team in the league. And not just lost, but lost bad. I chuckle. Karma is a real bitch, isn't it? I allude to what Gasper did, hoping it's not going to stir trouble, but when Pacey laughs and nods, I know we'll be just fine. Yeah, the dickhead can't quite hold his head high at the moment, can he? Not so much. I scoop a forkful of eggs, and before I bite into them, I say, "Your sister threw up in my shoes." His brow raises. What exactly are you talking about? I swallow and lean in close. I'm not supposed to tell anyone because, well, she threw up in a shoe, but I feel like I need to explain to you why we probably lost that game to the Freeze. Because I didn't have the right game day shoes. Because your sister threw up in them. And before you start worrying, it was the one and only time she's thrown up, and I made sure she was okay. The corner of Pacey's mouth twitches. His finger drums on the table. And then he chuckles. He actually fucking chuckles. The vice that's gripped my chest loosens once again. The clouds start to part. The fog lifts. And for the first time since we found out Penny was pregnant, I feel like I can see my friend again. He lifts his water to his lips and says, "Good for her." Good for her? I ask incredulously. You're happy she threw up in my shoe? Seems like something you deserved. Dude, I level with him. Those were the game time shoes. No one deserves that kind of abuse. You got her pregnant, which in return is the cause of her throwing up. Therefore, I'm pretty sure you deserved it. I lean back in my chair, water glass in hand. Well, when you put it like that. He laughs some more, and then grows serious. How are things with Penny? She hasn't spoken to me much, and I don't blame her. She hasn't spoken to our parents much either, because I'm pretty sure she's avoiding telling them. I fear she's alone, and I know I created that for her with the way I reacted. He scrubs his hand down his face. About that, he winces. Winnie has been a persistent voice in my ear about how you can't take time with those you love for granted, and how I wouldn't want an unresolved rift between us, should something happen. And now that I've cooled off, I realize how badly I've handled the entire thing. His eyes meet mine. Even with you. Winnie would know, having lost her mom not long ago. Dude, don't worry about me. We're cool. I probably would have had the same reaction as you. I'm just glad we're looking at each other. I missed staring lovingly into your eyes. You are so fucked in the head. I laugh and then say, she's not alone. I talk to her several times a day. I'm sure you know Winnie is hanging out with her a lot. And when Winnie isn't there, Blakely's there. She's very much taken care of. She hasn't said anything about being alone, and honestly, she's in very good spirits. Pacey's lips twist as he studies me. You talk to her several times a day? What kind of talking? I hold my hand up. Nothing like you're thinking, just friends. Trust me, I learned my lesson. Okay. He still eyes me. Would you want something more? I shake my head. I'm not in that kind of headspace right now. I'm focused entirely on making sure Penny has everything she needs, preparing for what's to come, and making sure I'm mentally prepared to become a father. Gently, Pacey asks, have you been speaking with your therapist? I nod. I haven't told Penny that because I don't want to freak her out, but yeah, I've been speaking with him. Why would it freak her out? There's nothing wrong with seeing a therapist. I don't want her to worry that I'll be an unfit partner in this parenting journey, It's bad enough I'll be gone a lot because of hockey. I want her to know she can depend on me, not wonder if I'll be a flight risk. You won't be. Not just because me and the rest of the boys will murder you if you are, but also because you're someone who breaks the cycle. You won't be like your father. You don't have that kind of bone in your body. I glance down at my plate and push a few eggs to the side. You mean that? Because when we were in Penny's office, I know what I said was out of line. And I'm sorry. There's no excuse for saying something like that. Or for saying half of the shit I've said to you. You deserve better. But I'll be honest when I say I think you will be there for her. But I don't necessarily trust you to be there romantically for her. I slowly nod. I agree with you. I don't trust myself either. And that's why I'm not going there. Pacey leads out his hand, and I take it, giving it a good shake. I appreciate it, man. And I appreciate you stepping up. A lesser man wouldn't have done the same thing. Thank you. I release his hand and say, she's actually kind of funny. Really weird at times, but she has a good sense of humor. The more I get to know her, the more I can see us being good friends. She is. She's also a hellion, an instigator, and stubborn, very stubborn. Shy and awkward, I add, but very loving and thoughtful. He lets out a sigh. She's a catch, and I just wish things were different for her. I feel like she's doing this all backward, and I'm worried what her future will be like. Well, I'll try to make it as easy on her as possible. It's all I ask. Pacey claps me on the shoulder and then stands from his chair. 2 more games, man. So close to the playoffs. We got this, I say as he walks away. I turn back to my plate with a smile on my face. Didn't expect that this morning, but fuck does it feel good.
Penny, did you need to get stitches?
Eli. Just 5.
When I saw your helmet fly off, I pulled a blanket over my eyes and cringed.
I honestly don't know how it all happened. All I can remember was fighting for possession of the puck against the boards. An elbow to the head, my helmet is gone, and then blood is running down my face.
It was a stick that got you. To the fans, you look like a badass with the blood.
What did you think?
I thought you looked like something from a horror film. Let's just say you've had more attractive moments. That was not one of them. Also, what's with the thick stubble? Are you growing a beard?
Haven't shaved on this away trip. For an avid hockey fan, you think you'd know that's tradition for the last away trip before the season ends.
I never paid that much attention to you.
Ouch.
LOL. It's true. Sorry.
Well, for future reference, every last road trip, I don't shave until we get back.
Does that include your arms and legs as well?
I don't ever shave those.
Huh. Okay.
I'm not falling for it, Penny. Not this time. You trying to trick me into whatever is scheming in your head.
I'm not scheming anything. I have better things to do with my life, like grow a child, than try to trick you. Honestly, Eli. Oh, which reminds me. I got a phone call from the doctor's office. They asked about the microchip and if we want to put one in the baby when it's born.
Microchip? Like what they put in dogs?
Yes, exactly. I told him I'd talk it over with the baby's father and come back with an answer. I think it might be a good idea.
Wait, this is a real thing? They really put tracking devices in kids?
Yes, but don't worry. After 10 years, they dissolve. So it's not like we're still tracking him when he's 20. It's just so we can make sure we know where they are when they're young, especially toddler age. They can get into everything at that age.
It dissolves? I haven't read anything about this.
Want me to send you the website with all the information you might need?
Yeah, that would be great. If I'm going to make an executive decision about this, I need all the information. And you're leaning toward yes?
Seems like a great idea. It works for dogs, why not for babies too?
Just seems weird, you know? Does the tracker come with an app?
The more expensive one does. And the app also tells you when the baby is about to pee and when it is going to poop within 10 minutes. Very accurate, so you can prepare yourself for what's to come. And then the obvious sleeping stuff, which is nice. But that one's $2,000. Seems pricey.
It predicts poop? That might be nice, actually. And money is not a thing, so don't worry about that. I still want to look at the information, but it all seems like it could be good.
Not a problem. Here's the website. I can't believe you fell for that .com.
I hate you.
Ha 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 ha! Dying! Oh my god, did you seriously think that was a thing?
You know, it's not nice to fuck with me. I'm a sensitive guy. I could cry. Is that what you want? For me to cry?
You and I both know that would never happen.
You don't know that. I could be crying right now.
Send me a picture. I want to see your tears.
Who's the sociopath now?
Ha ha ha.
Did you just text me to goad me? Or was there a reason for these texts?
Checking on your eye. Remember, I was nice at first.
So this is more like a toxic friendship then, luring me in with sweetness only to gaslight me after.
If you think some innocent teasing is gaslighting, then I don't think we can be friends.
Now I feel like you're extorting me.
Do you even know what these terms mean?
Generally.
Glad your eye's okay. Good game out there. I'm going to bed.
Night, Penny. Eli. You got my shoes dry cleaned? Seriously?
Penny. I felt like it was the right thing to do.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Trust me when I say I did a lot of research and found a place in Vancouver that was pretty confident they could restore them to their natural state. They did say the shoe that didn't have puke in it was more smelly from foot contact. They asked about athlete's foot.
I'm sure they did. Insert eye roll. But thank you. You didn't have to do that.
I felt like I owed it to the fans. I thought about making a TikTok on how they've been found and returned to your feet, but I'm not sure if that's too much.
I'm more than happy to have you slip them on my feet like Cinderella if that's what you want to do.
That seems like something Posey would enjoy, not you.
He's rubbing off on me.
I can see that.
We come home tonight. Are you excited to see me?
Eh.
Come on, there has to be at least a shred of excitement.
I've had my place to myself, my bed to myself, and I've been able to do whatever I want without your judgmental eye looking in on me. Does it sound like I'm excited to have you home?
Positively riveted. Maybe this will change your mind. I got something for you.
For me? Like a present?
Yes, that's usually what it's called when someone gets you something.
Why?
LOL. Because I saw it and thought of you. Are you going to be mad about that?
Not at all. God, why am I feeling emotional right now? I hate these stupid hormones.
Are you crying?
No. Wipes at face.
So you're telling me beneath the sarcastic sociopath there's a sensitive side to you?
I thought we established you were the sociopath.
Either way, I like it. You don't have to be so tough all the time.
Is that what you think I am? Tough?
Yeah. I think you sort of have a wall up. I'm getting to know you, but there's still a defensive barrier, and it's your humor and teasing.
Weren't you saying how I have all different sides to me? Well, here is another one. Apparently, I cry at the mention of a gift.
Well, keep your expectations low because it's not that big of a deal.
I think you could give me an old rabbit's turd and I'd be happy.
Well, it's not a rabbit's turd, so get that out of your head.
Sad. Could have been a lovely gift.
You are so strange. I don't know which one of your many personalities is going to show up.
So you're saying it's been a fun roller coaster so far?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Shy at first, then a fucking fire in bed, then shy and extremely awkward, then teasing, then angry, now fun and charming. Anything else I need to worry about?
Nope, I think that just about covers it. But I suggest you don't sleep on a new side of me. You never know what might appear.
Got it. Okay. See you tonight. Or in the morning. I'll try not to wake you up when I get in.
Don't worry about it. Good luck tonight. Bruise someone's ribs.
Haha, I'll try.
Oh, and Eli? I am excited to see you tonight.
Ditto.
Chapter 17. Penny. The front door clicks shut, followed by the sound of the lock being put into place. I glance over at my nightstand clock and see that it's nearly 1. I've drifted in and out of sleep for the past few hours, but woke up the moment I heard the front door open. The boys won tonight, bringing them that much closer to a spot in the playoffs. Unfortunately, with how rough their second half of the season has been, they're not going to win the division, but they're a possible shoo-in for the wild card. I'm sure it's not their preferred way to make it to the playoffs, but at least there's a chance. Eli's feet shuffle down the hallway, and he slowly opens the door, peeking in. Hey, I say, so he doesn't think he has to be super quiet.
You're up. It's late, Penny.
I've been in and out of sleep. I press my hand to my chest. Been dealing with some serious heartburn lately.
Really? You said everything was good.
He says in a concerned voice as he comes over to my side of the bed and takes a seat. It's heartburn, Eli. It's not like I'm bleeding from the ears.
Well, do you need anything?
He glances behind me.
I read about how heartburn can hit you hard in the first trimester and leading into the second.
You should be propping yourself up on pillows. Also, do you have any yogurt? That might help. Or some sugar-free gum. Want me to go grab you some? There's a convenience store around the corner that's still open. I can run to it if you want.
I place my hand on his arm and shake my head. No, that's okay. Really, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yes, but thank you. You must be tired. He pulls on the back of his neck.
The adrenaline's still kicking me. It was a battle tonight.
I saw that. Congrats on the win. You're a clear favorite to win the wild card.
3 more games and we'll find out.
He lets out a deep breath.
It's been a fucking year. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm ready for it to be over. I kind of wish we could just win the cup now and then go up to Banff. I could use the relaxation.
You have quite a journey to win the cup. Have you forgotten the 2-month-long process of the playoffs?
Don't remind me.
He groans.
We have a long way to go, but it will be worth it.
He lifts his duffel bag on the bed and says,
Now that you're awake, do you want your gift?
Obviously. He chuckles.
Okay, and remember, not quite rabbit turd, but not much better.
Expectations are at an all-time low. I hold my hands out in front of me. He unzips his bag, reaches in, and then places something in my hands. When I look down, I see a candy bar, but not just any candy bar. A Snickers bar. Limited edition cinnamon bun flavor.
I have no idea if it's good, but when I was getting myself a Gatorade in the hotel gift shop, I saw it and thought you had to try it. I truly hope it's good.
This was so thoughtful, I say as I lean forward and wrap my arms around him. One of his arms goes to my back, and when I give him a squeeze, he does the same. It's brief, and there's absolutely nothing romantic to the hug, but for that moment, when the palm of his hand is stretched out over my back and his fresh soap scent is flooding my space, I have this pang of awareness. The same type of awareness I had when I first saw him at the bar on his birthday. This masculine, charming, amazingly smelling man is talking to me. Well, not just talking to me anymore, but giving me gifts because when he saw it, he thought of me. It's so kind. It's so crazy. It's not something I'd ever expect, so when I pull away, I feel an overwhelming sense of emotion start to tighten my throat. Don't cry. Please don't cry. Not over a candy bar. I've already humiliated myself enough. Keep it together. But when I look up at him and our eyes lock, I know there's no way I can stop it from happening. My eyes well, and immediately he takes my hand in his.
Don't cry. It's really just a stupid gesture, nothing to get emotional about.
Too late, I say as I wave my hand in front of my face. God, this is humiliating. I honestly can't control it. He lifts his other hand to my face and gently wipes away the tears that have fallen down my cheeks. I'm sorry. I know this must be uncomfortable for you.
It's fine,
he says, trying to make things not so awkward anymore. I hold up the candy bar and say, Want to try it?
Right now?
We're both awake. Why not? He cutely shrugs.
Sure, but don't feel like you need to share it with me.
I'm not going to sit here in my bed feeling more bloated than ever and eat a candy bar in front of you without letting you have any. I tear open the packaging and give it a sniff. The smell makes me wince. Maybe it tastes better than it smells.
Does it smell bad?
I'd hold it out to him and he sniffs.
Jesus, that doesn't smell appetizing. How is that possible?
I don't know, but only one way to find out. I break off a piece for both of us. I hand him his chunk and I hold up mine. Here's to the playoffs. We clink our chunks together and then both put them in our mouths. I chew. He chews. And then we both stare at each other in horror. I sprint to the toilet, where I immediately throw up while I hear him behind me. He spits into the trash can and then bends down next to me, where he holds my hair back for me.
Christ, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to tell you right now. Throwing up into a toilet is probably the least attractive thing you can do, let alone in front of hockey's Prince Charming. Yet I can't stop myself as I heave wave after wave until nothing is left inside me. And he sits there, listening to every last part of it. He continues to hold my hair with one hand while gently rubbing my back with the other one.
Are you okay?
I nod and rest my head on my arm that's draped over the toilet seat. Don't worry. With my nausea lately, I've been swiping it with a Lysol wipe after every time I use it for this exact reason. Yes, I say before slowly lifting up and wiping under my eyes. I'd, like to say the candy wasn't throw-up worthy, and the scene that just unfolded was more of a pregnancy reaction rather than a normal human reaction. Just need to make it clear, I am not this dramatic about food.
So you don't throw up when something doesn't taste good to you?
Nope, not a normal occurrence. He slowly nods.
Good to know.
Then he turns fully to me and asks,
Are you seriously okay? The last thing I wanted to do was make you throw up.
I know, and the gift was super thoughtful. I think we can blame this one on the Snickers, not on you.
I can take that.
He stands and then lends out his hand to help me up. I take it slow, just making sure I'm okay, and when I don't feel my stomach roll, I walk over to the sink where I load my toothbrush with toothpaste. He does the same, and together we brush our teeth. And it feels familiar. Like we've done this at least a dozen times when, in fact, we have not. We've never brushed our teeth together. We've always taken turns in the bathroom. I glance at him in the mirror and find him studying me. Through a mouthful of toothpaste, I ask, "What?" He smirks over his toothbrush.
Just can't believe the first thing I do when I come home from a long road trip is make you throw up. What kind of friend am I?
I spit out my toothpaste into the sink. Clearly not a good one. I rinse my mouth, and so does he. We set our toothbrushes in the holder, and then I turn to him. I don't know what takes over me. Call it the hormones or the fact that someone is here and it feels comforting, but I step up into him and once again loop my arms around his waist. This time, he returns the hug with both arms, and we stand there, in the bathroom, hugging each other, for quite a few seconds before I pull away. It really was thoughtful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry it made you puke.
I shrug. A lot of things make me nauseous. Might as well add that to the list. And then I move past him and back to the bed. He goes to the bathroom and finishes getting ready. By the time he's plugged his phone into the charger, I feel the heaviness in my eyes. He scoots under the covers and faces me. His body heat warms the bed, something I've actually missed.
You're tired.
He says. I nod. Sleep is taking over me. Are you still pumped up with adrenaline?
Had a mild spike with the whole throwing up situation, but I've calmed down. You sure you're good with me sleeping here?
I nod and yawn at the same time. It's nice. You make the bed all toasty and warm. Missed it while you were gone. And well, not really talking to me.
Hey,
He says softly.
you were the one not talking to me.
I think we both weren't talking. I snuggle into my pillow. But we're talking now.
We are.
And then he reaches out and pushes a loose strand of my hair around my ear. My eyes part just in time to connect with his. His finger drags across my cheek tenderly, and he says,
Good night, Penny.
Almost breathlessly, I answer back, Good night. And then he closes his eyes, leaving me with an elevated feeling as my pulse picks up. What was with that touch? Did he mean to do that? Was it a loving touch or a pity touch because I threw up? No. We're here for the baby. Plain and simple. Nothing else. My pregnancy brain needs to take a time out and go to bed. Everything will be just fine in the morning.
Hey.
Eli says, poking his head in the bathroom where I'm carefully straightening my hair. Day off means I get to spend time doing something I wouldn't normally do in the morning when I have to go to work. Hey, I didn't think you'd be home so early from your morning skate.
We're trying to rest our legs more.
He nods at me.
What are you doing?
Straightening my hair. I give him a once-over. Why are you wearing jeans? He chuckles.
What should I be wearing?
I don't know. Sweatpants? That's what you normally wear. Are you going to go run some errands? Do professional hockey players even do errands? Pacey never talks about it, so I can't be sure. Do you have an assistant who does everything for you?
I run my own errands, but that's not why I'm wearing jeans.
I glance down at them again and then nod in understanding. Ah, a new pair, wearing them in around the house. He presses his hand to his forehead.
Why are you like this?
Like what?
Why do you assume I'm doing everything other than what I actually want to do?
I don't know. I shrug while combing one of the final sections of my hair to straighten. I ramble and talk a lot. You should know that by now.
I do.
He lets out a heavy sigh.
I'm wearing jeans because I was hoping I could take you to lunch.
I pause and turn toward him, hair in the straightener. You want to take me to lunch?
Unless you have other plans.
I don't. But why do you want to take me to lunch? Do you need to tell me something and breaking the news over a soup and salad combo seems like the better thing to do? If so, please don't take me out in public to break the news to me. You know how emotional I am right now. He places his hands on his hips and his head falls forward.
I just want to spend some time with you as a friend. That's all.
There's nothing behind the request, just wanting to take a friend out to lunch.
Oh, I chuckle and then face the mirror again. Well, if that's all, you should have just led with that instead of creating all of this nonsense.
You were the one creating nonsense. I didn't even have a chance to get a word in.
Well, lesson learned for you. I finish up and then set the straightener down and turn to him. Ready? Where are we going?
That would be up to you. The puker.
Hey. I hold my finger up to him. Don't call me that. It's not my fault this spawn you inserted inside me is making me sick.
Pretty sure I didn't insert a spawn in you.
Fine. I roll my eyes. Leaked a spawn in me.
Ew. Come on.
I laugh out loud and move past him to my dresser, where I spritz myself with perfume and then slip on my boots. I was planning on going to the bookstore. Think we can stop there as well?
Sure. Oh, there's a deli right around the corner from the bookstore on Commercial Drive that's really good.
I can't have deli meat, I say.
Ah, shit, that's right. I read that somewhere. Then what are you in the mood for?
Soup, I answer. And bread. Can we get that? He smiles softly.
Soup and bread it is. I know the perfect place. A French cafe, if that works for you.
That seems charming. I'm in. I head into the main living space where I grab my brown leather jacket that's draped on the back of my chair and zip it up. Eli stands at the entryway, leaning against the wall, eyeing me. What? I ask as I fluff my hair out of the collar.
You look cute.
I quickly glance at my black jeans, brown boots, and now covered up white sweater. This is nothing to write home about.
Just take the compliment, Penny.
My cheeks flame with embarrassment. He's right. I should. Thank you. And just to toss one his way, I say, You always look nice. He chuckles and shakes his head while walking over to me and looping his arm around my shoulders.
Come on, let's get going.
If you have something you want to look for, you can go peruse. No need to follow me, I say when we enter the bookstore.
I don't need anything.
Are you sure? Because I'm just going to be looking at pregnancy books. Boring stuff.
Oh, great. I'll look with you.
Not exactly what I wanted, but I have to give him credit for being interested. I'm not sure how many non-romantically attached fathers would be walking into the pregnancy section of a bookstore excited to peruse.
Is there anything I can help you look for?
He asks as he walks side by side with me. Not really. Just searching for a journal sort of thing.
What kind of journal?
One where I can write down my feelings and such as I move through the pregnancy. My mom kept one when she was pregnant with both me and Pacey. She just used a notebook, though. I know there are some out on the market that can guide you, so, just looking for that.
That's pretty cool. Do you have yours from when your mom was pregnant with you?
Yes, I do. She gave it to me when I graduated high school. I really enjoyed looking through it, so I thought it might be nice to have one for our kid.
That is nice.
He's silent for a second.
Have you told your parents yet?
I shake my head as we round the corner to the pregnancy section. I honestly have no idea how to break the news to them. I don't know what they're going to say. I'm pretty sure my dad just assumed I've never had sex and wants to keep it that way in his mind.
Do you want to tell them together? That way you have someone to fall back on in case it doesn't go well.
I know it won't go well. I love my parents, but I don't think they expected to be grandparents without a wedding beforehand. And they're pretty chill about a lot of things, but I think this might be a hard one for them to accept.
Either way, I'll be there for you. Like we said from the very beginning, this pregnancy isn't for you to shoulder alone. We're in this together. Just let me know when you want to tell them, and I'll be there.
That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Of course.
He glances at the stack of books and pulls one off the shelf.
The Big Fat Activity Book for Pregnant People.
This seems like fun. He flips it open and starts laughing.
Well, this is good. Look, you can draw pictures of the people who annoy you while you're pregnant.
Isn't that charming?
Ooh, and it has quizzes.
That doesn't really seem like what I'm looking for,
Well, I'm sold.
he says while leaning against the shelf and flipping through it. Sold as in you're getting it for yourself?
Yeah,
But you're not pregnant,
I'm not.
he asks, staring down at his stomach.
Are you sure?
I pat his stomach, his rock-hard stomach, and swallow hard. Wow, that's a lot harder than I remember. Not that he was flabby by any means on his birthday, but that's quite the flat stomach he has. No. No baby in there.
Odd. I thought I was pregnant.
Stop it. I poke him this time, which makes him laugh. You don't need that pregnancy journal.
Hell yeah, I do. I might not be carrying the child, but I'm still experiencing things. Plus, it will be entertaining. Something to do when I'm in my hotel room by myself. Or when I'm waiting for you to be done in the bathroom. Which, by the way, you take a long time. If we were at my place, we would have our own bathrooms, and that wouldn't be a problem.
I would not be comfortable at your place. His brow scrunches together.
Why not?
It's big.
It's a 2-bedroom. I wouldn't call that big. You should see some of the places the other guys have. My apartment is incredibly modest.
And the fireplace would just taunt me, chanting over and over, "This is where you had sex. This is where you got pregnant."
You think it was in front of the fireplace? I thought it was my bed.
Why do you assume the bed?
Well,
He tucks the book under his arm.
for one, we didn't penetrate much in front of the fireplace. If you recall, we went from there to the wall, where you came first and I followed closely after.
My cheeks heat immediately as I glance around to make sure no one is listening.
And then after that, we went to my bedroom where, as you put it, I jackhammered into you. You said the pounding was so hard, that's how the condom broke.
I didn't. I lower my voice and whisper. I didn't say it like that.
Along those lines, you did. So I don't think it was the fireplace. It was definitely the bed. That's where you had the biggest orgasm, too.
My cheeks are so hot right now that I actually feel like you could fry an egg on them. And not only are they heated with embarrassment, but the image of Eli pushing into me also floats through my brain. I have this strange pulse developing between my legs, an awareness, a yearning that I didn't think I needed or wanted since I found out I was pregnant. But it's there, reminding me of that night, of the best sex I ever had. The feel of his strong body, taking charge, demanding from me, but also making sure my needs were taken care of. The feel of his long, hard length in the palm of my hand. How soft but firm he was. The way his teeth dragged over his lip when I smoothed my hand down to his balls. Or how slowly he moved inside me, allowing me to adjust to his size, but then took no mercy when he was fully inside. Pound after pound after pound. The sweat that beaded between us. The grasp of his hands on my hips, indenting to the point of pleasurable pain. The delicious moan that vibrated from his chest.
Are you okay?
Huh? I ask, my eyes shooting to his. Oh my God, how long was I daydreaming?
Your face is all flushed. Do you need some water?
Water? I croak out.
Yes.
His eyes grow concerned as he bends at the knees to look me in the eyes. His hand falls to my shoulder and it feels like a total lightning bolt of lust zapping through me. I immediately step away. I can get my own water. Be right back. Stay here. Do not come and get me.
Penny, wait. What's going on?
I just have to pee. You can't assist me with that, so stay put.
But do you need water?
He calls out. I wave behind me. I'm fine. And I take off toward the bathrooms, where I pull my phone out and lock myself in a stall. I send a quick text to Blakely because something is happening to me and I don't like it. Penny. SOS. Something just happened to me. Within seconds, Blakely's name is scrolling across the screen. Hello? Are you okay? What's going on? Talking quietly, I say, I'm in the bathroom at the bookstore. What are you doing in there? Hiding from Eli. Okay, why are you hiding from Eli? Because something really weird just happened to me and I didn't want to be around him while I attempt to settle myself down. Oh God, was it some sort of discharge? Do you need me to bring you pants? What? No, ew, gross, Blakely. Girl, if you think that's gross, just wait. When my sister was pregnant, so many things came out of her. Discharge is the least of your concerns. You should happily welcome some minor discharge. Can you please stop saying discharge? Nothing like that happened. It was more of a full body reaction. Hives? What have you eaten in the last few hours? Did you step on a bee? My parents' dog once stepped on a bee and had an awful reaction. They had to take him to the emergency vet at 3 a.m. because he wouldn't stop scratching. Absolutely terrible. Is your tongue swelling? Your voice sounds normal. Oh my God. Now I know how Eli feels when he's trying to tell me something. Just stop talking for a second and let me tell you what's going on. Okay, fine. You shall speak, but make it quick. I have pins and needles here. I'm at the bookstore with Eli. He asked me to lunch. Oh, really? Like on a date? No, as friends. Remember, we're not going there. Right. Okay, proceed. So we're looking for a pregnancy journal for me, and somehow we got on the topic about where we conceived the baby. And then it hit me. This wave of heat followed by vivid, and I mean vivid, images of that night. And just like that, I became all panting and needy and horny. It was so bad. Then he leaned down to be eye level with an extremely concerned look on his face. It was mortifying. Oh my God. You told him you were fantasizing right there in front of How to Birth a Melon books? Good God, no. Are you insane? I told him I had to pee and fled. Smart move. Did your sister ever experience something like this? For weeks, I've been so disgusted by the mere thought of a penis or any sort of affection that I feel absolutely out of sorts right now that a penis doesn't seem so repulsive anymore. Are you saying penises offer affection? Because it's more like a pounding, depending on who you're with, but affection? The penis doesn't have that kind of bone in its sheath of skin. I'm silent for a second and then say, I honestly hate you right now. I'm just spitting out facts. Just tell me if your sister experienced this or if I need to talk to my doctor. Oh, she did, Blakely says, her voice full of innuendo. And frankly, I've been waiting and hoping this would happen to you. What would happen to me? The horny phase. It doesn't happen to everyone, but when the second trimester comes along, the libido shoots through the roof, and I'll guarantee your nipples will harden at the sound of a wrapper opening, thinking it's a condom. You are in for a world of fun, especially sharing a bed with Eli. Ooh, this is where you cash in. What the hell are you talking about? You're going to want sex, and badly. Eli is clearly good at it, so enjoy it. I told you, we are not doing that. Okay, she chuckles. I'm serious. Yeah, sure, I know you are. Talk to me in a week or two and let me know if it still stands. Because if you're already having these vivid thoughts, then it's only going to get worse. And Eli likes you. If anything, you guys can have no strings attached sex. He helps you, you help him with the backup. It's a win-win. That's not going to happen. We are not hooking up. That is off limits. Have his lips always been that full-looking? No. We are not thinking about his lips or his biceps or his hair and how it looks so full that I want to lose my fingers in it. Nor are we thinking about his boxer briefs, what's underneath the boxer briefs, and what can be done when said boxer briefs are removed. Seriously, Penny, get a freaking grip. I shake my head and stare down at my menu. Food. You want food. Not him. Food.
Do you feel like French onion soup?
Eli asks.
It's fucking incredible here.
Onions. That's exactly what I need. I need a big fat onion to sit on my tongue and fester because nothing screams mood diffuser like a festered onion. I'll have that. I nearly scream, scaring Eli back into his chair. Clearing my throat, I calmly say, French onion soup sounds good. Gently, I rest my menu down and then pick up my water to take a sip. Studying me with a curious eye, Eli asks,
Are you okay? You've been a little jumpy ever since the bookstore.
Do you realize you must ask me if I'm okay a dozen times a day?
Well, because I want to make sure you're okay.
How about this? You assume I'm okay unless told otherwise. Just then, the server comes over, and Eli, the gentleman that he is, orders soup, a bread basket, and a side salad for each of us. The server, of course, asks for a selfie, which Eli kindly obliges, and then he takes off with our order. When he's out of earshot, Eli speaks lowly and says,
It's my duty to make sure you're okay, so if I ask, it's because I care.
He winks.
Deal with it.
Deal with it.
Yep.
He grins.
Now tell me, are you excited to fill out our pregnancy journals together?
I twist my water glass on the table and shake my head. I can't believe you got one too.
I want the full experience.
Oh, do you now? I smile. Then does that mean we should hook the stim machine up to your undercarriage and reenact what childbirth will feel like? I've seen many influencer couples do that. Seems like fun. He shrugs.
If you want. My threshold for pain is quite high.
You say that now.
I mean it.
He says, his voice completely serious.
I once played a game with a torn ligament in my ankle. I can make it through pretty much anything.
Are you challenging me?
Let me put it this way, Penny. You're carrying my child, which means I'll do what you ask of me. If that means strapping a stim machine to my junk so I can experience a sliver of what you'll be going through, fine, I'll do it. If you want to strap a watermelon to my stomach and make me do everyday activities around the house, then that's fine too. Whatever you want, you get.
It's annoying how accommodating you are. He laughs out loud.
I'm sorry. Would you like me to be more unaccommodating?
No, because then that will only irritate me more.
I'm glad you're honest.
He lifts his glass of water.
Tell me another thing I might not know about you.
I give it some thought and tell him the first thing that comes to mind. I had a pregnancy scare in college, and I know how that makes me look.
It doesn't make you look like anything. There's such a shit double standard in this world. If a guy has sex, then he's the man. But if a girl has sex, she's looked down upon. That needs to change. Don't apologize for being a human with normal sexual needs.
His comment doesn't surprise me. Eli seems to be the kind of guy who roots for everyone. An open and honest man with good morals. But the seriousness, the irritation in his voice, now that surprises me. It almost sounds like he's fed up and can't take the negative talk anymore. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. So, pregnancy scare. I was dating a guy, Jamie. He was pre-med and very focused, but also very sweet. He made time for me in his busy schedule, which I know was hard for him. We dated for a little over a year when I thought I missed my period. I was freaked out, of course, because we were juniors in college and having a baby at that time isn't ideal. When I told him, he immediately, without even blinking, told me to get an abortion. Demanded it. I didn't even know if I was pregnant yet. I was just hoping for him to hold my hand and take me to the store to get a test. But he wouldn't even look at me. He got up and left. I never took a test because I was so nervous it would be true. And then 3 days after, I got my period. When I told him, he tried to pull me into a hug, but I ended things with him. During a scary time of my life, he abandoned me. I couldn't forgive him for that.
Wow.
Eli drags his hand over his mouth.
What a fucking tool.
And then his eyes grow soft when he says,
I'm sorry that happened to you. No woman deserves such inconsiderate treatment, especially during such a sensitive and unknowing time. Where's the loser now?
I think he's a family practitioner in Pennsylvania somewhere. Last I saw, he was still single.
Shocking.
Eli says sarcastically. Well, I'm still single. What does that say about me?
You're not single. You have me, babe.
He winks, and my heart performs a rather messy somersault. We're not a thing, Eli.
No, but you still have me, and that's all that matters.
Just then, our soup, salad, and bread are brought out. Eli thanks the server with a very welcoming grin, and then picks up his spoon to smash through the crouton top of the soup. Are you going to share something with me? I ask. He lifts a spoonful of his soup, blows on it, and then takes a mouthful. When he dips his spoon back in his soup bowl, he says,
When my mom passed away, I was sent to live with her cousin Marge. She had 3 children as well, all girls. Because they didn't trust me, a 12-year-old boy who just lost his mom, they made a room for me in their barn. It was insulated so I wasn't freezing during the winter, but it was lonely. Mom had me get started in hockey when I was about 9, and even though she didn't make a lot in her job, somehow she made sure I got to play hockey. Have new skates, equipment, all that stuff. I thought I was going to lose hockey like I lost my mom. It was shit. But I earned money for ice time through chores. I got up early to feed the animals, help with the cows, and after practice in school, I helped Tobias with anything he needed. I learned a lot, but I wasn't loved. There was no affection shown toward me, and there were many nights when I just went to my barn to watch hockey, study it, live it.
Tears are streaming down my cheeks when he glances up at me.
Shit.
He says as he moves his chair around the table. He picks up my hand and strokes my knuckles with his thumb.
I didn't tell you that to make you cry. I just wanted you to know that I know what it feels like to feel abandoned.
But that's so awful. You were so alone for 6 years. How is that fair to you?
It wasn't, but it was the hand I was dealt. I had hockey, and the hard work around the farm grew me into the man I am today. They weren't abusive.
Making you live in a barn by yourself because they were afraid you'd be a sexual predator is abusive, Eli.
I guess in a certain way it is, but they never hurt me. I spent Christmas with them. They bought me simple presents, but they were more of a fostering family than anything. I barely knew them, and they were put in a situation they didn't ask for.
But you step up when put in that kind of situation. My mind keeps thinking about a 12-year-old version of Eli with bright blue-green eyes, just looking for anybody to love him, and it splits me in two. Before I know what I'm doing, I throw my arms around him and bury my face into his chest, clinging tight. I'm so sorry you went through that.
You don't need to apologize. I pay a therapist a lot of money to help me sort through all the bullshit in my head, but I appreciate your compassion.
I still hold him tight, not sure I'll be able to let go right away. He rubs my back softly as he says,
Penny, it's really okay. I'm okay.
Are you sure? My voice is wobbly and snot drips from my nose.
Yes,
He chuckles.
I'm sure.
When I pull away, I reach for my napkin and quickly blot at my nose. Eli's hand remains on my back, ever the protector.
How about after this, we go get some ice cream?
I nod. I'd like that. Stop, you did not draw naked women for money. I say as I sit across from Eli at home. We decided to pick up ice cream at the store and make sundaes. I will not be telling Blakely because I believe this would be considered cheating on her.
Sure did. I needed the cash. Hockey was expensive, so I did anything to make a buck.
Are you good at drawing?
Fuck no.
He shakes his head.
But I convinced the guys at my school they needed my drawings. They went for $10 a piece.
$10 for someone else's drawing that they could probably do themselves.
Yep, My signature was pointy nipples. The guys loved them. Every girl had really pointy nipples, and it worked for me. I made around $5,000 on those things.
Wait, what? $5,000? That means you had to draw 500 pictures of pointy nipples. When did you have the time?
I made the time. Luckily, school came easy to me, so I didn't have to spend hours upon hours studying. When I was alone in the barn, I just started drawing. I'd replicate a lot and sometimes do different variations, but yeah, it was a great moneymaker for me. I have the horny guys in my school to thank for supporting my hockey career.
Would you ever get special requests? He smirks.
I got a few, but I didn't stray far from what I knew.
Did Marge or Tobias ever ask you where you were getting the money from?
Not really. They didn't pay close attention. I used the money for new gear and gas for the people who drove me when I needed a ride. Simple shit like that.
Did you ever keep pictures for yourself? He lifts his spoonful of mint chocolate chip ice cream.
A few.
Chuckling, I ask, did you ever get a boner drawing them? This time he laughs and nods.
A few times.
Wow. Just wow. I wipe my mouth with a napkin. I never would have pegged you for an erotic artist.
You have to make a living somehow. Thankfully for me, I found my niche and ran with it.
Did anyone ever try to copy your business model?
Oh yeah. There was this guy who thought he'd try to undersell me, but his stuff wasn't nearly as good as mine. I learned shading in my art class and used that to my advantage.
Do you still draw? He shakes his head.
Not really. And honestly, I think if I did, all I'd draw is topless women because that's all I know how to draw. Then what do I look like at that point? Not someone trying to make money for ice time. I'd just look like a 28-year-old creep.
You're right about that. Oh, I can only imagine what the guys would say if they caught you drawing on the bus.
Let's not even think about it.
He finishes the last mouthful of his ice cream, which he took 3 giant scoops of. I'm not here to judge, but it was a lot of ice cream, and he ate it with no problem.
Ever step into the realm of drawing penises?
Only the basic silhouette on some random person's notepad just to, no pun intended, dick around with them.
Were you a troublemaker in school?
Depends. When it came to class in school, I was a respectful student. I never wanted to get in trouble, and if I knew I could kiss my teacher's ass for a better grade, I'd do it. But with my friends, I was a bit of a troublemaker. I had so much fun pranking Pacey, so I found ways to get under my friend's skin as well. I was a tease.
Kind of like the mild torture I've been through since I've been here?
Exactly. I smile at him. And I appreciate your use of the word mild because, let's be honest, half the stuff I've done to you is barely a blip on the things I could be doing.
Oh, are there pranks you want to pull on me?
There are things I could be doing, but I'm also a smart woman, and I know you probably have a vengeful side in you. I know you wouldn't just let my pranks go unanswered. There would be retaliation.
You can bet your cute ass that I'd retaliate, and you wouldn't know when or how.
Exactly why I don't go there. Well, beside the whole baby chip thing, I couldn't help myself. It was too easy. Plus, I needed that laugh.
Glad I could assist in making your day brighter.
You did. There have been some rough days, so that was definitely a brighter one.
When you speak of rough days, are you talking about when we weren't talking?
All of it. I say while I absent-mindedly twirl my spoon in my bowl. Finding out I was pregnant, telling you and Pacey and the fallout from that. The awkward phase we went through, and then, of course, the fight between you and Remy and the ramifications of that. I let out a deep sigh. I feel like I hopped on a roller coaster unwillingly, but today has helped a lot. Today has been one of the best days I've had in a while, so thank you.
It has been a pretty great day.
He smiles back at me.
Now how should we end it?
Maybe watch some Ozark?
Sounds perfect.
He stands from the table and takes my bowl.
I'll clean up. You go get in your pajamas and I'll meet you out here for some Ozark.
And then he walks into the kitchen with our bowls, leaving me feeling warm and anchored. After such a crazy last month or so, that's a good way to feel.
Chapter 18. Eli. Penny, I whisper. She mumbles against my arm. You fell asleep, is her response, but doesn't move. I can't say when, possibly 20 minutes into the show, but she slowly lowered her head to my shoulder, and her body became limp. I looked over and saw that her eyes were closed, and I didn't have it in me to wake her up. But now that the show's over, she's not going to want to stay here the entire night. That's just asking for pain in the morning. And I know her body must be sore from all the changes it's going through. Not wanting to disturb her, I carefully maneuver both our bodies until I have her in my grasp, carrying her like a baby as I stand from the couch. Lifting her feels like nothing, and I carefully walk her to the bedroom while turning off the lights. She already brushed her teeth when she put on her pajamas. With all the fitness I can muster, I lay her gently on the bed and then unfold the blankets so I can cover her. She doesn't move from her position on the bed. Completely and utterly passed out. She is the depiction of someone who needs rest. Her blonde hair fans out against the cream silk of her pillowcase, and her rosy red lips part ever so slightly as she breathes. Devoid of makeup and completely natural, she's easily the most gorgeous woman I've ever met. A true beauty with soft features that I haven't been able to get out of my head since my birthday. Because now that I'm getting to know her, I feel myself opening up, wanting to tell her more, wanting her to tell me more. I want to know about her childhood, not just as Pacey's sister, but as the girl she was back then. I want to hear her laugh when I say stupid shit, and I want to see her cheeks blush when I say something laced with innuendo. I want to be privileged to her charm, to her teasing, to the way she ever so slightly flips her hair over her shoulder, only to pin me with that striking blue gaze. I desperately want to climb into this bed, and instead of lying on my side where I'd lie stiff as a board trying not to touch her, I want to pull her soft curves into my chest and bury my head in her hair. I want to feel her against me, wake up with my arm around her. What's so fucking crazy to me is I'm not that guy. I don't think about this kind of shit. I don't cuddle. I don't revel in the feel of a woman resting on my shoulder. I don't have it in me to explore these deep-seated feelings that develop into more. I still remember asking Marge for a hug on one of the bad days not long after my mom passed away. I'd nearly cried at school because I missed my mom so much. I'd seen Marge hug her girls, and I desperately craved a hug. Mom had been the best hugger, but Marge had turned to me, looking horrified. I can still hear her quiet yet firm words.
I'm not your mom, Eli. I can't. Well, I shouldn't give you hugs. You're a boy and you don't need them.
She then sent me away to the barn. I felt banished, disciplined, simply for asking for affection. I think that was the moment I first believed feelings equated to weakness, that it was weak to look for affection. As a defense mechanism, I guess I shut those thoughts down, avoided looking for affection, and I've done a good job of it so far. Until Penny cried for me today. I turn away from her and head back to the living room. Is that what this is? I need to go for a walk to clear my head. That will help. I can't search for something I decided I didn't need many years ago. Fuck. Things just got intense today with sharing. That's all. Nothing else. I'm not falling for her. I'm not wishing for her affection. Nope. You're late, Taters says as he joins me on the bikes where I'm warming up my legs. Had a therapy appointment today that I couldn't miss, I answer. Couldn't miss? You say that as if you needed it. I did, I say as I push a little harder on the bike. Tater's voice grows with concern. Everything okay? Yeah. I slow down the bike and glance over my shoulder to ensure we're the only ones in here. All the guys are already in the locker room getting ready for our last home game of the season. With a wild card berth already assured for us, we'll take it easy tonight. Just had to talk through some things. The other day I told Penny about my mom and growing up. It opened some wounds that made me feel confused, and I wanted to work through that shit. Confused in what way? Instead of pedaling, we're both just sitting on the bikes now, talking. I push my hand through my hair and say, well, after we spoke, I started to have these feelings toward Penny. The type of stuff I don't think about. I had this overwhelming urge to hold her, cuddle into her, protect her in a way I've never thought of before. Because you like her, Taters says, causing me to blow out a heavy sigh. You see, that's the thing. I think I was just feeling that way because she's a female figure in my life and I want to protect her. Is that what your therapist said? Taters asks. It's what we concluded. Uh-huh. And did you tell him that you can't stop thinking about her sexually? Dude, I don't think about her like that. Bullshit. You said you couldn't get her out of your head, and that's why you haven't hooked up with anyone else. Well, yeah, I lean in and whisper. She was the best sex I've ever had. It's going to take a second to recover from that. Did you tell your therapist that? No, he doesn't need to know that. Yeah, he does. You're giving him half the story, man. He's going to think you're having some mom complex when the reality is Penny Laws is rocking your goddamn world and you have no clue how to deal with it. I don't like her like that. Bullshit, he says. You can deny that all you want, but the fact is, you slept with her because you thought she was hot. Now you're getting to know her on a deeper level. You're starting to realize how amazing she is, and you don't know how to handle that. That's so not fucking true, I say. And even if it were, Laws looked me in the goddamn eye and told me not to go there with her, that I wasn't the guy she needed. Do you really think I'm going to go against what Laws has said after everything that happened? Fuck no. Funny thing is, Laws might be her brother, but he doesn't get to dictate your life. If you like her, go for it. I shake my head. I don't think I can provide her with what she needs. I'm not in the right mindset to even think about a relationship. I'm not sure how to even have one. I'm sure as hell not going to try to figure it out while navigating this pregnancy. It's a bad fucking idea. Okay, Taters says while he starts to pedal again. But I'm going to tell you right now, the minute another man snatches her up, you're going to regret everything you just said to me. I want to believe he's wrong, but a small part of me thinks that he might be right.
Good game tonight.
Penny's voice cuts through the dark of the night. I pause mid-stride to the bathroom. Jesus, I didn't know you were awake. She rolls to the side and flips on her nightstand light, illuminating her beautiful yet sleepy face.
I was in and out a bit.
With her palm, she rubs her eye.
Coach was smart not giving you too much playing time.
Yeah, he's saving us for the first round. I'm glad we're in the playoffs, but the wild card blows.
'Cause you have to play the top seed.
She finishes for me.
Yeah, that sucks. But I think you guys have it in you to beat Washington.
Thanks. Well, I'm gonna get ready for bed and then hang out in the living room to cool off a bit.
Want me to join you?
No, get your rest. You're fine. I move through the bedroom and bathroom as quietly as I can, and when I'm done getting ready, I retreat to the main living space where I grab myself a glass of water. My body is sore everywhere. Even though I didn't play too much today, the season is catching up to me and I can practically feel every last muscle in my body telling me that it's ready to be done with the abuse it's been put through. Happens every year. My ribs get to the point where sometimes it hurts to breathe from all the battered blows they've taken. My legs feel like noodles, and the only reason I'm able to skate on them is because of the impeccable training staff we have who revitalize me every day. And my brain is mentally exhausted. The hockey season is a long-ass season, not to mention the playoffs on top of that. My mind is already thinking about the quiet peacefulness of being in Banff, surrounded by trees and not having to worry about what I eat, conserving energy, and who the hell we're playing next. I've never been this mentally checked out of the playoffs before, but I think it's from the emotional journey I've been on these last few months. It's been difficult, to say the least, and I'm ready for it all to be over. For a moment of peace where I can take a deep breath and focus on the things that matter, preparing for this baby and how I'm going to handle being a father and hockey player come next season. From the kitchen, I go to sit on the couch, but stop from the figure standing just outside the hallway. Jesus, I breathe out. You scared me, Penny.
Sorry, I was thirsty.
I walk up to her and hand her my water. Here, take mine.
Thank you.
She takes a sip before lowering the glass.
What are you going to do out here?
I shrug. I don't know. Think? I just don't want to lie in bed when I know I'm going to toss and turn until I can calm down.
Want company?
The way she asks, standing there in her matching pink flannel pajamas, she looks so goddamn cute. It would be hard to turn her away. Not if you're tired. I don't want to keep you up.
You won't.
She says as she takes my hand in hers and moves me toward the small couch. I forgot just how small she is up until this moment when my palm connects with hers. My hand eclipses hers. She fits perfectly. We both take a seat on the small love seat that she calls a couch, and whereas I sit down with my back to the back cushions, she leans against the armrest and stretches her legs over my lap. It shows how comfortable she is with me now.
Is that okay?
She asks. Yeah, you're good, I say. Do you want a blanket?
Sure.
She answers before taking another sip of water. I grab the draped blanket from over the arm of the chair, unfold it, and place it over our laps. Good? I ask.
Yeah.
She smiles and hands me the water. Still thirsty, I take a drink, then hold it between my two hands.
I know this is normal, you know.
She says.
Being wired after a game, needing to release some of the pressure and adrenaline. I have been around hockey for years.
Well, I've never truly found a way to calm down that works for me other than fucking, but I'm not saying that.
Other than what?
But, of course, she won't let that go. I let out a heavy sigh and say, other than sex.
Oh.
She chuckles.
Well, as I said, you're welcome to go take care of that need.
And as I said, that won't be happening.
So that's why you're wired right now. Trying to find a new solution to the energy?
Exactly, I answer. Calmly sitting is what I'm going with tonight.
Sounds riveting.
Maybe a conversation might help. If you want to join in, we could get into some heavy stuff that will make us both not want to sleep. I joke.
I think I'm good with not talking about the heavy stuff at the moment, especially since I'm half awake.
She rests her head on the back of the couch.
Tell me what you'd be doing right now if you weren't stuck sharing a blanket with a pregnant woman.
I shake my head. You don't want to know what I'd be doing.
I really do.
She smirks.
Give me the dirty details. I want to hear all about it.
I scratch the side of my jaw and figure, why the hell not? We've been honest about everything else between us, so why not this? Well, I'd be dressed in a suit still, not comfortable 5-year-old sweatpants, and I'd probably be at one of my favorite bars, the one where I saw you on my birthday being one of them. I'd either have Pacey or one of the other guys with me, and I'd be looking for someone to take home.
I just don't see Levi as someone who trolls the bars looking for someone to sleep with.
He's the most deceiving one out of all of us. He has this innocent, goofy outward appearance, but he also has a real dirty side to him. He's gotten blowjobs in the locker room before.
What?
Her eyes widen in surprise.
You're talking about sweet, bologna-eating Levi Posey.
Yep, I answer. He has everyone on the outside fooled, but the guy is a real player. And I mean that in the nicest way possible because he's super respectful, but the guy gets a lot of action. You just don't hear about it at all.
No, you only hear about your action.
She smirks. Which has been absolutely abolished thanks to you. I squeeze her leg so she knows I'm teasing.
Took you off the market without technically taking you off the market.
She conducts a mock bow.
You are more than welcome.
Yes, thank you for that. I take another sip of the water. But I actually don't mind the quiet nights in. I think I spend so much time moving around from state to state, game to game, that I forget to just take a second to breathe. I've always wondered why the guys on the team who are either married or have significant others retreat so early. But I can see the appeal. Coming home, slipping on some comfortable pants, and just sitting back. It's nice.
Oh my God. Eli Hornsby, are you becoming domesticated?
I very well might be, all thanks to that little nugget in there. I motioned to her stomach. Have you thought about the baby much? I've focused on more than just the pregnancy this week. I've actually thought about how you will be having a baby. My therapist and I have been talking about it. He said I need to face the reality that I'll be in charge of a human.
I have thought about it.
She plays with the edge of the blanket as she speaks. I finish the rest of the water and then set the empty glass on the coffee table in front of me. With nothing to hold, I just rest my arms on the top of her legs.
I have considered how I love this apartment, but I think it might be too small for a baby and me. I've started looking around for something a little bigger. I inquired to see if anything was opening up in this building. I love this area, and it's close to work but not too expensive where I can't afford it. And I feel safe here.
Which is important. I look around, and as I've thought before and mentioned, my apartment could work. It has 2 bedrooms. The last time I brought it up, Penny quickly shut that idea down, but it is small here, and I'm sure you want a second bedroom, like my place.
Yeah, the baby needs his or her own bedroom. And not that I've done a lot of research, but I do know babies come with a lot of things. Lots of gadgets and large items. And even though this apartment feels like home, I know it won't be able to house all of the baby things.
How many large things?
A lot.
But the baby is so small.
That's the crazy part.
She chuckles. I don't know if you've given that much thought, so tell me to shut up if you don't know yet, but are you going to hire a nanny for when you're at work or drop the baby off at childcare, assuming you're going to keep working?
I have to keep working, Eli. I need money to pay for everything.
Technically, I drag my hand over the soft fabric of the blanket. All you have to do is file for child support, and given my salary, you'd make a living off that. When I glance over at her, I can see the stunned look on her expression.
Do you really think I'd do that?
No, but hell, how do I say this without coming off like an ass? I scratch my chin. If you wanted to stay at home with the baby, just know I can cover things. And I don't mean that in a chauvinistic way. I just want you to know you have options with whatever way you choose to go.
Well, I appreciate that. But I truly love my job and don't foresee giving that up. The agitators actually offer childcare at the arena, so I'd probably just use that. That way, I could still go see the baby while at work. A lot of parents do that. They spend their lunch break with their kids.
Really? I ask. I had no idea they offered that. Do the players use it? She nods.
Yep, Zalapsky sends his kids there a lot since he's a single dad. They also offer shuttle service for kids who need rides from school. They're pretty good like that.
Wow, I had no idea. So that means I could go visit the baby too, right?
Yeah, there are even smaller rooms meant for players to sneak away with their kids. Plenty of games and puzzles and toys as well that are, of course, all sanitized. It's a great resource.
I see that you've thought about that.
Only a little.
Have you thought about the sex of the baby? I ask as I shift slightly closer to her so her legs are more comfortable draped over me.
I have, and I mean this when I say I'll be happy either way. But if I had to pick, I'd want a boy.
Interesting, I say slowly.
Why? Oh my God, do you want a girl?
Yeah, I kind of do. I just know the boy will be a little dickhead like me, and I'm not looking forward to that. Whereas the girl, I really hope she's like you. That makes her smile.
Like me?
Yeah, smart, sweet, kind heart, a touch sassy, and, of course, beautiful. She pauses and her eyes grow soft when she says,
That's really sweet, Eli. But you realize a boy could have the same personality as me and a girl could have the same personality as you. Think about that for a second.
My eyes widen in horror. Fuck. I'm not sure either of us could handle that.
Definitely not.
She answers and then yawns. Do you want to go to bed? She shakes her head.
No, I like talking to you.
I like talking to you too, Penny. And I mean that. This might be a complete change from what I'm used to doing after games, but I really like it.
Tell me about any names you might like,
She says. Now that's something I haven't thought about at all, but, if it's a boy, we could call him Puck. That would be cool, right?
Wow. You just guaranteed yourself no right to naming our baby. Good job.
I let out a loud laugh. You don't like Puck?
No one likes the name Puck. Honestly, Eli, what happened to just a solid name?
Like Peggy Leggy? That makes her throw her head back and laugh so hard that actual tears spring from her eyes.
Oh God, I totally forgot about that. What were the other names? Jimmy John or Johnny Jim?
Both solid options, but I think I'm leaning toward Johnny Jim. She nods.
Oddly, I was thinking the same thing.
Then it's settled. We are either having a Johnny Jim or a Peggy Leggy. She holds her hand out to shake on it, and I take her hand, giving it a light squeeze, but for some reason I don't let go. Instead, I keep my hand clasped with hers and rest it on her legs. It's a deal, but the last name, that has to be mine. She smirks.
Everyone is just going to love Johnny Jim Hornsby. What a name.
Couldn't agree more.
Chapter 19. Penny. Do you have everything you need? I ask Eli as I sit cross-legged on the bed, watching him pack for the first game of the playoffs. Since they're the wild card, they don't get home advantage, so they'll be flying to Washington in a few hours.
I think so.
He scratches his bare chest as he looks around the room, making sure he hasn't left anything. He's grown more and more comfortable with me, and it shows as he stands in front of me in nothing but a pair of sweatpants that hang incredibly low on his waist. So low that it sits below his Adonis belt, so all I've seen this afternoon are his perfectly defined abs, thick pecs, and loads of muscular skin. It's been hard to keep my eyes off him.
I have the dry clean shoes, which actually look better than ever.
Maybe you should do it more often because... I waft my hand in front of my nose and make a disgusted face. P.U.
Fuck off. They weren't that bad.
I laugh. They made me puke.
You made yourself puke.
I eye him with my most scornful glare. The baby you inserted inside me made me puke. Therefore, you made me puke. He chuckles lightly.
The visual with that sentence.
He zips up his suitcase.
You know, you've never watched me pack before. Does this mean you're going to miss me?
Miss you? Pfft, no way. I passively wave my hand in front of me. I couldn't be happier about your departure. Quite thrilled, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
He takes a seat on the bed and leans toward me. He points at my eye.
I can see a tear right there. You're sad.
Tear? What tear? I quickly swipe at my eye. There's no tear. He chuckles.
But it was fun for a second making you think you were crying over me.
Ugh, you're irritating. You wish I was crying over you. Then you could ride off in an airplane, chest puffed, knowing you have some girl back home pining after you. Well, I'll have you know, Eli Hornsby, there is no pining here.
You sure know how to gut a guy.
I smirk. My specialty.
Okay, so you're not going to miss me. You're actually thrilled I'm leaving.
Thrilled and thriving when you're gone. That's my motto. He slowly nods while he looks away.
In that case, I guess I won't bother calling you at night. You know, since you're thrilled and thriving and all.
Good, I say. Wouldn't want to have to sit through your snooze fest of a diatribe. Thank you for doing me a favor. Now he turns to me, and with a shake of his head and a glint in his eyes, he says,
You know, you're a real smartass.
I flutter my lashes at him. Aren't you positively ecstatic that you get to have a baby with me?
Oh, yeah.
He stands from the bed and moves over to his suit that's strewn across the chair in the corner of the bedroom. Without even thinking twice, he slips his sweatpants off, revealing his black boxer briefs and reaches for his black pants. Wow, I say, holding my hand up to my eyes. What do you think you're doing there, fella?
Getting changed? I have to wear a suit. You know that.
Eyes still covered, I say. There's a perfectly fine bathroom right over there.
Yes, and you've seen me completely naked. In fact, my dick has been inside you. Therefore, you seeing me in my boxer briefs is G-rated at this point.
I hear the telltale sound of a zipper, so I lower my hand and glance over at him. He's facing the wall, so I'm granted a view of his backside. His taut back muscles seem to tighten as they move closer to his ass, which, of course, is the perfect round shape from all those years of skating up and down the ice. And his legs, which are thicker than the average man's, are encased by his tight suit pants. He slips his black dress shirt over his upper half and then turns toward me, and my tongue nearly falls out of my mouth from the sight in front of me. He's hunched over ever so slightly to button up the shirt, causing his abs to ripple in the most delicious way possible. When he looks up at me, I'm met with a devilish grin.
Getting a good show?
Yes. But he doesn't need to know that. I chuck a pillow at him and then fling myself back on the bed. You wish. Nothing I haven't seen before.
Uh-huh. And that's why you were covering your eyes a moment ago.
Because I'm a lady and I'm sorry if I don't want to be blinded by your man thigh.
My legs aren't that white.
Okay, sure. They're not that white, Hornsby. I hear him walk over to me, rounding the bed until he's just above me, tucking his shirt in.
It's Eli.
I gulp. Because the way he just said that, all deep and serious while wearing his black ensemble, makes me swallow my tongue and want to beg for more. Trying to mask the overwhelming thudding of my heart, I say, "Oh, here I thought it was Elijah." Once again, he shakes his head at me.
Smartass.
He puts his shoes on and a deep blue velvet jacket with black lapels. He adjusts his cuffs and then holds his arms out.
How do I look?
Really fucking good. Lickable. Suckable. Fuckable. I plaster on a smile and offer him a thumbs up. Matching.
Matching?
He raises a brow at me.
That's all you have to say? I'm matching?
Takes a noble man to be able to mix textures like you. I offer him a golf clap. Well done, dear sir. His quizzical brow grows higher.
You're acting weirder than usual. What's going on?
Nothing is going on, I say over the roar of my escalating pulse. Everything is normal over here. He still eyes me.
Why don't I believe you?
Trust issues, perhaps? I hop off the bed and reach for his bag to help him, but he's quickly at my back, taking the bag from me. Hey, I can help.
You're pregnant. You're not lifting anything.
I lifted a donut to my mouth yesterday. Where were you then, huh?
You are something else right now.
He moves down the hallway towards the living room, where he sets his bag down and turns toward me.
I'm slightly nervous about leaving you in this sort of state.
Hands crossed at my chest, I ask. And what sort of state would you be referring to? He gestures up and down my body.
This insane state where you're clearly losing it.
My fingers drum along my biceps as I maintain my crossed position. Head tilted down, I say, "Has anyone ever told you not to call a pregnant woman insane?" When I glance up at him, I can see the panic in his eyes, which of course makes me laugh. And for some reason, I can't seem to stop myself. I close the space between us and I wrap my arms around him while chuckling. Don't worry, I'm not about to bite your head off before you leave. I press my cheek to his chest and stiffly, he returns the hug.
Well, that's good.
He's coming off as awkward, and it's probably because I'm holding him, and we don't normally hold each other. But I can't seem to let go. The baby is forcing me to do this, to keep my hold on him. The baby is soaking him up. His strength, his delicious smell, his stiff but warm embrace. After a few more seconds, he finally pulls me in tighter. I relish in the feel of him holding me tightly. I haven't really given it a lot of thought before this moment, but being held by Eli reminds me that I haven't had much human touch through the whole thing. As much as I love living on my own, I often miss human contact. This, right here, hugging him, it feels right. It feels comforting. Needed. He rubs my back and quietly says,
Are you going to be okay?
"Yeah," I say. Just needed a hug. That causes him to pull away just slightly so he can look me in the eyes.
If you needed a hug, you should have asked.
I'm going to awkwardly take it instead.
That works too.
He squeezes me close to him again.
We're both going through something incredibly different. If that means you need a hug, then don't hesitate to ask.
Okay, thank you. He continues to rub my back until I realize I'm going to make him late, so I let go of him and take a step back.
You good?
He asks me. Yes, I'm good. Thank you. He nods.
Okay. I'll call you when I get to my hotel room.
He reaches out and tilts my chin up.
I'll talk to you later.
Why do I feel so needy right now? I don't want him to leave. I want him to sit on the couch with me again, my legs draped over him, just talking about everything and nothing. I want to listen to his deep voice as he tells me about his upcoming hockey game, and I want to watch the way he tugs on his hair when I compliment his skills. I want him to stay here, with me, close to me. Tears well in my eyes, and I curse my godforsaken hormones for not being able to keep it together.
What's wrong?
He says, immediately picking up on the walking disaster in front of him. I swipe at my eyes. Ugh, hormones. I'm fine. He makes a strangled noise in his throat and then pulls me back into a hug.
Please don't cry. I already feel guilty leaving you. You crying is just going to make it worse.
It's not me crying. It's the baby unfairly controlling how I feel. You put the baby in there. Blame yourself. He chuckles and kisses the top of my head.
I'll fully take the blame for this.
He lifts my chin when he pulls away, and our eyes connect. Mine watery, his full of concern.
I'll call you later.
Okay,
Make sure you answer.
I will.
Okay.
He heaves a sigh and then picks up his bag.
Let me know if you need anything.
He offers me a wave, which I return. Kick some ass, Hornsby. When he pins me with a glare, I chuckle and say, kick some ass, Eli.
Better.
And then he leaves, the door softly clicking behind him. I fall back on the couch and drape my arm over my eyes. God, I'm in so much trouble. Because I can't decide if I like Eli or if it's the hormones. Either way, my body is reacting to him in a way that I can't control, and I know it's only time before this tight hold I have on my emotions and needs will slip. The cool, sweet feel of a pint of Cherry Garcia rests on my chest as I delight in the comedic styling of Melissa McCarthy rolling around on a car. I love her so much. If I could be friends with a celebrity, I'd choose her. She's not only funny, but also down to earth and very kind. I feel akin to her in a way that is so strong I have the temptation to message her on Instagram and ask her if she wants to be my friend. Would she accept? I smooth the ice cream off my spoon and give it some thought. I'm a good time, I say out loud to no one. Possibly strange at times, but who doesn't like a little odd behavior in a friendship? Keeps things alive and slightly unpredictable, which is key to maintaining longevity in a relationship. I pause and then say, am I really talking out loud to myself? Knock, knock. I quickly turn to the door. Who the hell is that? It's clearly not an appropriate time for a visitor. It's past 8, which to me is the time when everyone crawls into their homes and strips down to troll status. Hence why I'm wearing my pajama pants and I don't mind the ice cream stain on my shirt. I strip out of my blanket cocoon, set my ice cream down, and walk to the door, where I look through the peephole to see a large bouquet. Oh, flower delivery. I open the door, and instead of taking a bouquet from the delivery person, I'm bombarded by the happy glees of my mother and father. What on earth? Penny! Mom shrieks as she passes the bouquet to Dad and pulls me into a large hug. Oh, honey, we are so happy to see you. What are they doing here? Am I missing something? Did I miss an email? Correspondence that they were coming? Was Pacey supposed to tell me they were on their way and forgot to mention it to me? Either way, thank God the boys are on an away trip, because that would have been incredibly uncomfortable to explain to them why a 6'4" hockey player, shirtless, because God forbid he wear a shirt, lived with me. And then a bolt of sweat forms on the back of my neck as I remember said 6'4" beast moved in with me. What if there's evidence of his residence here? As my mom hugs me and my dad looks at us lovingly, I desperately scan the living room to see if he left a sock or a man item around the apartment. I can't tell from this angle, but that's not to say I'm in the clear. Oh, you feel so frail. Have you been eating? She pulls away and spots the ice cream stain on my shirt. Well, I guess you have.
Take these, Tina.
Dad says as he gives her the bouquet and then pulls me into a hug, jostling me around.
Oh, my baby girl, how are you?
Frantically trying to see if there's any evidence of my live-in baby daddy. Surprised, I answer as my dad traps me in a giant bear hug. My face is buried in his chest, making it impossible to look around. Did you guys say you were coming? I muffle into him. Nope, Mom answers with pride. This was done on a whim. We thought we'd surprise you. Hopefully catch a game when the boys return, but until then, we'd love to spend some time with our girl. And before you freak out, don't you worry, we have a hotel room. Look at that. Miracles still do exist. Oh, well, what a surprise, I say when Dad releases me. I straighten my shirt and give the apartment one more scan. Nothing seems to be screaming, "Hockey man lives here." Sorry that I'm not properly dressed. Oh, please. Mom waves her hand dismissively. No need to dress up on our account. And you brought me flowers. I take the vase. How kind. We didn't. Mom waggles her eyebrows at me. They didn't. They were at your doorstep when we arrived. I thought I heard a knock when I was going to the bathroom, but just chalked it up to the noises of living in an apartment building. Who could they be from? Mom asks, following me into the kitchen while Dad shuts the door and takes his shoes off. Who could they be from? Great question. No one sends me flowers, so I honestly have no idea. Wait. They can't be. They wouldn't be. Eli would never send me flowers. There's no reason to. And we don't do that. Romantic gestures like flowers. Would he send me flowers? There's a card, Mom says as she reaches for it. And out of pure survival instincts, I swat her hand away and rip the card out of the holder and hold it against my chest. No one, I say with panic. They're from me. That sounds believable. Yeah, you see, I read this book that you should treat yourself to certain things you don't normally get, so yeah, I sent myself flowers. Sounds kind of lame, but trust me when I say my spirits were just lifted seeing how much I care for myself. I toss the card on the counter. Anyway, do you guys want any ice cream? I think I have a quarter of a pint I can offer you. The card says it's from E. Who's E? I whip around to see my mom reading the card. What on earth? Isn't privacy a thing for old people? And why is this E telling you thanks for a hug? He wrote that? What would possess him to do such a thing? Well, E is me. I nod and smile manically. E stands for the E in Penny. Have to come up with a nickname, you know. That was part of the blog post. Nickname yourself. Clearly, I'm not very creative. Anywho, I hugged myself earlier. Long and hard, and boy oh boy was it a great one. So great that I decided to send myself flowers. I sigh. So yeah, about that ice cream. I motion toward the freezer. Dad is now on the couch and holds up my phone.
Are you calling yourself too? Seems like an Eli is trying to get in touch with you.
Jesus Christ. Panic swells in my chest as I run up to the phone and snatch it out of my dad's hand before he could do something completely asinine like answer it himself. Eli, Mom coos. Ooh, who is this Eli human? Telemarketer? I screech as I hurry down the hall. Excuse me for a moment. I find the first door I see, open it, and shove myself into the hall closet, bumbling over my vacuum and dodging empty plastic hangers. When I answer the phone, I whisper, "Hello?"
Penny? Is everything okay?
No, I hiss at him. Everything is not okay. My parents are here.
They're... what? They're there? At the apartment?
Yes, and they are questioning who the flowers are from, which are gorgeous and thank you. But why did you send flowers? And you said thank you for the hug? Now my mom thinks I nicknamed myself E and I send myself flowers and hug myself. Do you know what kind of loser status my parents must think I'm at right now? I'm pretty sure they're questioning all of their parenting decisions at this very moment.
Why would they think you sent yourself flowers?
Because that's what I told them when they asked who they were from. I am panicking. Can you hear that I'm panicking? Because I am. I haven't told them about the baby yet, and then all of a sudden, while I'm trying to enjoy freaking Ben & Jerry's and watch a movie to get my mind off the fact that I miss your company, my parents come barging in with your flowers. Eli, this is not good. They're going to be able to smell it.
Smell what?
My pregnancy, I hiss again. Keep up.
I'm still trying to comprehend that you hate the flowers but miss my company.
I didn't hate the flowers, but I have ice cream on my shirt. I didn't think I'd be seeing anyone. If I knew I'd be entertaining tonight, do you think I'd be doing it so unpolished? At least I would have put some chapstick on or something. But then they stop by unannounced and I have ice cream on my shirt. My throat chokes up as tears start to form. I don't want my parents to see me like this, a frozen dairy treat stuck to the fabric threads of my shirt, telling them self-love stories of how I enjoy my own damn arms wrapped around me so much that I send myself flowers. It's not a good look, Eli.
Okay, slow down for a second. Did they actually see you hug yourself?
That's what you're going to pull from what I said? What is actually wrong with you?
I don't know. I don't know how to help. Maybe just be cool, you know? Try to act like everything is normal. Or tell them about the baby. It might help.
Tell them that I'm pregnant and have no intentions of getting married to the man who inserted the baby?
I didn't insert...
He lets out a large sigh.
Listen.
And what if they ask about the sex of the baby or the name? For Christ's sake, Eli, we are naming our child Peggy Leggy Johnny Jim Hornsby. They'll commit me to an insane asylum.
They're not going to commit you to an insane asylum. They won't even know unless you say something, and only say something if you're ready. How long will they be there?
At least through to the 3rd game of the series.
Okay, so I'll be back. Why don't you just hang out with them? Have fun. And when I get back, we can tell them together so I can be there to support you and field questions.
You'd do that?
Of course I would.
The closet door opens, revealing my parents. Arms crossed, nostrils flared. They stare down at me with twin glares that I can actually feel my skin start to melt off my body. Can I help you? I ask them with a forced smile. Dad holds up a book.
Why do you have this?
My eyes narrow in on the pregnancy book I've been reading. Oh, God. That's more revealing than a damn man sock. Eli, I'm going to have to call you back. Before he can say anything, I hang up and slowly extract myself from the closet. Okay, don't panic. This will all be okay. You've gotten pretty far on the whole loving yourself lie, so why not stretch it out a bit? They don't know what's going on with your friends. For all they know, it could belong to someone else. Like Blakely. Yes! It belongs to Blakely. She's in a relationship. She's sexually involved. She's the perfect scapegoat. It's Blakely's! I shout and then turn to face my parents, whose arms are still crossed. She left it here at my apartment the other night. Yeah. I slowly nod. Poor girl is knocked up, but, you know, at least she has Perry, right? Call her, Mom says. What? I blink a few times. Call her. We'd like to congratulate her. There's a challenge in my mom's eyes, the kind of challenge that scared me right out of my socks when I was young. And if I was wearing socks now, they most likely would have shot across the room. You know, it's late, I say as casually as possible. I don't want to disturb her. Call her, Mom says. Her words so forceful that I find myself searching for my friend's name on my phone. I don't even think she's awake, you know, because of the baby and all. Makes her tired. She just sleeps all day, every day. Sleep, sleep, sleep. So don't be surprised if she doesn't answer. Maybe we should just put the call on speaker. Ugh, my mom is being a total pill. I put the phone on speaker and think of a way to communicate to my friend that she needs to cover for me. If she's quick enough on her feet, she'll be able to handle this. I know she can. Hello, she answers. Hey, you, I say as casually as I can. So I just wanted... Mom jostles the phone out of my hand like a ninja and then walks toward the kitchen out of grabbing distance. Hello, Blakely, dear. It's Mrs. Laws. How are you doing? Oh, hey there. I'm good. How are you? Visiting, I'm guessing. Yes, we are. Mom looks up at me and says, just wanted to celebrate with our daughter. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what a master conversationalist looks like at her best. Tina Laws was once the PTA president, a woman celebrated for her ability to communicate so well that local businesses feared her as she walked around, searching for donations. She's a manipulator, but will do it with a smile, so you never truly realize what Tina Laws has done to you until you're recovering, thinking over everything, and slowly understanding that you've been stripped from your dignity by only her words. And that's precisely what she's doing right now. Celebrating. Oh, that's fun, Blakely says. Blakely, if you can hear me, you're pregnant. You have absorbed my child, and you are now the one with indigestion, onion cravings, and the need to bury your head into a pair of testicles because that's how horny you are. Can you hear me? Yes. Such exciting news about Penny, right? Damn it. Blakely, don't! I start to shout, but Dad slips his hand over my mouth, halting me. Did I mention that Joseph Laws is Tina Laws' evil henchman? He performs the dirty work, as you can see. Aw, about the baby? And here she thought you guys were going to be angry. Oh, Blakely, what have you done? I told her anyone would be happy to be grandparents. Thank you, Blakely. You've been incredibly helpful. And then, like the freaking mob boss that she is, she hangs up and slowly lowers the phone onto the counter. Care to explain? Mom says. Sure. I step away from my dad and slowly make my way to the living room area, near the windows. You see, when she said baby, she was talking about the puppy I'm going to adopt. Surprise! I raise my arms up in the air. We call it a baby. And what are these? Mom holds up a bottle of prenatal vitamins. You see, this is exactly why people should tell you when they're coming before they arrive, not just show up willy-nilly. It makes it impossible to hide all evidence of pregnancy. I read that it's healthy to take prenatals before adopting a dog. Something about the dog can feel your nerves.
Penny!
Dad shouts, startling the ever-loving shit right out of me. With my hand clasped to my chest, I turn toward my dad and say, You almost made me pee myself.
Tell the goddamn truth, right now.
I've been caught. And here I thought I was truly doing a good job at covering it up. I'm lying. My parents are not idiots, and I knew I'd have no real chance of lying myself out of this one. I slump over on the love seat, exhausted. Ugh, fine, yes, the rumors are true. I had sexual intercourse. I hold my finger up. Protected sexual intercourse, I'd like to add, and 5 weeks later found out I was pregnant. I didn't tell you because I didn't know how to tell you, and frankly, the entire situation has been an absolute nightmare because I don't want to like Eli. Still, I do like him, and we're not supposed to like each other because we're just friends. And he sure as hell doesn't want a relationship with this brand of crazy, but he is living with me, and the flowers are from him, and I gave him a hug. It was a friendly hug on his part, not so much on my part, and I smelled his chest, and I liked it. I reach over and grab my ice cream, scoop up a large ball, and shove it in my mouth. The cold is so severe that I feel my brain freeze immediately, but I don't care. I keep powering through and shoveling the sweet goodness in. And he's living with me. Eli, that is. Yep, we share living quarters and a bed. I lick the spoon. He sleeps in my bed, but there has been absolutely no touching. Zero touching. Not even a gentle brush of a hand or an accidental erection in the morning. No moaning, no groaning, nothing. Sure, we said this was platonic, but if you ask me, I think he's too scared to even go near me in fear of getting me pregnant again before this first child is born. Which I know can't happen, but with my luck, somehow, some way, I'd get pregnant in my shin and that would be that. One baby in the uterus, one in the shin. Call it a medical marvel. I twirl my spoon in the air. Honey. And of course I have to get pregnant by a hockey player.
Wait, Eli Hornsby?
Dad asks. Oh yeah, Dad. Eli freaking Hornsby. I lick my lips obnoxiously. The one and only. Yep, We did it. Sorry to throw it out there like that, but in fact, we canoodled in a bed. Naked. Technically, it started in front of his fireplace, then the wall, then his bed. And we were so naked, the most naked of all the nakedness. Private parts touched. And all it took was one time to seal the deal. And I told him and Pacey at the same time, and oh my God, Pacey clocked Eli right in the face. An old 1-2, pow, pow. I jabbed the air with my ice cream carton. And then he threatened Eli his life if he didn't live with me. I thought it was ridiculous until I realized I was doing this all by myself, and how could I do this by myself, take care of a baby, if I still have trouble ordering my own food off DoorDash? I say no plasticware, yet they still give me plasticware. I'm having this delivered to my place of residence. What person doesn't have eating utensils? Stop killing the earth with all this godforsaken plasticware to a freaking place of residence. What more does a person have to do to avoid all of the plasticware? Honey. My mom is at my side now and slowly lowers my ice cream and spoon. She hands it to my dad and then pulls me into a hug. When her hand hits my hair, I start sobbing into her shoulder. I don't want plasticware, Mom. I know, honey, I know. She rubs my back, and all I can think about is how when she rubs it, it isn't nearly as nice as when Eli does it. Joseph, why don't you make us all some tea, and we can talk?
Sure.
Dad starts to move, but then he comes over and places a kiss on top of my head.
It'll be okay, sweetie. We'll work through this.